Hi guys, welcome to the new course, the React.js. So in this video we're not gonna write any code or install React.js in our desktop. We're just gonna see what is React.js, what is the need of React.js, and what are the features that it provides. And here we can see what are the features that it provides. So first of all, what is React.js? React.js is a JavaScript library for building user interface. What are the features that it provides? Declarative, component based, learn once, write anywhere. But this doesn't mean like anything that we know what it is, what it does. So I'm going to show what these all means. So before React, there is a paradigm is going on. It is a traditional page lifecycle in which whenever a client wants to know or send a request to the server side for a page, for a home page or for a shop page, for an e-commerce website, the server will send the files like HTML, CSS, JS, that is JavaScript file, to the client side. And whenever the client will change something, again it will send the request to the server side, and again server will send the respective files to the client side. So this is a problem here, because in here there is a congestion problem, network congestion problem is going on here. So for removing this, a new concept comes, that is the single page application, in which what happens that client will send a request for a website or for any page. The server will do that, it will send all the files required, or all the files of the website or web app, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, to the client side, and the client will change anything in the website, it will be modified in the client side. It will not send the request to the server and again request some files, new files. It will all be changes in the client side only. So that's what single page application. And so in single page application, the frameworks that are come under, like Angular and our React.js and Vue. So now what happens if we see in the AngularJS, like whenever we're building a big or massive and web app like Facebook, well, it is built on React.js. But if AngularJS is built on before 2013, that is a 2010 version of AngularJS, in which what happens that the AngularJS is built on a concept called model view controller, in which what happens, the files or the folders are in a systematic way. Controller means which controls the model. Model is the data or the structure of data, and view is the view that you are seeing in here. So that's how AngularJS comes, but the complexity is very much in the previous AngularJS version. What it is the problem here, that whenever an event calls in here, and if the events will be reflected back to in this component, let's say this is a component in this component, and it should be reflected back to this component, and again a new component arises here, and again this should be reflected back to in this place. So this problem occur in the AngularJS previous version. So the developer have problems like how to debug these problems. So now our React.js come into the picture. So what React.js do, like it provides four key concepts that solve all these problems. First one is declarative. So declarative just means like React says, don't touch the DOM, I will take care of it. That's what React says. Like, what is DOM? Like, what is DOM? Yeah, DOM means document object model. What it is, like, it's an architecture or a tree like structure of this view that you are seeing in here. This is the structure that you are seeing in here. This is the structure that you are seeing in here, and this is what written in here. So that is the document object model. So what React says that don't touch the DOM, and all the functionality will React do. So whenever like we change something in here, like tutorial or docs, the event will occur in here. Like you can see in here, like docs, tutorials, you can see that some manipulation or some modification is done in here. So what the problem in AngularJS, that whenever we change something or change something, it will be changed directly or changed directly to the component or the tag. Like we use something called like document dot get element by id, get class name by tag name. So this thing called like we are injecting something to the component div tag or span tag directly to the page. So this is no problem, there is no problem with this, but the problem is that it will become very very hard to see what's going on here. Like let's say we have said like whenever we change something in here, and it should be reflected back to in here, it should be reflected back to in here, and something occurring in here and it will be reflected back to in here. So these problems is solved by React.js. So what React.js do, like it create a state, you can see in here, when you see in here, design simple views for each state in your application, and React will efficiently update and render just the right component when your data changes. So whenever your data changes, and if it is a component or this is a component, this is another component in here, it will change separately to this component in here. So that's what declarative means in here. We will see what it is very described way, like in our code. So now it comes the component based. So what React does, like it will use the component, like it is a reusable component. It provides a feature of reusable component in which like this can be used in here. We don't have to write the same code for in here and in here and in here. It will just a simple component, and it will be created in here and any place that it requires. It will also be using another web app. You can see in here, this is a component. You can see this is one component, and you can use this component in any place that you want. And also this is a state that you have, that I have said, state which is says that this component will have a state of this seconds equal to 0. This is not to worry right now. So now third one that comes, that is learn once, write anywhere. What this means, like whenever you learn this React concept or React fully, you can use this React.js in many places, like in many platforms. You can use in React 360. 360 is a React VR for VR app. This is for VR app, and also React Native that you have also heard. You can use in the React Native. Also there is React Desktop, which is used for building apps for Windows, Mac OS. So that's what it says. Like you can use this React in many platforms. So that's what these features are. And one thing more, that in any, like you are using any browser, just use this plugin or just install this plugin that is called React Developer Tools. What it will do, like we can see in here, maybe like I have already installed it, and you can see the the icon in here. This is the React icon, and you can see it is in blue color, but you can see this is not a blue color because it says, or it depicts that the app that you have built is built on React.js or not. And in here, this is just like you can see it's a DOM, and you can in here see components. This is a virtual DOM. Well, you can say, well, it doesn't depict what it is saying, but whenever it is in like development mode, you can see what it is. So that's how you can see. And one thing more, that React provides, like, this is the why it is not a framework and why is it a library, because React is smaller. Like, it just provides the base of the ingredients, like base to build upon this, and you can use another libraries, like how to use the router and how to systematic way, how to use the state, and many other libraries, how to use the library for UI, more effective UI. So it's just a simple base that React provides, and all the other ingredients you can provide later. So that's what React is, and I hope that after this video you can let's use the code, and let's start coding, and we will see that it's very much fun and very interesting to use React. Yeah. Hi guys, in this video we are gonna just set up our environment for coding. So we are gonna install 3 things. First one is editor for writing the code, and I'm gonna use Visual Studio Code, and I recommend to use Visual Studio Code because it integrates with Git and also give other functionalities. And we're gonna also install the Git bash so that we can push our code to the GitHub using terminal, or perform other features that provides Git. And we're gonna also install Node.js so that it provides an environment for writing code, JavaScript code. And we're gonna install it. And I have desktop Windows, so I can download from here. And if you have other platforms like Linux or Mac, you can just select the one that you have. So first of all, I'm going to install Windows version, and yeah, we're gonna install it. I have installed the program of Visual Studio Code, and just accept the agreement and click on the next. We're gonna create a desktop icon, and again next, and we can just select install, and it will be installed into your desktop. Now this is what our Visual Studio Code look like. We're gonna open our terminal, and in here you can see that it's integrated command prompt. In here you can use any command from here. So now just we're gonna install Git, and in Git we're gonna install the Windows version because I have Windows desktop. And if you have another platform, you can just go to downloads and download the version that you have, the platform that you have. I'm gonna install Windows version, so let's click on it. It's going to install. I have installed the Git, and we're gonna just run the program, and we can just add the icon on the desktop. We're gonna do next, and in here you can choose the default editor for the Git that is used by the Git. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code, and we're gonna do next, and again next, again next, next, and after that you can install it. You can install. After we have successfully installed Git, you can check that you have installed or not just by clicking this, or just using Git. You can see the Git commands are showing in here. So now you have installed the Git into your desktop. Now we're gonna install Node.js. I have Windows, so I am going to install the current version of it. And if you have other platforms like macOS or Linux, you can download from here. So I have 64-bit, so I am going to install 64-bit one. I have installed the Node version 2, and we can see that we have Node or not, but just by clicking Node space -v, you can see I have the latest version. Now Node comes up with a package manager called Node Package Manager. That's npm, and through npm you can download the libraries. So that's why we're gonna use npm in here. And by through npm you can also create a React app, and we're gonna see this one in our next video. So stay tuned, and thank you. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna start building our new web app that's called RoboFriends. In this RoboFriends you can see there are some cards in which there are robots and with their names and email, and also you can see that whenever we type any name, it will filter out the name of that robot, like just Glenn. So we're gonna build this. So before building it, we're gonna use the tool that Facebook provides, so that developer can easily write only the React code and not to worry about what going on under the hood. So that's called Create React App. What it do, that it will just, we're gonna write any React code, and it will convert that React code into the older JavaScript code, so that our browser can understood the React code. So yeah, so we're gonna install through npx create React app and the name of the app. In here you can see the npx is not a typo, it's just a package runner tool, which comes after the version of 5.2 of npm. I have already installed, or I have already used the command. I have created a new folder, React course, and in there I have go to the React course folder by using cd, and I have used npx create react app and the name of the app that you want, and it will install. It will take some time. I have already installed it, and then I have gone to the cd RoboFriends, the app folder, and I have opened in our Visual Studio Code, and you can see in here that this is the Visual Studio Code RoboFriends app. You can see in here that this is the name, RoboFriends, and we're gonna see what the package.json, what are the scripts and what are the dependencies are there. First two main are React and React-DOM. React, what is used for like base, which is used for creating a UI or creating view, and there is one React-DOM. This is what we use when we are gonna use for a web app. There is another like other DOMs, other DOMs like React Native, which is used for apps. There is other React 360 that is for VR apps. So and in here there is one React scripts, and this is the one important because through this that we are seeing all the or using the create React app. In this, it will convert the code that we are gonna write in the source folder, and it will convert that script into some other code or other codes, and it will shown into the browser, so we don't have to worry about any Babel or Webpack. In here there are some scripts. You can see what are the scripts are here. There is one start is what we do first. I've already used the npm start, so you just have to write like this. If you are new, just write npm start and just enter it, and you can see what is going on, and this is what will be shown into your browser or into your command prompt. And when you open into your browser, you can see this is what it looks like. And there is one build is what we used for we run this script when we're gonna use this our project into production, like anyone can see our project. So that's when we are gonna use our build script. There's testing, and we're gonna use this one when we're gonna test some cases. And there is one exact we're gonna use when like we're gonna configure our some Babel Babel and Webpack. So not to worry about exact, we don't have to use exact here. So now we are gonna see in our app.js. In app.js, you can see that we have first imported the React from React, because this is what we do when we're gonna show any view. So this you can see in here, this div tag and all the things that are written here. This is what we see in our project in our localhost 3001. This is what it looks like. And in here you can see that how can we import some CSS. We can import through /app.css, or import some SVG file or image file. This is how can we do. we will see how can we write how it is written in code. And here this you can say this is a functional component called app. This is functional component app. You can convert this into a class component app. We will see how can we do this. And there's one more features about of React app, create React app, like whenever like we're gonna change something like hello, and if we save it, we don't have to like refresh the browser or anything. We can see that it will be reflected back to our browser instant, or it will say take 1 or 2 seconds if the project is big. So this is how this is important. But there's one thing, how it is linked to the, like, we cannot see any index or the HTML file, because this is what necessary in here. So you can see there is one app, and there is one here, you can see index.js. Let's see what it is in index.js. Yeah, you can see in here index.js. In here you can see the app, and the same app that we have used in here. So yeah, this is the one that have imported, that is described into this app.js file. In here you can see that we are gonna use react DOM.render. It will, like, React DOM will be rendering this app component, and in the app component is linked to the document.get element by id root. So there is one root id somewhere. So where it is? So we're gonna just log into our public folder. In public folder there is one index.html, and we open it, index.html. You can see, oh, there is one index.html file in here. In here you can see, yeah, there is one div id equal to root. So this is how it is linked. You can see this is how it is linked to this index.js. If you are not like I'm just babbling about something, you can see in here our inspector. In here you can see div id equal to root, and in here there is div class equal to app. You can see that the same thing are written there in our code. And when we open like components, you can see there is one component app, but there is nothing in there, because this is one component that was written. So yeah, so this can we say that we have like understood something about like from the top what it is going on, how these all are linking, how these all are linked. And now we're gonna just build our this simple or sample React project into this RoboFriends app. Yeah, thank you. Hi guys, in this video we are gonna start building our COVID-19 stats web app. In here you can see all the countries are given which are affected by COVID-19, and you can see for each country you have cases like active cases and confirmed cases and recovered and deaths. Now for each country there are a bunch of countries are in here. So I have created one search box in where you can just type in your country name and just know what's the state or what's the cases of COVID-19 in their countries. Now in our back to code, I have created one app called React app COVID-19 cases, in which we are gonna do our coding. Now if you don't know how I have created this React app, you can just go to the previous video and just see how I have created this new app. Now in here, first of all, I'm going to convert this functional component app into a class component, such that we can use more functions or methods that are given in a class. So simply we're gonna just type in class app, and that's gonna extend with react.component, where beneficial or many important sub methods are there. So first method is render method, in where we can just return it, and what we're gonna return the same JSX syntax, and the JSX syntax is the same. This is the JSX syntax that is called JavaScript template, extension template. Now in here, what you can see that we're gonna learn one more concept called state concept, so that we can achieve declarative concept. Now for this we're gonna just use constructor, because each class has default constructor in here or method. Now we can use super methods such that we can use attributes of React component in our app component. Now in here, one thing called is this.state. Now this is one important object in here. So basically this.state is a JavaScript object which we're gonna inject into our render method. Render method means we're gonna inject in this JSX syntax. So first of all, JSX is a HTML look-like structure which is written inside render method, but it is not a HTML, because you can see that in an image tag you cannot see one slash at the end in actual HTML syntax. So it is different from actual HTML syntax. Now in this state, first we're gonna just use some name, like name is some Francisco, as I have said that this state is a JavaScript object which we're gonna inject in our render method. Now for how can we do this? Now in here, what we can do, we can just type in here using curly braces, and in curly braces you can use this state name. Now just you can see, if you just type in here and go to your browser, you can see the Francisco is written in here. So what you can see in here, that there is one thing called curly braces. Now curly braces is what makes it more dynamic, because inside the curly braces it is a expression, it is a JavaScript expression. And what is a logo in here? It is a variable, but it's also a JavaScript expression. So you can know from here that we have used the curly braces for injecting some dynamically, but it's not dynamically. We are just assigning some variables and using name as a variable in here, which we're gonna get from this state.name. Like, we haven't started building our app, but I'm going to just give some knowledge about what is happening inside this syntax. In here you can see the class name, which is simply like CSS, which we're gonna use with class, but in here React gives class name. That's because class is basically a keyword for JavaScript, and so React has given class name for using a class in our JSX. Now in here you can see that each attribute is a JSX attribute, not a HTML attribute. So you can say that this is completely different with the HTML. Now one more thing you can do in here, like you can see that it is given this state.name. Now if I want to change the name of this state.name to something called just give Michael. Now how can we do that? So for doing, first of all, we're gonna create some event. As you know, for changing anything, you want some event. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just create a one button and simply say the name, change name. Now what's first we can see that if we got the button or not. Yeah, we got the button. Now in here, what we're gonna do, when we click on button, it's gonna change the name in here. So it is gonna use by on click, and on click is a function. So it is a so I'm firing an anonymous function in here, and now I'm going to change the name of this dot state. So we can do this like, yeah, this dot state dot name is equal to Michael. Yeah, you can use it into your own laptop, but I assure that this is wrong. You can see this is wrong. So how can we do this? For doing this, we the React give one method called this dot set state. In here, this gives, I have open and close curly braces. In here, you're gonna just give the properties that you want to change. So in here, I have only one property, name, and I'm going to change into Michael. Now it's done. So what I have done, this is an on-click method, but it's not an actual HTML on-click method. You can see that in actual on-click method is written like this, on click, but in here in React you have camel cases on click. Many methods are there in React which is in camel cases, and on click is a event which we're gonna call with an anonymous function, and we're gonna use this dot set state, and we are changing the name to Michael. Now if we look into our browser and just click on change name, you can see that we got Michael. So there are maybe three things we have learned in this video. First of all, how can we convert our function component into a class component. Second of all, what is a state? So state is a JavaScript object which we were gonna inject into our JSX syntax. Now what's a JSX? JSX is a HTML look-like structure, but it is written inside JavaScript, and there is one curly braces. So inside the curly braces, what we're gonna write? We're gonna write a JavaScript expression. So it is an expression. Now I have also used one event call, and when we are gonna use button, and when we are gonna click on it, it's gonna change the state of name to Michael. So thank you. In this video we have learned these things. In the next video we're gonna definitely start building our app. So thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna definitely start building our app. So first of all, we want the country's data. So in here I'm going to use this API for getting all the data of the countries. So I have created one state and have property called countries. In it's an array because that's where we're gonna store it. And there is component did mount, a method that is given by react.component, and these methods are lifecycle methods. There are other methods also, like did update, will mount, will unmount. So these are called lifecycle methods because these are methods gonna get run whenever a certain point of time. And if we just hover on the component did mount, it gives the definition that it will be immediately called after a component is mounted. So in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna fetch the contents or data of the countries, and I'm going to use async await syntax. So in here I'm going to get the response and use the await syntax and use the fetch native API call. In here I'm going to just give the URL, and I'm going to again get the country's data from here and use the await and response.json. This is what means like it is going to fulfill the promise and it will return the countries. Now after that we're gonna just set the state, and you can use simple countries like this, and it will be saved to the countries variable. Now this is a JavaScript flexibility syntax. In here you can see, and if you know JavaScript then you probably know what I have done in here. Now what's next? What's next is we're gonna just for each country we're gonna get the data of corona cases. Now in here again we're gonna use const, once again we're gonna use this dot state dot countries, because from each country we're gonna get the result of the country states. So I'm going to save into stats. In here we're gonna use for each method such that we can go to each element and use the fetch method again. Now it will be again a asynchronous process, so that's why I'm going to use async. Now in here what we're gonna use const response, because we're gonna get again response, and again use the await and fetch method. Just a sec, yeah, I'm just going to copy it again because like I haven't copied before, that's why. Now it will be a string interpolation syntax in here, so I'm just going to use this JavaScript syntax. Now in here I'm just going to use country dot slug. Now in here, where did it go? Okay, just a sec. In our component did mount, if you just go into your component did mount, I'm just going to run it and just comment out this line and just run it. And in here you can see that we got all the countries in here, and I'm going to use this property slug in here. So that's why I have used slug in here. Just comment out again. Now from here what we get data, again wait and use response.json, so that it will be fulfilled and return the data. Now I'm going to show one new syntax way to use set state whenever you're gonna use the data to set the state to the same properties in here, because it's an array. But in here what we got one element or one country's data, but we want all the countries data, and it will be set one by one. So in here just use the syntax in here properly. Previous state, you can use any name in here, it's just a callback function you can say, and I have used the previous state. That means this previous state, you can say that whenever this function gonna run, this previous state will be the state of the previous state has been set. Just you can know what I have told. Yeah, now just the same thing that we have used, we're gonna use a curly braces, and I'm going to set in the stats, and use the previous state dot stats dot concat just to post the element that what we're gonna post. Now in here we're gonna post data, but as you know the data is already a array, but you can say that the last element of this array is what we want, is the latest data, you can say. Now for this I'm going to select the last data. For this one we can use data.length -1. That's it. Yeah, this is what we want. Now I'm just going to save it, and you can just look into your React developer tools and you can see we got the states, but you can see there is some properties have undefined. Well, what's the problem in here? So you can use your JavaScript mind and just know what's the error, because if you just to use what's the error in here, you can say that the data we have got is nothing, is like an empty array. So that's why it's giving the error, because there are some countries, like I have also already used this one, Christmas Island, and you got nothing, you got none data in here. It doesn't give any fail response, but it doesn't give any data. So there are some countries that gives no data. So that's why before running this dot state set state, we're just gonna check for data dot length. Now if we just save it and look again into our browser and go to our states, you can see that we got the perfect, we got the data. Yeah, that's what we want. Now in our this render method, we're gonna show this, we're first gonna show only the country name. So how can we do that? We can do that by using curly braces. As you know that after using curly braces you can write JavaScript syntax, and you can write JavaScript syntax using this dot, and you can use, and after that this dot state dot stats dot map, because we are mapping, or we're gonna return some JSX syntax from here such that we can show the name of the country. Now just use it country, and for now we're just gonna give h1 tag and use again JavaScript syntax for showing the country name in here dot country. And if we just look into in here, perfect, we got the country name in here. But again there is one problem which we will see at the later point of time, but yeah, for now that is okay. So in this video we have learned what we have learned. We have learned that we have states of countries and stats. We have used the fetch API and use async await method, which can be very I recommend to use, because this is so understood that you can understand everything. That first of all we have fetch the response, it's gonna return the countries, it's gonna set the state, and for each country we have again fetch the response, again get the data, and in here we have used the another method, another syntax for setting the state, and we can check that if the data length is 0 or minus 0 or greater than 0, that's this is. And we have also used the curly braces, and inside the curly braces we have used the syntax, JavaScript syntax, and also JSX. So yeah, this is what we have done. In the next video we're gonna see more of this app. Thank you. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna build our own components. As you can see, this are the components in here. This is a country component, you can say, and these are all bunch of country components, and it is inside one wrapper component called country list component. We're gonna see how it's built. So for now, back to code. In here you can see that one thing more I have to do, that whenever you go to your browser and check in your component React Developer Tools, you can see that for each country you haven't got the country code, because in the next video you can see that it is important to get the country code. So how can we get the country code? As you can know that for each countries in the country app, in the countries you have the ISO 2. This is what country code means. So I'm going to get the country code from this. So how can we do that? As you can know, there is one concept in the JavaScript called spreading operator. If you know, that's fine. If you don't know, just see. First of all, this is an object and we have wrapped around curly braces because it's an object. If it's an array, we have to use the square bracket, but it's an object. Now you have to give 3 dots such that it will spread out all the content inside the in the object. Now in here you have to give what properties you have to change. So I have to change the country code in here. So just type in country code and just set the value in here, and we can using country.iso2. yeah, that's it. That's how you can set the value. Now if you just save it and go to your browser, it will take some. In here just go to stats and just select the one. In here you can see that we got the country code. Definitely, perfectly. Now we're gonna create one components. I have already created one folder called components inside the source folder, because we're gonna learn in here how we're gonna build our own component just as app.js has been built and used into our project. So in components folder we're gonna again create a new folder such that we have it is a systematic way to create, other developers can see what you have done and also build upon it. So you have to write a clean code and use a easy to debug. That's why I am building a clean code and now I'm going to create a new file and its name is country list, and just say countrylist.js, not to give big name. Now just give import react from React such that we can view. That's why we are going to use React. And in here I'm going to use functional component in here, not to build a class component. Now in here I'm going to return something, but what we're gonna return we're gonna see next. And for now just we're gonna export it such that we can import it in the app.js. So in here you have to import it. So just import it. Import what? Import country list. Import list from where? /components/country list/country list. And you don't have to give .js extension because it knows, the editor knows what you are doing. Now I'm just going to remove it or just copy it, and that's what we are gonna write into our country list.js. In here I'm going to use countries or just use stats. Yeah, stats is better, and just select what we're gonna give it to it. This are stats. Yeah, that's it. Now if we just save it, and you can see this is an attribute, and we are just assigning the all the data to a variable called stats. Now how can we get the data that we have assigned to this country list component or this country list component? So in here what we get is a props. This is a props. There are two things, that is stat and props, and I'm going to differentiate between twos in later videos. For now just look into it. And this props is just like a state. It's a JavaScript object. Now in here what we get these things. Now we don't have to write this because it's not a class, so we have to remove it. And in the place of state we're gonna use props in here, and we're just gonna write this one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if just look into your project, you can see we got the names. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Now what we're gonna do, like you can see that it's good, but this is a country list. Oh, there's naming problem. Yeah, just changing to country list in here, because after this we're gonna build country component, not a country list component in here. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. Now in here this is a listing of countries, you can say, but we're gonna build each component has a country component, in where we have image, the name of the country, and the description of the corona cases. So for that purpose we have to build one more folder called country. So that's what developers do, man. This React developer, you have to know how much you have to divide one component. That's what React developer do, and that's what I'm doing in here. So I'm going to just use country component, country.js, and in here I'm going to use import React from React. Yeah, and use the const country, and we are gonna use props in here. Yes, you have to know, because this is how we can get the data from other component. Now next what it is, now next we're gonna just remove it because we don't need this right now. What we need is import. What import? Import country. Import country from where? From /country/country. That's what we need. I'll just check in. Yeah, okay, yeah. In here what we're gonna give, we're gonna give country, and in country we're gonna give the state. Stats you can give. Yeah, stats is what we're gonna give. And what we're gonna give props country. Yeah, just give it the country. Yeah, this is what we're gonna give. That's it. Yeah. Oh, just one thing, we have to export it also. So just you export default country, and in here just for check, for right now we are gonna just give the props dot states dot country. Now just save it and save this also, and just go to your project, and you can see that we got the same thing. Well done, perfect. Now in the console you can see there is one warning you can see, and it's always a warning whenever you're gonna use map method inside the JSX. So here you can see each child in a list should have a unique key prop. What this means, now in here this country, you can see this is a country list, but there are a bunch of countries are in here. So how can React distinguish between each country, because these have similar component? That's how, that's the key comes into the picture. From the key, the React knows what or which component have to change or re-render, so that other components don't have to re-render. So whenever the chance come, whenever we have to modify one component and we don't have to modify another component, that time we have to use, or that time React use the key attribute. Now in here in our country list we're gonna give key, and for this perfect match will be the country code, right? Because each country have different country code, that's why I'm going to use country in here. Now you can see that we haven't got any error. Yeah, also you can see in the components you have, like for each country you have the key, and have such that the key can be used for the React. Thank you. In this video we have learned the component concepts. In the next video we're gonna just style our these components, country list and country, and it will look much better, and it will be look like this. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna start styling our components, but first of all we're gonna get the image, and we're gonna also describe our coronavirus cases. So I have an API, country flags API. In here you can get the source or the link, and it has used the BE, that's for the country code. That's why I have saved the country code in our project. So I'm just going to copy it, and I'm going to link in our description for the link. Now in our project in here, I'm just gonna, in country.js, I'm just gonna paste it in here. But as you know, this is a dynamic because we don't have a hard-coded country code, so that's why we have to get the dynamically. Now in here it will be string interpolation, because in here I'm going to use $sign and use the props, and from props we have used states, and we're gonna use what? We're gonna use a country code. Yeah, right one. So I'm going to use the country code in here. Now again it gives some error, that's because like it doesn't write, because we have to give alt in here, and in here you can give the country name as a alternate. Yeah, just give it the alternate. Yeah, so I'm going to use props dot states dot country. Now if we just save it and go to our project, you can see that we got the flag. Now next what? Now we have to give, just change into S2, and what we have to do next, we have to give a new div in which we have the description and what we want, what are the description that we want. So in here what we want active cases, that case. Okay, now in here we're gonna use p tag, and use a dollar sign and the curly braces, such that I'm going to inject some values from the props. Now again, I'm going to use string interpolation and use like this active, and use colon and just write dollar sign, and use what props dot states dot active. Yeah, that's what it is. So I'm just going to copy it, and just after that we're gonna just change it wherever it's needed. Well, all places it's needed, that's why. Now in here, what we know, we want recovered, so just gonna give recovered, and here we're gonna give recovered, and in here we're gonna give dates. In here we're gonna give again dates. Now in here we're gonna give confirmed. Well, I have to write some hard-coded USA. Now just give in here. Now that's it. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, we got all the things right. Now the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna just styling our project. Now in our app.js, here I have app, so I'm just going to remove this whole bunch of classes that we don't need. Now in here I'm just gonna use this styling. In here you can see that we have got width of 95%. I have used display flags, and all the elements will be in column, and it will be all in center with respect to the 95% width, and all the element will be aligned center, means it will be at the center side. Now if we just save it, you can see right now it's not look good. Now that's all in app.css is done. In what we need in our country list, we're gonna first of all we're gonna create one new file, and its name will be country list.css, and in here in import we're gonna import this css by using country list.css, and in here I'm just going to use class name, give the country list class name. I have given its name. I'm just going to copy it. Oh, just a minute, what I have done, I'm just going to copy this text. Now in here just I'm going to copy paste css in. So this is what I have copied. This is the grid display, and the template will be column in grid template column. This is one very helpful syntax, you can say, and I want to recommend that you to do this, because this is what actual developer do. Now I have used a grid gap of 1 rem, and width is 100%, such that it will take whole place of width 95%. Now if we just look into here, yeah, that's something. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's responsive also, you can see. Now again more things to see. Now this is complete, the country list is complete. Now other is what I am going to do is in country. In country I am going to create one new css file, country.css, and in country.js. In VS Code, if you are new, you can use like this, such that you can see also the code in here and also see the css file. And this is the button is here for you to split the editor. Now in here I'm just going to import country.css, and I'm going to use class name in here, say the name country. Then there is one more class that I'm going to use in here, and that's called it is describe. Now I'm just going to save it, and in here I'm just gonna use dot country. This is what I have copied. Yeah, just a sec. Yeah, this is what I have copied. Now these are all the CSS that we need for the project completion. Now you can see the wall does not look good. Well, we have the font. Well, we are gonna change the font in the later video. For now you can see this is what our project looks like. So this half is done. In the next video we're gonna create our own search box such that we can use this search box in any place in any project. And yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna start building our app more, and in this video we're gonna build our search box component such that we can use this component in any place that we want. So back to code. In here I have already created one folder, search box, and two files inside it, search box CSS for styling and search box.js, where I'm gonna write the code. So import, what we are gonna import same thing, import React from React. Now in here it's gonna get const search box. It's again a functional component, and we're gonna use the functional ES6 syntax. In here what we're gonna return the input tag, and in here the type attribute will be a search, and the class name, which we are gonna provide later, is search. And in here the placeholder is gonna be a dynamic, because this component can be used in any place that you want. And the on change method, the same as the on click method that you have seen, it's an on change method. And for now you can just write like this and just use it, and just close this input tag and just export default search box. Now in here what we're gonna return the props. Yeah, right. Now in app.js we're gonna import search box from dot slash component search box. Now in here search box, in search box what we have, attributes are placeholder. In placeholder for now we have just given enter country name, right? And there is one more method in here, on change method. Now for here we are gonna just provide the props, the one that you have given, the placeholder. And in here we can just give props.handle change, because it's a function, and we're gonna write the function in here, right, in app.js. So in here handle change, in here we're gonna write an anonymous function, and we're gonna just see what it is. So for now, in here just use E, that's for event because we are changing something. And just for now, just console.log this E, right? Now just go to your code and you can see that we got the search box. Just open the console log, just console, and in here just type in something like KL, and you can see that we are getting some event call in here, and we got one object that we are consoling in here. So the main takeaway from here that it's an event, and whenever we change something on this search box, it's gonna trigger one change. It's gonna create one object, and the main takeaway is this target. From the target, we're gonna get the values of the you can say the letter that we're gonna get. So in here, the console.log, just use a console.log event or e.target.value. Yeah, that's one. And just go to your browser and just call sd. You can see that whenever I change something, it's going to give the whole letters. Now this is what we need. Yeah, that's all. Now one thing more is that we are gonna filter out the contents of this countries. Now in here, first of all, we're gonna set the state, or we're gonna create one new state in here, and let's say its name is search field. Now what it's gonna do in here, not only we're gonna just console it, we're gonna just going to set the state in here. And what we're gonna set the state with, the search field, and with the e.target.value. That's what we want. And if we just select it or just save it and go to our components, and in here, okay, just a sec, yeah, we got the components, and in here we're just gonna type in here something d f or jkl. You can see that the same thing is changing in here, search field. Now this is what we have done in this video. And one more thing with what we are gonna do, we're gonna just use the filter method, and that's how we're gonna filter out the countries in here. So after render method, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a new variable, const filtered countries, and in here we're gonna just provide the this.state, or there is one more syntax that I'm going to teach, the object extraction. Yeah, you can say that this.state. If you know that it's gonna extract the properties from this.state because it's an object. So what we're gonna get, what we want. Also we want stats and we want search field. Yeah, that's it. We got the stats and search field, and in here stats.filter, we're gonna use the filter method in here, and the countries, or just type in country, and in here this is the sort symbol for return. You can use this symbol as return. Now in here it's gonna return the country dot to lowercase dot includes what? Includes search field dot to lowercase. That's what we want, right? Now in here it's not gonna return the exact that we want. So in here we're just not gonna give total stats, we're gonna just return filtered countries in here. Now if we just save it and go to our browser and just use any country, America, you can see it's selecting, it's filtering out our component. Yeah, that's what we want. So you can say that we have to almost done our project. Just do some styling and do more refactoring to our code, and that's all be done in our next video. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna learn how to create our own methods, because you can see that we are just injecting a new method, this event method on change, in our render method. We're gonna just extract this one and we're gonna create a new method in here. Now also refactor some codes are in here, and also teach what this keyword means in here. So first of all, we're just gonna create our own method. So first of all, we're just gonna grab this one as we need in our own methods. So in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna just use this dot handle change. This is what we need. Yeah, this is what we need. And just call handle change and use arrow method in here. I'm also going to teach why we can't use this one, and that's why we're gonna use this handle change arrow method in here. And the argument is only one, e, that's for event. And now in here what we're gonna return, we're gonna return this dot set state. That's what we're gonna return. And if we just save it and go to our code and just type in here, we haven't got yeah, we have got the countries. Now in here just type in Germany. You can see the same working flow is going on. Now I have told that we can't use ES before ES6 symbol in here. That's because if we just write in here like this and just save it, you can see that it's given, oh just a sec, yeah, just type in here e because it's a parameter. And if you just look into here and just type in here, it's not gonna return anything. Yeah, it's not doing anything in here. And you can see, yeah, it's given an error. This is undefined. Why is that? Because this app component has no idea about this keyword in here. That's why. Because what is this? This is a very tricky concept in any language. This is a keyword, special keyword, which is used for a context that you are referring to. What's that mean? It means that in here you can see that we got this context from React.component when we have used super. Like if we just comment in this super method, you can see it has no idea what this means in here. So that's why this is context with React.component. And in here you can say that we haven't used the arrow method, but it's working right. Why's that? Because the component mount method belongs to React.component, so it knows what this keyword is referring to. But we have made our own method handle change, and it has no idea what this keyword is referring to. That's why we have used the arrow method, such that arrow method gives the flexibility to the code, that it knows that this keyword is what it is, what class this refers to. So I recommend to use this. Now in some code you can see that before this code you can see that some place you can use like this. If you're gonna use this type of syntax, if you're gonna just remove it and use this type of syntax, for this you have to write this dot handle change dot bind this. And if we just save it and go to our code and just use Berlin, oh, Berlin is not a country, man, Benin, yeah, we got. So in here you can see that it works. But whenever like you're gonna create a new methods, a bunch of methods, you have to write this code again and again. So better to just remove it and use the arrow method, right? That's what I recommend too. Now in this video we have learned this keyword means, and we have created our own method. Yeah, and some more refactor to do, man. Yeah, what we can do, just save it, and in here in our search box we don't have to use this props always. You can also, again, because you know that the props is an object, so just extract the values from the from the props object. So just use placeholder and just use handle change and just remove these props, so it will look nice, and you can say that it's a advanced level of understanding. Now the one thing is done. Oh, I haven't added the CSS of it. Okay, in the next video I'm going to add it. Now in here you can also use we have used the props in here. You can use the same thing in here, stats. No, you don't have to give this stats in here. This is fine. And in our country, I'm just going to remove this CSS, we don't need it. And in our country.js we have again the props, so I'm just gonna remove it and use the stats. And in here I'm just gonna remove the stats from any place that you can see, because it's redundant to use props dot again and again, right? You can also go one more further, but that's fine by now. So just remove it, yeah, almost done. Yeah, that's it, we have done. All right, yeah, okay, app.css done, search box is remaining. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right, we have done it. We have created our almost app you can say. Now just go to your browser and you can see that we got the same thing, no tension. Now just use anything. Yeah, it's doing good. Yeah, now in the next video I'm going to just use some CSS to look exactly like this one, and in the next video also we're gonna deploy our app into production. Thanks. Hey guys, in this video we're gonna deploy our app, this app, COVID-19 stats web app. So first of all we're gonna change our background and also change the font, and also change the font of color of the font. Now in here we're gonna select in fonts.google.com, we're gonna select shadows into light. In here I'm going to select this style and embed use this link, just select it, go to your project and paste in here and give the name that you want. I'm going to give COVID-19 stats. Now just save it. Now in index.css you have to give this font family. Just select it and give it here, and just change the color of the font, and also the p tag will have the margin 0. Now go to your project, it's almost done. We're just gonna have to change the background. You can change to any background that you want. I'm going to change to a linear gradient background. Now just go to your browser. You can see you got the app. That's what we want. Yeah, same thing. Now again, what we're gonna do, we're gonna build our app and produce into GitHub Pages. Now first of all, what you're gonna do, we're gonna create a new repo for this. I'm going to select the name of it COVID-19 cases and just save it. And in here just copy this link. And one more thing you have to do in here, you have to install one package. Use npm install -- save gh pages. So in the meantime, we're gonna see how can we deploy our app. So for now, just closing this tab and just search for it. What we're gonna search for React deploy. Yeah, just go to this link and you can see deployment create React app. Yeah, that's what we want, right? Now just go to bottom. You can see that we got building. Just go to bottom right, and here you can see that we got GitHub Pages deployment. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna give one home page attribute in the package.json. We have installed the gh pages. Now go to your package.json. This is what the gh pages dependency in here. So in here just give the home page, and what's the attribute is a URL that you wanna give, and it will look like this: https / the name of the username or the user ID of GitHub. As you can see, for me it is Ansuman301, and in here you have to type, you can see my username.github.io and my -app. So just given to here Ansuman301.github.io / the app name. My app name is COVID-19 cases, right? You can see COVID-19 cases. Now that's it. And one thing more, yeah, this is what we want. This two statement is what we want. The one is pre-deploy and npm run build and deploy gh-pages -dbuild. You have to write yourself into your project. So now that's it. You're just gonna save it and we're gonna start running. So first of all, what we're gonna use grid remote at origin and just click it, and we're gonna run this statement, deploy statement. So for this we're gonna use npm run build. It will take some time. Whew, finally it's done. Now we're gonna just add this files into our GitHub. Now I'm going to use send the message commit -m saving files into GitHub, and we're gonna just push the files, git push origin master. Now we have pushed the code, and just go to your project and just refresh it. And in here you can go to your settings, we can see we haven't got the URL. Why so? Let's go to our code and just look into, oh, I have mistaken. You don't have to write npm run build in here. You just have to write npm run deploy, because that's what's required in here. So just run npm run deploy. So first of all, it's gonna build npm run build that's already been done, and you can see that we have got one folder npm run build in here. Now in here you can see that after npm run build, it's gonna run this line gh-space-dbuild. That's what's deploy in here. So it's done. You can see that all things are being done. Now just go to your code and just again refresh it. You have got one environment, and you can just go in here and just view deployment, and in here you can see that you got the app. This is a network issue. Yeah, you can see that you got the app in here. So yeah, that's it. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video I'm going to talk about lifecycle methods in React. As you can see in here that there are 3 phases you can see in here: mounting, updating, and unmounting. So first phase we called mounting. So in here what happens that we know this is a constructor in where we set up props and state, and after that what happens, it will run this render method. Then after, in mounting phase only I am talking, and after that component did mount will run, in where you can get the data from a server or set the state to something else. So in our this browser, you can see, if I just refresh it, as you can see that in here, first I have created 2 components in here. The first wrapper component is app.js, and inside that is one component. Now in here, as you can see in here, that first component will run app.js as a constructor will run. then after render will run. And as you know that in the render you have this one component.js, so it will render this component, and inside it the component mount of one comp will run. And after that the wrapper component, that is app.js component mount will run. So basically this is the, you can say this is the mounting part that's happened. Now after that updating phase will occur if you want, because how it will be triggered, it will be triggered by a props that you send to the render, or if you set a state, then it will render the page. And if you force update, it's a method, so no need to worry about this. So in here if I just set append me, right, and if you just use append me in here, as you can see that it will render this app.js again. And there is one method suit component update. We're gonna talk about this later. So first of all we're gonna see what happens if I just use append me again and again. So it's just going to render and again because we are setting a state, we are changing the state, so it says that render will run. And if I just use click me in here, there's something happen, but if I just use it here, okay, so this is the part. Now what I want to see in here, there is one component will unmount, right? Now if I just use click me again, as you can see that component will unmount has happened for one component.js, that you can see in here in the text format, one component, this belongs to one comp.js, right? So what happens that when we remove this one component from our page or from our render method, it will trigger this component will unmount. So you can say this is the unmounting phase. And now if I just, I'm just gonna clear this console, and if I just again click me, and now you can see that it will render again this app.js, and inside it, as you can see, the render method will be called of the one component, and also component mount for this one component, because we are going to again create a new one component for this one. So basically that's what's happening in here. Now as you can see in here that for the app.js, for the wrapper component, one component mount will not be called, because only will be called for only first time. Now inside my code in here, this is the basically code I have written in here, and I'm just gonna use it like this to show what's happening. So we're gonna see what this suit component update does. Now if we just go into our code, it has been like refresh out. Now if we just use this append me again and again, you can see in here that one component.js has been called component update, right? So what's happening before that, it doesn't get rendered again and again whenever we use append me, but now what's happening that it will be rendered again and again. So basically this is a, you can say it's a caveat. You can see in here that we are not changing anything for this one component, but it will be rendered again and again because it's inside this app.js. So for removing this caveat, this suit component update comes in the picture. What it does, that if it returns false, it will not render this page, it will not render this syntax in here. And if it's returning true, then it will only return, it will render this page. So that's what's happening in here. So just think about it, that what I have talked about in here. So yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna start building our new Insta app. So why are we building this Insta app? Because we're gonna learn this react-router library of React so that we can learn how to use the client routing the client side. So in here you can see this is my GitHub link for this Insta app. So in here, if I just use this login email or password for this Insta app, you can see that we got to the new page, but you can see that I haven't changed the link to some new URL, and I will show you that how can we do this. But first of all, we're gonna see that this is the page. We got this login home page, like profile, user home page. So in here you can see these are the links in here. This is the home page, so that we have this underlink in here. Now if I just click on this explore, you can see that we got to another link, and also you can see this is the explore text, and I haven't made any changes in here. So if I just go back to this link, we just click on it, we got to the home page. Now what react-router gives, it gives the dynamically routing, right? So in here, if I just click on this brat, you can see that we got to this brat link. As you can see, this is a profile page of these persons. So in here you got to another link. So in here we're gonna just learn about this routing. How can we do this link routing using the react-router? And if I just use this logout, and if I just go to internet, and if I just go to logout, we just go back to the login page. And there is one more thing that we can show in here. Like if I just click on this some random page, you can see that we go to the 404 page. So it suggests to redirect to login page. So these are all the functionalities we're gonna learn how to build it in our app. So I'm just gonna go to our app in here. Now first of all, what we need the library, right? So what we're gonna install is this react-router DOM. So for installing, you can just type in npm I react-router DOM. As I have already installed it, so I don't have to, but you can. So in here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to our index.js, and in here what we need from react-router DOM component, and the name of the component is browser router, and we will see what's this browser router do. Actually, browser router is simply it will enhance this app component to do something bigger. It gives the functionality to give the routing purposes to this app component. So we're gonna just wrap this app component with this browser router. That's what we're gonna do in this page, in this file. So we have wrap it, right? And now if we just go to our we're gonna build this app. So in here you can see as you have already installed this React developer tools, and if you don't, just go to your what we call it, this add-ons page, and just use this search bar and just download this React developer tools. Now back to our code. In here you can see this app has been wrapped with this browser router, and it have this router, so that we have these things like history, location, and there are other things are also there. So these and router providers, so it's providing this app to provide this routing functionality, right? Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna just go to our code, and in here I'm just gonna minimize this command prompt. Now in our app.js, what we need the login page, right? So for login page, what we can do, I have already imported all the svg files or the assets that we need. You can go to my GitHub repo link and you can just download all the assets that we need for this project. Now what we need import some from the react-router DOM, and we need two things from here. We need, first thing is switch and second one is route, and I'm gonna show what these all means, these two things can do. Now if I just use this div and route two things in here, what basically route does, that it will route whatever like route path. This is the path that we gonna give, and the path we can give slash, and for now I'm just gonna render. It gives this render attribute in here. I'm just gonna render this h1 home, and I'm just gonna use it, and route path is equal to /exp, and I'm gonna render again two things, like I'm going to use h1exp. Now if I just save it and go to our browser, you can see that we got this home, right? Now if I just go to this /exp, we got two things, home and exp, but that we don't want it, right? We need only this exp. So by this syntax you can know that this route of path slash go to his home, but /exp will only go to this exp, but we got two things. So for this purpose, what we need this switch. But if I just use this switch also, it will not be like, it will not give the proper render part. As you can see in here, that we right now also we get this home, and if I just go to this /exp, then also we got this home, so we don't get this h1exp. So what's happening here, that whenever this goes to slash, it gets this home, but it doesn't check for another route after that /exp. So what we need in here, there are two ways of doing things. Like we can do one thing, like we can give this route before this route. Now if I just save it and go to our browser, you can see that we got exp, and if I just go to this one and I just refresh, we got this home, and if I just use exp, we got this explore. So what happens here, like it will go to this /exp, and if it got exp, then it's better. So if this is the slash and it doesn't got in here, it will go to this. So, and there is one more thing way you can do this. If I just go back to the where it is, now what we can do this, it gives one attribute called exact, and that what it's need in here. So what it does, that if the part is exact this one, then it will render this part, and if the route has this exact exp/exp, then it will render this part. So if I go to our browser and just refresh it and use again slash, and if I just use /exp, so this is how it is done in here. So what we need switch for like switching this routing, and we need exact for what the path we need, exactly path what we need for rendering. So yeah, this is the whole picture that we're gonna see in our next all video, but we're gonna learn more about this routing purpose. So that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in the previous video we have just seen the glimpse of this routing functionality that we have done in here. So in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a login page. So I have created already a pages folder. In here I'm just gonna create a new login folder, and in login folder I'm just gonna create a new page, a new file that's called login.js. So in the login.js we are just gonna use this import react from react, and react we're gonna use this class component and give the login name like the class name, and extends with react dot component. And in here we're gonna render the JSS syntax in here by using return, and in here I'm gonna use this div tag. In the div tag what we're gonna give this instagram.svg. So we haven't talked about how to import some files in our code. So for the svg file we can do one better way, but I'm just gonna show the general way. Like for svg file or image file or jpg file, right? So in here what we can do, we're gonna give this import logo. You can give it like this, import logo from dot slash where is the file is kept out, the file location that we need in here. So in here you can give this instagram.svg and use it in an image tag using like this img src equal to, as you can know, this is a variable round, so we have to wrap it into a what we call into a curly braces. So you can give this like this, but as you know that there is a better way of using this for svg file. So what we can do, we can use this react component that React gives and use it like a component. As the name suggests, you can use this React component as a React component. So in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a new div and wrap this one into this logo part. Now this is what we need, and next we're gonna just create a new div, and in this div we're gonna use this form tag because we are using the login form, right? So in here we need input tag, and in input tag, what this input tag is for email purpose, and we need this name attribute and give this name as an email, and now give this placeholder, and the placeholder you can give this email. Now as you know, this is a required one, so we're just gonna give this required and use this input tag, input type equal to password, and give the name pwd and placeholder pwd, sorry, password you can give. Now password, now it's also required, so I'm just gonna give this required one. Now also there is one we need, it is called button, and just give it right now the login part. Yeah, so that's what all need. And there's also the on change method that we need, right? So we can give this on change, and also we're gonna submit, right? So we need on submit, and here also we can give on submit. Now I'm just gonna create the handle method for this on change and on submit. So in here handle change and in here, and also the handle submit one. We haven't used it in our render part, but I'm gonna use it. Yeah, now if I just use it here, the methods that we have made. Use this dot handle submit, and also here also we need this handle submit one. So I'm just gonna use this dot handle submit, and also we need in here also this dot handle change, and also we need in here this dot handle change. So in here handle change we need the state, so I'm just gonna create a state. But before that we have like seen that for creating state we have used constructor, right? There is one other way to creating more efficient way. You can say you can just give this state name inside the class and just create in here an object, and that's how I'm gonna use it here. And yeah, now this is the better way, you can say. Yeah, now in here there's also a better way, like for each changes, for each on change method, do we have to write a new method? No, we don't have to write a new method. We can do only simply one thing, that the state name that you have given here, the same name should be in this name part. Why do we need it? Because in here we're gonna extract event.target, we're gonna extract two things. The first one is name, that's what it is, name in here, email. And the second one is value, that the value that we have like changing the part. Yeah, so in here what we can do, simply this dot set state and use this square bracket. As you know, this is a variable now, and this is a variable and this is an object, so the key is wrapped inside the square bracket, you can say in here, and use this value, right? Now I'm just gonna use export default, because we haven't. So how can we export default? You can use this by using like this. So use this login. Now for now I'm just gonna save it, and in our app.js we don't need this part because we are now building our project. And there's also other way to using this. You can use this component and just give the component name, and the component that we need is login, and it has been imported. Now if I just save it and go to our code, and this we need styling. Yeah, so we're gonna style in the next video, but for now if we just use this test and add the red test, you can see that we need a required purpose that we have given here, and use this part. You can see that it got always refresh out. So preventing this refresh out like you can say defect for our purpose, you can use this handle submit, because we are submitting, right? So because of this the refreshing out is happening. So what we need is event like e.prevent default. This is what we need. Now if we just save it and go to our code, and I'm just gonna go and refresh it again, and I'm just gonna use it test at the rate test and use a test password. You can see that it will not get refreshed. So the first part is done. We have done the login part. In the next video we're gonna style our code and also see more of that. So that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna style our this login page. So first of all, what we need a font. So I have used this Open Sans condensed, so I'm gonna use this one. So I'm just gonna embed it and copy this part and go to our code and go to our index.html and just paste in here, and just save it and use this font family for this part. I'm just gonna copy it and go to our index.css, and I'm going to use remove this part and just paste in here. And we're gonna use also this padding will be 0, and the height will be 100 view height, and I'm gonna give this background color of hashtag FAFA. Now this part is done. Now in here we're gonna create a new login style setting in here. So in login we're gonna create this login.css, and I'm going to use this part so that we can see what we need to do. So I'm just gonna use this import dot slash login dot css. Now in here what we need the class name. I'm just gonna give this class name div login, just as the component said, so that we can know what's happening, the systematic way to give anything. Now in here we're gonna give this width to maybe 30 and 300 pixel. Yeah, 300 pixel. And height you can give 400 pixel. And the display will be a flex, because flexbox is what we need, and the flex direction will be the column part, and the justify content will be spaced evenly. Now we need some margin top for this part, and you can give 10 view height. And for alignment purpose of this part you can give margin to 0 auto, and also the border, what we need border 1 pixel solid. The color you can give hashtag db. There's one more d, maybe. Yeah. Now what we need the border radius. We can give border radius to maybe 5 pixel. Now we also need the padding purpose, so we can give the padding can be like 10 pixel. Now in here, in this part, we gonna give this class name of div login logo, and in here I'm just gonna give height to be 50 pixel and width to be 50 pixel, and align self to be center. Now in here, for this part, we don't have to give anything. We're gonna just give the input part. So in the input tag, what we're gonna give the what we need, the input width to be, you can say 95%, border to be the same as the div login part. So I'm just gonna give hashtag db. Now the padding you can give 5 pixel, and also the margin to be so that there is a space between all the input tag. You can give into pixel 0, and also the border radius you can give to be, you can give 5 pixel. And next part, what we need, the padding has been given. Okay, background color you can give background color same as the body part. You can give hashtag FAFA. Now what we need the box shadow to be none. Box shadow to be none. Now this is what we need. Now we can go to our button part. Now in button, what we need the width to be 100%, and margin you can give 5 pixel 0, and the background color you can give darker blue. And also what we need, the font family, right? We also need font family for this part only. We need open that we have given in our index.css, so I'm just gonna copy it and use it here, and also give in here. Now yeah, that's it what we need. Maybe the padding also what we need, so give the padding to be 5 pixel. Yeah, now just save it and maybe go to our browser, then we can see what it looks like. Oh yeah, this look good. Now there is also some things maybe needed, like we haven't like save it, right? We have saved the index.css. Yeah, okay, what we need in here, we can just give this background color of to be white, or if we just save it, now it's look good, right? Now what we need, one more thing, is this login to be like this, to be like font weight to be 600, and also the border to be none. Yeah, this look good. And also the color, yeah, color to be white, and also border radius to be 5 pixel. Maybe 98% is sufficient for this part. Yeah, also maybe you can give this width to be 200 pixel and give this 300 pixel. Now maybe it looks nice, maybe. Yeah, now this can be done by using these parts. You can give 20 pixel, and you can now give this part to be 100 pixel. Now if we just save it, yeah, now it's look good. So yeah, that's how the styling has been done for this login page. We're gonna see more about our project in our next video, so thank you. Hi guys, in the previous video we have built the logged in page, but it doesn't do anything, like it doesn't go to the next home page. So we're gonna start building it. So back to our code. In here we're gonna write some code, and I will explain it what it means. Like I am going to give some name is login, right? Is logging to be true. Yeah, what it does, like whenever in here app.js, we're gonna send an attribute called is logged in, such that this app.js has the idea that we have been logged in. So for this we need a class component, because we're gonna create a state. That's why we need a class component. Now I'm just gonna write extends react.component. Now also we need the render method, so that return code also be like we have to copy, cut and paste in here. Now in here what we need, a state, and in the state view what we need is log to be false for now. Like initially it will be false, so after clicking it on handle submit button, it will be transform to the true. Now what's the name is login, right? Now what happens that component doesn't provide like giving attribute based structure. So what we need a render attribute for this one, such that we can pass some attribute into a component. So that's what I'm doing in here. So I'm going to call this login component, and I'm going to give is login. That's what I have written in here, and is equal to, and I'm going to call a function or a method, you can say. So its name can be anything that you want. I'm going to give handle login. So in here what it does, like handle login, it has the parameter. So for now it's true, that is being sent from this login, and it will be set to the this.set state to isLog. So that's what I am doing in here. Now if we just save it, it will not work properly, because what we need extra is a new page, right? So what can we do in here, that we're gonna create a, like we're gonna extract the value of isLog from here, from this state. Now in here what we can do, like if not isLog, like if it is not logged in, so it will show this component, and if it is logged in, we're gonna show another component in here. So for this I'm going to create a new page for now, just to show you that it will be going to get a new home page. So I'm going to create a new folder called home. In here I'm going to create a new file called home.js. Now in here, for now I'm just going to create a import React from React, and also going to give a return, and for now I'm just going to return something called home, right? And also going to export it, export default home. Now if we just save it and go to our app.js, what we need here is to import it, and it has been imported in here, and I'm going to just save it in here, right? Now if we just save it and go to our browser, and this is our local host. Now if we just type in test, and you can see that we have gone to the new page called home page. So that's it. We have created a page, and it's in the same URL. Now what we need is a 404 page, such that whenever we type in any like different name or incorrect name that is not given in our code, it will redirect to the 404 page. So for this I'm going to create a folder called 404 page. In here I'm going to create a new file called 404 page.js, and in here I'm just gonna write import React from React, and also use const, and the name of this function you can give anything. I'm going to give no match, and in here for now I'm going to return, or just say return this div. In here I'm going to give h2 tag, which says 404 page, and p tag, and saying that redirecting to, I'm going to create an span tag. In here I'm going to give login page, right? Now for giving some styling of first of all, and I'm going to give export default no match. So I don't know I have says or not, like we can styling inside the JSX. So how can we do this? We can do this by, you can say that CSS in JS, you can say like that, like we gonna use style equal to two curly braces. Inside it we're gonna give margin top. As you know that it should be a camel case, so I have given the margin top, we need margin left, right? So margin left of 10 pixel, and in here the span color should be, I'm going to create a new style in here and give the color of dozer blue, right? This is what we need. Now this page has been made. Now one more thing is required, but first of all just use it in here. So best practices would be that when all the route is failed, then it should it should return this route, this photo page route, right? So we're gonna just give path equal to a star. This is means all, right? So it will return component, it will return the component called no match. Now if we just save it and go to our page here, and if I just in here, if I just type in anything and go to this login page, but we want redirect to login page, right? Just whenever we click on it. For this to happen, I'm just going to show you just in the control shift like in console, you can see in here components, and there is this no match. We have the props like history, location and match. So what we need for now is this history props, and in history props what we need is this push method. So let's go to our back to our code, and in here what we're gonna do in our 404 page, we're gonna just extract this history properties and we're gonna use it here. Like whenever we on click, whenever we call this on click method in this one, it's gonna use history dot push and it will push to the home, like in only the slash. Now if we just save it and go to our code, and if we just refresh it again, and if I just use login page, it will redirect to the home, like in the slash page. And I'm just gonna give here cursor to be a pointer so that it will look nice. Now if we just go to our code and just write in here this part, and if I just go to here redirect to login page, you can see that we have been redirected to the login page, right? Now this all things has been done. Now what we need, that whenever we logged in, we need to look like, we need to make our app look nicer. We have to make the header part first of all. So let's begin building the header part in the next video. Thanks. Hi guys, let's build this header in our app. So go to our code, and in here what I'm gonna do, we're gonna just create a new folder in the source folder and give it name as components, because we're gonna create a component, right? We're not gonna create a page. So in here in components we're gonna create the header. So I'm just gonna create a new folder called header. In the header we're gonna create a new file called header.js. Now in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna use import react from React, and in here I'm just going to create this as a functional component and use it. And now in here I'm going to return. So what we need, first of all we need this navbar tag, and in here we need this svg file, right? So we're gonna import this react component, import react component as logo from dot slash asset slash instagram dot svg. And also I'm going to import this home svg, right? So I'm just going to create react component as home from dot slash asset slash home dot svg, and also going to import react component as explore from dot slash assets slash explore dot svg. Now this all has been done. Now I'm going to create a new div. In this div I'm going to create a new div again, and in here I'm going to use this logo, and I have created this logo. And now in here what we need as a div, inside a div we need this to link, as you can say. So in here the react-router DOM provides, you can say that it provides its own link, so we can use NavLink for this one. Also there is one called link, so I'm going to just use it. I'm going to use this NavLink bar. You can say this, that you can use NavLink most of the time because it's an enhanced way of seeing the link, you can say. Now here in here NavLink 2, it will go to this slash, because with which part you are seeing, that's what it's called. Now in here what we need, we going to give this home part, right? Whenever we click on it, it will going to redirect to the slash part. Now again, one more thing we require NavLink to this explore. We haven't created, right? But we are gonna create. And in here what we need this explore. And also what we need the button. So I'm just going to create a button and call it logout for now. It's not going to do anything right now. So we have built it, all the things, but what we need to create a CSS for this part so that it will look good. Now I'm just going to create a new CSS in the header folder called header.css. So in here what I'm gonna do, we're gonna just import this CSS file. So in here we need header.css, import ./header.css. Now in here first of all I'm going to give the styling for nav bar. What I'm gonna do, we're gonna just give the height to be 50 pixel and border is to be 1 pixel solid, and give the stack df. Yeah, this is good. Now in here I'm just going to create a new class name in here and just going to give the name, what should be named, div header, you can say, and just going to copy it so that we can use it in here. And in here what I'm gonna do, I'm just going to give width of 80% and margin to be 0 auto so that it will be at the center. Okay, now in here what we need, we have to give the height for this logo part also, right? So I'm just going to give class name to be div logo, you can say, or you can say div svg, because we're gonna write it, use it in many paths. So I'm just gonna use it in here, and also I'm going to use it in here and also in here. So in here div svg to be, you can say, height to be 30 pixel and width to be 30 pixel, and you can say padding to be 5 pixel. And in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna just give 0 and 20 pixel. And also in div header what we need, we're gonna use this display flags, and also the flags direction to be row, and justify content to be space between, and also the align items to be center, so that it will be aligned center. Now what we need for this part, and in here I'm just going to give a styling in here only, just so you can see that we can give in here also. So display to be flags direction to be row, and in here I'm just going to give button a class name, so that I can give any styling for this part. So button header, you can say, in here, and I'm just going to copy it for now and use it here. What we need, okay, just see it what it looks like for now, so then we can see what we can do next. Go to our code, and again redirecting to the login page, test@test.com. Oh my, it's not working. Oh, we haven't imported it, right? So we have to import also. So export default header, and where we are gonna use it, we're gonna use it in the home page. So where is the home page? Yeah, this is the home page. Now in here we don't need this thing, we need this part, and we're gonna return and use this div, and in the div what we need the header part. And now if we just use it and go to our code, it's taking some time. Oh wow, it's look good, man. Yeah, it's look good, but what we need to align this part, right? So what I'm gonna do, in our header.css, I'm just gonna give this part to be okay. One thing is there. So what we need in here, that first of all we need height 100%, so that it will tag along with this nav bar. And also one more thing we need here, so it will be align center. We need this align items to be center. And now if we just save it, in our code you can see whenever we test it, and if we just look into it, yeah, it looks good. It's good. Yeah, now in the next video we're gonna see what we can do more about it. So that's all for this video. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna learn how to do nesting routing. That's because whenever a user logged out, they don't have to see the pages that belong to the, like whenever user logged in, they can see that only pages, but if they are logged out, they cannot see that page. So for doing this in our code, what we have to do, In this home, as you can see, I'm just going to remove these files for now. In our home.js, what we need, we have to do the routing part. Yeah, so in here what we can do, we use import, and just the same thing that we have done in our app part, we have to use import these components using from react-router DOM. So in here what we can do, we need a header part, so that whenever we if we use switch also, it will remain there. So in here what we need, we're gonna create new components. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a new page for it, right? In here what we're gonna create, sorry for the name convention, like I'm just gonna give this new home name, and in here I'm just gonna give new home.js, and we are also gonna create a new page for explore 2. So we're gonna just create a new folder and just give explore, and in here we are just gonna create a new file called explore.js. Now in here I'm just gonna create import react from react, and also going to export it, explore, and write explore, and it's a functional component for now. Oh, it will be this one also. So s2 explore, and export it, export default explore. Now again we are gonna just in new home, for now I'm just gonna use it, import react from react, and also use this const part, const new home, and also return. For now I'm just gonna return this s2 tag new home for now, and also export default new home. So back to our home file, what we need route to, what we need in here, we need this slash for showing the new home part, and I'm going to use component for now, or maybe it's only needed maybe here. So I'm going to use new home, and okay, sorry, this is not 2, this is wrong, we need part, right? So we need part, and again in here what we need, route part is equal to slash explore, and component name explore, right? Now if we have to use exact for now, exact also, so it knows that what the exact route we need. Now if we just save it, it looks good, right? Now back to our app.js, yeah, it's good. Now if we just go into our code, just remove it and use localhost 3000 again. Now if I just go to test@test.com and test, it's working, right? Now if I just go to this part, it's not working. So why is that? Well, what happens in here in our code, that we have given this exact in here, right? So what happens when it doesn't get this path slash explore, it goes to this 18 number, and that's why no match will occur. So for this to remove, we need this exact to be removed. Now after this also there will be a caveats of it, and we're gonna also remove it. So if I just remove this and go in here and use test@iterators.com, and you can see this is working. And if I just go in here, okay, this is also working. That's good. Now there is the time for caveat. So what happens, like if I just write in here this part, it will not show the 404 page, and this is not we need, right? Because for this to remove, it has to know that the exact part has been checked, and then it's going to be 18 line number, but we cannot write in here exact for now. So for this to we have to tackle it. So for this to taking care of, we have to use this symbol outside. So what we can do, if not is log, so if it is not logged in, so we can use in here route exact part equal to /render, and use this line of code in here. So for now I'm just gonna copy it, and we don't need the whole part in here. I'm just gonna remove this part too. Now this will work. Now if I just now in here I'm just gonna wrap it and use this symbol, and we also need this is2 symbol, and in here we can use this part and use it in here, and we have to remove these parts in here. Yeah, it's look good. Yep, some indentation is required in here. Yeah, that's it. That's what all we need. Now if I just go to our code in here, I'm just gonna remove it, and again localhost 3000. Now if I just go to any page that is not being used, we got the redirection page. And also if I just test@test.com and use it here, it's working, right? But if we can go in our header.js, there is also one thing that I have forgotten to use it. That is we have to symbolize that what link has been which link has been taken care of, right? So what we can do in here, NavLink provides some attributes called active class name. It shows that which link is right now active. So basically it's a CSS, you can say. So we're gonna provide the CSS for this one, and in here I'm just gonna use it, and we have given active class name has a class name called active, and just giving border bottom of fire break, and I'm just gonna save it and go to again localhost 3000 and go to our test@test.com, and now it's not working, right? It should work. Oh my, I have done it wrong in here. We have to give 1 pixel solid break, right? Fire break. I have done it wrong. So you can see in here that we got it. Just for okay, we got it. Localhost 3000 test@test.com test. Yeah, we get it. It should look good. No, it's not looking good. So I'm just gonna maybe give some new pixels for it, so we can check in here. This is the part, and I'm just gonna, yeah, this look good, so I'm just gonna do the 2 pixel in here. Now if I just save it, yeah, it's look good. Yep. So that's all in this video. In the next video we're gonna create building our this new home page, so stay tuned. In following videos we're gonna build our new home page using 2 APIs that I have collected, and we are going to build using 2 APIs, and it will be there in your description. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna build out these 2 components. As you can say, these components can use say as a fates, and this component can use say as a suggestion, right? So back to our code. In our new home.js, we have to remove this one because we don't need it, and we are gonna create this new div. In this new div we are going to create 2 component, as you know. For now I'm just going to give the name suggestions. We haven't created it, but we are gonna create right now. So it's saying like it has not been made. So in here in components I'm going to create a new folder and says fates, and in here in fates I'm going to create a new file, fates.js. Now in fates.js what we're gonna create, I'm just going to use import react from React and use what we're gonna use. We're gonna use this class component because we are gonna use the API, right? And so class fates extend so that we have the functionality of react.component, that it gives the component mount method. So in state what we're gonna give, we're gonna just give it fates to be null because there are none, first of all, and also we're gonna use component mount for getting the data, and also we're gonna use the render method to show the JSS syntax that we're gonna use in here. So return something, and we don't know what to return right now. So in here export default fates. Now in here I'm going to use the async await functionality, so I'm going to use async await and response to const response equal to await, and in our browser we need this https this link, so I'm going to use fetch and use it here, and also use const data equal to response.json to convert into JSON format, and we got the data. You can see in your fates to be right here. So we're gonna just give it fates. Now in here this dot set state to be fates. Now this is done. Now in here what we're gonna give, we're gonna give a new div, and in new div I'm just gonna give that I'm going to extract the fates, right? So in here fates dot equal to this dot state. Now if the fates is null, like it's false, so it will return nothing, or we're just gonna give ampersand. We don't have to write the question or the third if else, you can say. Now in here what we need, we're gonna use fates dot map, and we're gonna map it but there are a whole block of things that we need, right? We don't have to use the attributes for each purposes. So it gives, like, we're gonna spread it all the information inside these feeds, right? And in here what we can do, it gives like it's gonna spread out all the properties in one element. And in here we are gonna use a new feed component in where we're gonna use this key to distinguish for each feed, and also we're gonna spread all the information inside the feed. We haven't created this feed component, and we're just gonna create it right now. So again, I'm going to create a new folder called feed, and in here a new file called feed.js, and I'm just gonna use import React from React, and we are not going to do anything in here, so I'm just gonna use this functional component in here, and I'm going to return something. For now, what we can do, we're gonna just return the feed, or we're gonna build it. We're gonna just return for now, just saying that s2 feed, right? We're gonna build it, but after some time, after maybe next video, maybe export default feed. Now this is what we need, and in here I'm just gonna import it. This has been imported. We are done. So basically I'm just gonna again clarify what it is. What this is mean that whenever this feeds has elements, let's say feed, and I am just gonna spread out the properties in one element, and in here I'm just gonna pass it through all the elements properties to this feed component. This is what has been done in here. Now back to our new home. I'm just gonna export these feeds in here, and we have also not built this suggestions block. So in our component, right, in our components.js, I'm just gonna create a new folder called suggestions, and also a new file called suggestions.js, and in here also we're gonna need a class component, right, because we're gonna use the component mount for getting the data of the users. So in here what we need a class, and the class name is the suggestions, and which extends to react.component, and also we need state, and you can see in here users to be null, and also we need component mount, and it should be asynchronous, and we also need render part, which is gonna return some JS syntax, and we also gonna export default suggestions, and in here I'm just gonna import it using suggestions. Now in our suggestions, in here what we're gonna do, in here, sorry, asynchronous component mount, we're gonna use const users response, right? First we need response, and use await, use fetch the users, right? So in here I'm just gonna copy this link, back to code. In here I'm just gonna use it, and we're gonna get the users, and we're gonna use await and response.json, and use the this.setState, and use the users. Now again in here we're gonna use this div tag, and also we're gonna use this, we're gonna extract the users, right? I have extracted the users. Now what we need the users. If the users is null, then it will not be run, and if it is true, then I'm gonna create a new user. I'm gonna map it out, users.map, and again same thing we're gonna use this curly braces for each element to be spread out their properties. And in here I'm just gonna give user. User is right. Now in here I'm just gonna create a new user component that I haven't built it, but I'm going to create it right now. And the key should be what? user.id, and also spread out all the information inside the user. Now that's it. This is what we need in here. So again we're gonna create a new components, a new folder, and create a new user folder. In here I'm just gonna create a new file called user. It should be user.js, right? So in here user.js. Now in here I'm just gonna create a component based functional component based. So in here const user and use return h2 user, right? And also gonna export default user, and just gonna save it in here. And also I'm just gonna import it, the user component, and gonna save it, and gonna save it. Right, this is all been done. Now just go to our code and just gonna see if it's working or not, and just gonna get it. Oh my, what's happened? Oh yeah, we need here await, right? Because it's asynchronous process. Now back to our code, let's test it that it's working or not. Yep, it's working. We got all the face, we also got the user, so it seems that it's working. We just have to show all the these images and this block of code, these users, and we're gonna see in the next video. That's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we are gonna try to display images and text in our components and also do the styling. So back to our code. In our code we're gonna start with our new home.js. In here, first of all, what we need, we're gonna create a new home css. So new home.css, and in here we're gonna import it /new home.css, and in here I'm gonna give a class name, and the name is div new home, and I'm just going to copy it, the name of the class, and just use it here. And what we need in here, first of all, we need the width of 80%, and also the display flags to be flex, and the direction should be flex direction should be a row, and also margin to be 0 auto so that it will be at the center of the screen. Now once again we need margin top to be a 20 pixel, and we also need the justify content to be space between, right? Yeah, so this part's been done. Now what we need, we're gonna go to this feeds.js. Where the feeds.js? Yeah, this is the feeds.js. Now in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna give a class name here also, or we're just gonna give in here the styling so that you can know how can we do the CSS in JS. You can see in here. So what we need, the width to be 60% of the of the container, and what we also need is display to be a flex. I'm just gonna remove it and just see it what we can do. Display flex and flex direction to be a column so that all the grid, all the feeds to be at the column way. And what we also need, that's it maybe. Yeah, we need some padding too. Yeah, so we need padding of, you can give like 10 pixel. Okay, you need 10 pixel, so it will be a left and right side. So that's it, that's what we need for now. Now back to our feed component. In here we're gonna display two things. Okay, just back to our code. In here, okay, in we're gonna get what we're gonna return in here. So if I just go Control Shift K and just go to your component and use this, use this one, and just go to this part. You can see we got these props, outer and download URL. So we need this outer and download URL. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna extract these two properties from the props and just use it here. And just we got the outer and download URL, and now we're gonna display it in here. So we first need this div tag. In the div tag we need a div tag for showing the name, so we can just give it here outer, and again another div, and in here I'm gonna show this image and use it here, image source equal to download URL, and I'm just going to give this all to be like nothing. So that's it, that's what we need. So for now I'm just gonna also create this new file, css for feed.css. So yeah, in here in this feed.js I'm just gonna import this import dot slash feed.css. Now we're gonna just display these two things. So in here I'm just gonna create class name and give the class name is div feed, and just use it in our feed.css. Now the image should look like the displaying should be look like using display flex to be flex direction to be column, right? And we also need in here this div to have a class name, or you can just give the styling So in here the styling should be width of 100% and height to be auto, and in here you can give the image tag to be width of 100% and height to be 100%, and I'm just gonna save it and back to our code, and just going to see what this place should look like. Yeah, it's showing good, right? We have to show more, we have to do more styling in here. So in here display flags, and I'm going to use the border of 1 pixel solid and give the background to be, the border to be hashtag db and and this, yeah, and give the border radius to be 5 pixel and also margin bottom to be 10 pixel and background color to be white. And now if I just save it, let's see it. Yeah, okay. We also give some spacing in here. So in here styling, I'm gonna give this styling. So in here I'm going to give a styling of, okay, I'm going to give the padding of 10 pixel and 2 pixel, and also giving the font weight so that it looks bold of 600, or you can give bold in here. And I'm just gonna save it and again go to our home page. You can see that it looks like the same. Now you can say that this part has been done, and now the only part that is to be done is the suggestions.js, and that will be done in the next video. So that's all. Thanks. Looks like we are almost done to displaying the contents in our home page. In here we just need to show the text of users and username. So in here you can just go to this user and just see what the properties are in there and what we're gonna see or what we're gonna use. We're gonna use this name and this username for our purpose. So in back to code in here, first of all we're gonna create a new div in here, because there's also one called suggestions that we require in here, and just I'm going to use it. And I'm just going to give the styling in this div. So width to be 40%, and I'm going to use the align self to be flex start, because right now it's at the end, that's why. And also to be display flex, and flex direction to be column. So that's what we need in here. And also giving this styling, also we're gonna give the styling in here, and giving the font weight to be bold, and also the color to be silver, And now we're gonna go to the our user.js. In here, what we need the name and username, right? Okay, we need name and username, and we're gonna display it here. And I'm going to use this div. Inside the div again, I'm going to use the username in here, and then name. So in here you can give any tag that you want, but I'm just gonna use with div. And in here, yeah, that's all what we need. And back to this one in here. So yeah, that's all what we need. Yeah, okay. So in here, what we need in here, we're gonna use this, just gonna give the styling in here, that's called CSS in JS. So in here I'm going to give the padding to be, let's say 10 pixel 0, and also the height to be 20 pixel. And then again in here, what we need in here, we need again styling font size to be, you can say 2.5 rem. Let's see what happens. Okay, 2.5 rem. And okay, let's give it here. Now again in here, what we're gonna give styling, and in here what we're gonna give the font size to be 0.6 rem, and color to be silver. And I'm just gonna save it in here. And also in suggestions in here, we're gonna give the margin bottom, right? I'm gonna give the margin bottom to be 10 pixel. That's it, what we need in here. Just go to our code and I'll just check it out. Let's see all being done. test@test.com. Oh my, so it doesn't look good. That's because we have to give this spread to be lesser size. So I'm just gonna give it, and I'm going to check it from here. So just check it here. Okay, so I'm just gonna give this size. What? Yeah, it's look good. So 1.5 rem is good. So I'm just gonna get into user.js 1.5 rem, and we also don't need the full width in here. So we're just gonna give full width to be min content. Now it's there. Now if I just go in there, in here you can see, or you can learn how to do the CSS in JS. So that's why I'm doing this. Now this looks good, right? Yeah, it's look good. Also we're gonna give some padding in here, right? Now back to code number, in suggestion, we're gonna give the div some margin left to be, you can say 10 pixel, and just go to your code. Oh my, what's happened? Okay, it's good. test@test.com. Yeah, that's it. So we have done the part what we need in here. In the next video, we're gonna see the dynamic part, that whenever we click on this spread, it will be linked into some other URL, and the name of the username will be there. So we're gonna see that part in the next video. So that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna create dynamic routing. Like whenever we click on this username Brad Internet, you're gonna get new routing and the page, the information that we're gonna send to the page. Now back to our code. In here, user.js, what we need withRouter component that's provided by the React-Router DOM. Why we need it? Because this component doesn't have the routing props like history, location, and match. So that's why this withRouter provides props like withRouter, like history, location, and params. Now in here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this part. In here I'm just gonna give it the history props, and what we can do next is we're gonna give this as a cursor to be a pointer, and also we're gonna use this on click method event, and we're gonna use handle click, our own method that I'm going to create. Now we have seen that we can create our own method in a class component, but we can also create our own component in a functional component. As you can see in here, we can use the const keyword using inside the that's how we can do. And of course, whenever you have the state of this component, then you cannot use by like this, because we haven't got this keyword. So that's why we can use in here. So I'm just gonna provide the history dot push and use the string interpolation and use it like this, and username. Now if I just save it and go to our browser, you can see that whenever we use test@test.com, and if I just click on it, we can see we got route to the Brad. Now once again, it doesn't provide me anything, right? Like whenever we route it to, it doesn't give anything. Now what we can do in our code, in our home.js, what we need, just to give this exact, that's what we need first of all, so that the exact can be used in here. Now we need a route with have a part, not the exact, and we can use slash colon username. You can give any name in here, username or any ID, you can give anything. Now I'm just gonna provide the component in here. The component is profile. As you can see that I have created one profile.js, so it doesn't have imported. I'm gonna import it. But first of all, just write in here import react from react, and use the const keyword, and use the profile, and provide return something, and use it like this as to like I haven't provided anything, right? So we will see next what we can do, how to provide something in here. So for now I'm just gonna give it a profile name. So export default profile, why is it always get imported, right? Now if I just go to home, in here if I just write in here, we got profile. Now what we can do, back to our code. Now in here we're just gonna see what happens. Now if we just test it and use this Brad, we can get the profile. Now just one thing required, we have to give the what are the information that we want to give to this profile page, right? So back to our user.js, what we need in here, that after the part that we have given, we can use something called an object, and in here you can give the names that you want to provide to it. You can use details keyword key and give the name that you want to give, or you can use like this. You can just give the name that you want to give, name, email, and what we call, okay, I haven't given, right? So name, email, and also we're gonna give the username, right? So I'm going to give username. Now if we just save it and back to our code, and also we're gonna see what happens when we click on it. So just get excited for now. So in the components, I'm just gonna go to the breadth, or we're just gonna click it now, and we provide you the profile. In the profile you can see that we have these props, history, location, match, but we cannot see the information that we have provided. So what we can do, in this location there is one state, right? In here you can see that we got the information that we required, right? Email, name, and username. So this is the part that we need to know. So in here in our profile.js, what we can do, we're gonna extract the location, and from the location we're gonna extract the state, right? And in here from the state we can extract the username, email, and name. Now if I just use it here, username, so you can see this is some like extracting part. You can see in here that first of all we got the location. Oh, you can see in here that what we can get location, there is one called state, and after state you can get the username and email and password. So this is called destructuring, you can say. Yeah, so in here username, I'm just gonna extract the username in here, and just back to our code, just minimize this and just gonna test it. And if I just click on brat, you can see that we got the brat, right? Okay, you can see that we got the brat. Now in here if I just go to Antoinette, we also get the Antoinette. So now the only one thing is required, we have to display this information. So like we are like going to end this Insta app in maybe 1 to 2 videos. So let's start displaying all the things that we need in here. So in here what we need, first of all we need this div tag, and the div tag we need one more thing, because I have used the assets in here. The assets that we need in here, user.svg. So I'm just gonna import react component as user from //assets /user.svg. Now in here what we can do, we're gonna just give a new div and wrap this user inside it, and we also need a new div. Inside the div we need you can see another div, and in the div we can provide, I'm just gonna copy it because we're gonna provide 3 things in here. First of all we're gonna provide the username, then providing the name and the email. So in here I'm just gonna do the styling in here. So just using the styling, use the style purpose, and just gonna give the width to 80%, margin to 0 auto, and also going to give the styling in here. What is styling we're gonna give? We're gonna give the height to be maybe 200 pixel and width to be 200 pixel, and also going to give, no, that's all, that's what we need. Maybe now in here what we need a styling to be a display flex, and flex direction to be a column, so that it will be a column wise. So yeah, that's what all we need. And yeah, there's one more thing over here we need, that is display to be a flex and flex direction to be a row, and I'm just gonna give this styling to a font size to be of maybe 2.5 rem, and give the styling of it, font weight to be a bold. Yeah, that's it. Maybe just look into it, what the picture looks like. Now if we just go into it and just see it, okay, this look good. Now we're just gonna give some margin top, and we're gonna just give also some padding too. So I'm just gonna give the margin top to be maybe 25 pixel, and after that what we need so what we can do here, that we're gonna just remove this part and give the width to be of 40%, and in here we're gonna style it, our svg file. Now what we're gonna give the width of 150 pixel, and the position to be a relative, and left to be a 50%, and yeah, that's it. That's what we need. Now if we just save it and go to our code and just again test it, and in here you can see that we got the things that the type of thing that we need. So this is how we display in here. Now we can just we can also use these links in right purpose. There's also one thing that is to be required. We can see we're gonna finish these things all in the next videos, and that when we are gonna click on this Instagram app, it will be redirect to this last one, and also use this logout for logging out from this whole screen and go to the login page. So that's all. Thanks for this video. Thanks. Hi guys, this is the end video for this project. So we're gonna just do some minor changes, like we're gonna create the functionality for logout and just deploy our app. So in here, in our back to code, in here you have to use withRouter for pushing the slash. So I'm going to use withRouter in here. So I have imported the withRouter, and I'm going to use in here. So on click equal to, I'm just going to use history dot boost the slash, and it doesn't have its history because we haven't extracted the history from the props, so I'm just gonna use it history. Now we have to use this logout functionality. Yes, now what happens that we have this logout event in here, but this header belongs to the home, and so the home in the home there is a header, so it provides an attribute to this header.js, and also this home belongs to app.js, so that this upper component can know that is logged to be true or false whenever state changes. So what I have said, like, it's a big word, so I'm just gonna show it. So in here what I can do, we're gonna use on click method, and as you know that we can build our own method inside a functional component. So that's what I'm going to use. I'm going to use const handle click and use the handle click and push the changes. So history.push to slash, like if it's on the slash prat, so it will first change to slash and then whatever we wanna do. So in here I'm just, for the sake, I'm just gonna give is logged for now. So what we need is logged to be a false, so I'm just gonna provide this to be a false. Now this is not the end. What we need in here, go to our home.js. In here we have provided this header, right? In here we have give this is logged as an attribute. Now it has props that should be given to this is logged. So for now I'm just gonna give any name that you want to give. I'm just gonna give a name handle logged. I'm just gonna give any name. You can give any name you want, and I'm just gonna use handle logged. And this handle logged belongs to this app.js, you can say, and it belongs to this home. In here I have provided a handle logged. As you can see that VS Code gives the intelligence that it has a handle logged. Now in here I'm just gonna call this dot, what we gonna call handle login. So this is the part where state management comes handy. So that's why the people learn like Redux and Recoil, because we can see that we're gonna have to provide data or attributes or methods again and again to the components, and again inside different components. So this become a data insertion, data injection. So to provide these things we have to learn like Redux, Recoil. Now just save it and just going to see that what happens now. Now if I just go to test@test.com and use it, and if I just go to Brad and if I just log out, you can see that we have been logged out, right? So this is all the parts that we need to know. And so the one thing only remains, that we have to deploy it. So just get started to deploy this our app. As you know that we have learned how to deploy it, but I'm just gonna show it again. So first of all, what we need first of all use npm install to install GH Pages, and if it's done, what we can do in our package.json. So first of all, don't do this. First of all, you have to go to your github.com. So I'm just going to go to my github.com, Now in here I'm just gonna create a new app and give the app name that you want to give. I'm just gonna give this Insta App, which already exists in my, so I'm just gonna give Insta Repo App. Okay, now I'm just gonna create this repository and just going to copy this link and back to our code. Okay, it's going to install. Let's take time. Okay, see you after some time maybe. Okay, so it has been successfully installed. Now what we need in here, we need the home page name, and as you know, the home page should be http:// the GitHub name, and use github.io and the name of your repo. So Insta Repo, what's the name? Insta Repo App. Okay, Insta Repo App. Now in here, what we need in the script, we need two keys. We need first one pre-deploy, and in here I'm going to run npm run build, and second one is deploy, so that we're gonna run this deploy, and after we are running, it will first pre-deploy, it will run this script, then it will run the deploy script. Now in here, what we need gh-pages -d build. That's all we need. Now just go to your command prompt and just run npm run deploy. So it will take some time, just wait. Hi guys, there is one mistake in here. We first have to use git remote add origin in here. So what we need, we're just gonna link it here, and now you can use npm run deploy. So if we just run it, now it's gonna work. As you can see that it has been successfully deployed. Now I'm just gonna I'm just gonna deploy or use a GitHub repo for this one. So I'm just gonna add it, git add dot, and use git commit -m to be something. Now it's gonna say something. Now if you just deploy it, I'm just gonna use it, git push origin master. Now it's been deployed out. Now if we just go to our code and just gonna refresh it out, and in here Insta Repo App, you can see we got one environment, and just go to it here and just see view deployment. We got the app, but as you can see, this is wrong, right? So why is that? So what's happening in here, that it has a base name, right? In here there is a problem called, whenever this is the base name that we have provided in our code, in our app.js, or in here in browser router, in index.js, you can see that we haven't provided a base name, because the base name is required here. So it has a base name, and we can give the base name of the link that we have provided, So we're gonna give this slash insta repo app. So our each link will be started from this insta repo app. So now if we just save it and again push it by using npm run deploy, and just gonna use git add dot that what we have changes in here, and use git commit dash m and push it. And let's go to our browser. In here we're gonna start with the Insta app. Now it's working, as you can see. Now it's working, right? Now in our deployment, as you can see that it's working, that our link will be started from this slash insta app by giving in the browser router as a base name of this insta app. So yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, welcome to the course. So from this app, To-Do's app, we're gonna learn a library called Redux. So how can we implement the Redux in our React app, which we're gonna learn in from following videos. So this is the To-Do's app. As you can see, this is the list of items or to-dos that you can do. Whenever you enter something, you can see this is the list will appear or added to this list, and you can also delete some items from it by clicking on this X font. Now one thing you can do also, that whenever you click on some text, you can see that it will be reflected back to this input, and you can edit this part and also save it at the same place. And one more thing you can do this is to delete all, so that all the list will be deleted. And I have added one more thing that's called you can say this is a local storage, like it has been stored locally into your browser. So if you just reload this page also, you will see this will be intact here. So these are the following things that we're gonna make using Redux. And you can use the simple state management that you do, but if you want to do some complex editing or many other things, so this is why we prefer the Redux library. And how to implement this, we're gonna see how can we do this in the following videos. So let's first of all we're gonna do some styling, take some fonts and use the background, and also make this input tag in this video. So for doing all this, I'm going to not use the at this time VS Code. I'm going to use this code sandbox. In here you can see the live editor you can use in here. As you can just use something, it will be edited this part. So we're gonna use this part for coding. Now for viewing purpose, I'm going to uh, sort this or we can use this web link for seeing what we can do. So in here you can see that we got the web browser list. Now I'm going to just widen this. Yeah, now in here I'm going to first use the fonts that I'm going to use. So I'm going to use the royal one. So in here where I can get the royal one, so in here I'm going to use this celestial part. Okay, it will be different, but this is the background that I'm going to use. So just click to copy in here. So from here you can just take the background that you want to keep in your browser. Now back to your code. In here in our style or css, in the body tag, I'm going to give the styling in here. So if you just save it, and you can see in here also that it will be changed. Yeah, right. Now I'm going to also give the font color to be some white, but not full white. uh, yeah, now this is the font color as you can see in here. Now one thing to do is to select the font style that I'm going to use. I'm going to use this Roboto. Now I have to embed this link into my code. So back to your index.html, just paste in here and just save it, and also use this font family also, Roboto. Now just go to your code and go to your style.css and paste in here. Now this is what it looks like now for Rafa. Now let's go to your app.js. I'm going to create new components in here. So first of all, what we're gonna create a input field component for the input tag, as you can see in the code, which I haven't built it right now. So I'm going to build in our source folder. Going to create a new component folder called components. Now in components, I'm going to create a new file called that the same input field .js. Now in input field, I'm going to use import React from React. Also the using the class component, and the name of the class I'm going to give input field, and extends to react.component. Also going to use this render method for rendering the JSX code, as you know. So in here I'm going to return it. Now also the export default for exporting this file, so that in app.js you can import it. As you can see in here, this basically works like the VS code. Now in here, for now, yeah, we're gonna create a form tag, and in the form tag I'm going to use the input field. Input field will have the type text, name to be to do, and the placeholder you can say enter your to do. Going to close it. You can see here we got the enter your to do. Also in our app.js, I'm going to use the h1 tag for giving the app that we are building, the name of the app that we are building. And in here to do app, we got the to do app. And also going to styling, I'm going to use css in js, like inline styling. So in here I'm going to give to be text decoration to be underline. Okay, now I'm going to save it. In our input field, we have to change the styling a bit. So in our style.css in here, I'm going to give the styling in here. So basically the input tag will have the background the same as the in outside background. So you can give this border box so that it will have the same background as the body tag. Now for font color, I'm going to give the font color same as that we have given. So I'm going to give this one, and also I'm going to give the border top to be none. Okay, so in here I'm going to give maybe width of maybe 200 pixel. Yep. Now in here I'm going to just save it, and on also style.css I'm going to save it now, and just go to this React app and just refresh it. You can see that we got this entire to-dos, and also in our input field I'm going to use this on change method. So first of all we haven't used the Redux, but we're gonna see the Redux in the next video. So in here I'm going to use the simply state management of the React that gives. So in here I'm going to use on change and going to handle change. I'm going to create a new our own method. So we need this dot handle change because we are using the class component, right? So for the class component we have to use this keyword. So in here handle change, as it's on change method, so it gives a event. So in event you can type in here this dot set state and to do e dot target dot value. That's it. So yeah, so we have made this in here. I'm going to also give some padding, maybe good. Yeah, so in here the padding you can give maybe 5 pixel and 0. Okay, 5 pixel is good. Yeah, so this is the styling and all things are done. In the next video we're gonna see how can we, like whenever we type in here, it will add to a list in here, and this is all be done through the Redux part. So so the next video is very important, so please watch. That's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna see how to implement Redux. So first of all, I have included the libraries that we need Redux and React-Redux. So you can install it from a dependency and typing the name that you want. That's Redux, and the same as React-Redux. Now, first of all, why we need these two libraries? So Redux, as you know, that we need Redux implementation and also React Redux, because that's how React will be connected to the Redux code. Now in here, if you using the VS Code, so you have to just type in npm space I space Redux space React Redux, and so that it will be installed in one go. Now in here I have also used created a new folder called Redux so that it will look nice, and we have created two new folder again inside the Redux called action Redux Reducer and store.js. So why we made this, we're gonna see why it all have been made. So now first of all we're gonna see in our input field. In here what I have used, I have created this on submit and this dot handle submit, so that it will call this handle submit function. So now in here what happens that whenever you call this method, it will call anything that is written inside this code, and it will be reflected back to this React app, and you will see, so look, you will see that we will have a list in here. So how we do this? So basically we're gonna see how can we do this. So in here in action I have created a new file called add React.js, what happens in here, that let's see what happens in here. So first of all, what we're gonna do, I'm going to use export const, and I'm going to give a function call in here, and the parameter I will give, I'm just simply writing a function. Just you have to know that I am simply writing the function in here and returning something, because this bracket, as you know, this is returns small return. So we're gonna just return, this is the same as that. I'm going to, this is the same thing, like whenever you type in here return, this is the same thing that what I am doing in here. So what I'm doing in here, I'm going to return an object. So I'm going to return an object. Now in here I have used this type key, and also there is one payload. So payload is to be payload. So basically I'm going to change this payload parameter to the name is to do. So we are sending, so what happens that this function, this method will be called by this handle summary. So it will look like this, that we're gonna use add to do, and we're gonna send this to do uh, object or to do name inside it. So let's forget about this. What I'm going to see in here, let's see in here. So in here I have said to do and giving the payload name as a to do. Now what's the type? We're gonna see what's the type. So basically I'm going to write a string in here. What it is, we're gonna see right now. So this is the action that we're gonna do. This is the method that we're gonna call whenever we handle submit, whenever we send the data from this handle submit button. Now let's see. Now in here, this is the reducer part, and this is the important part, because we're gonna see why it is. So now in here I'm going to use, you can give the name anyone and you want. I'm going to give just name AD, just it looks good. So I have given the name add to do dot reducer.js. So I'm going to also change the name of add to do action.js. Now just save it. Now in here, first of all, we have see that we made some state. So this is the initial state that I'm going to make, and in initial state what I'm going to give the to do's to be, first of all, it will be a null. Okay, or we're gonna see it's an array. What it is inside, there is nothing inside, first of all. Now in here what I'm going to do, we're gonna export const add to do. This is a function that we're gonna call. It will take two parameter, that is state, this is the state, and the default parameter that I'm going to give initial state, and the action. Okay, what I am doing in here, what it is, that this state, as you can see, and this action basically is this one, this action. So what I'm going to write inside this code is to check that which action that we're gonna call. So how can we check? So in Redux we use this action dot type. So basically it's checking for this action dot type, and yeah, we have sent this type to be add to do. Now it will check for many actions, that's why we have used this type keyword, so that it will check which type of action that you wanna check. So in here, in our case, we're gonna see this add to do, right? And the strings to be same, so that it will call correct. Now I'm going to return something from here, and we will see later. And here, first of all, we're gonna default. As you know, in any programming language, we need this default keyword, and in return, it's gonna return the same state. Now in here, if you don't know the spread operator, just see this, that it's basically that we're gonna return the object, this object, but first of all it will spread all the uh, you can say all the content inside this state. So basically in our case this is only one, this is to do's, so it will spread these to do's. So we can type in here to do's, and in here what we know that it gonna we need state. So basically it's checking for the previous state, as you know, that whatever thing inside these to do's. And what we need concatenation, or you can give the push method. I'm going to give concat, and I'm going to push this concat payload. So yeah, this is the thing that you have to know, that whatever the payload that we get from this action, this is the thing that we have done in here. So whatever the action payload that we get, I'm going to push the content inside this state, and it's gonna return a new content, new state basically. So this is the thing that we have made, but we have just made the, what we can say, we have just made the reducer or state, or we have made the action that we're gonna call, but this is not right now connected to our React code. So in our store.js, this is the, you can say, the powerhouse of the state, as you know, as you can see. So in here, what we need basically create store, and from where we will get from Redux, of course. So in here from Redux, what we need create store, and we need apply middleware. This is middleware, I'm gonna say that we will see right now. Yeah, so this is the apply middleware. So what's apply middleware, we're gonna see, but just import it for now. And in here I'm going to const store, and I'm going to export it. Basically what it is, why I have said this is the powerhouse of the state, because all the state, that we're gonna give is going to store in a bulk way in here. It will be stored inside the store const. And how can we do this? We can do this using create store. This is basically we are saying that we are creating a store in here. So what we need, as you can see, that we need a reducer. So we know that the reducer, we need add to do reducer, right? We have made. So I'm going to just import it, and now we need some enhancer, any enhancer that you can give. We can just simply look down, but we need basically, if you want to debug any your code, so basically you need this apply middleware. So what we can give in here, so for this we are going to install one more dependency that's called Redux logger. So yeah, this is the Redux logger, as you can see in here. So just I have installed it for VS Code. Like if you're using VS Code, for this you have to use npm i Redux logger. That's how you can install it in your VS Code. Now in here you just have to give in here logger. If you type in here logger, it will be basically used in here. So this is how it's going to be done. Now we have made the store, we have made the action, We have made the reducer. What we need next is to provider. So what's provider in here? So basically the provider, you can say, is a root component, so that anything that we are going to provide is going to get inside all this field. So here we don't know if we need this. Yeah, we no, here we don't know this. We can give in here, but the best place to give any component is to be, basically it's, you can say, best practices, as you can say. So in index.js will be the best place to give in here. So in here you can give the provider method. In provider you can give the store, and if you type in here, basically in the VS Code also you can get this IntelliSense. As you can see in here that we got IntelliSense in here, so we can just use it here, and I'm going to just wrap it up. Yeah, so this is done. Now what we need next is, we have given the index.js all the storage, all the bulk of state inside it. As you can see in here that we got some to-dos, but we haven't see how can we gonna call this method. So that's how we got one more connect. This connect we got from react-redux. So basically I have said it, what does react-redux does. It's like giving the code, react code, to the redux. So it's basically a bridge between react and redux. So what we need, we're gonna use this, you can see, double function method. As you can see, you can learn in Google that how can we do this. So it's like higher order component. So in here you can give here two argument we given. So first argument is map state to props. So basically from this map state to props, what we get, we get the state, okay? And from map display to props, is that how we're gonna call a function or an action. So we don't know need this map state to props for now, because we're gonna call map dispatch to props. So in here I'm going to use create a map dispatch to props, and we need this dispatch, and it's going to return some object. And by returning some object, as you know, we're gonna use add to do. So basically dispatch means like we are dispatching some action. So it's add to do is an key, and we're gonna give a to do as a parameter, and we're gonna use dispatching this add to do. We are extend, yeah, we have used add to do. Okay, we don't need add to do dot reducer, we need add to do dot action. So in here I'm going to check that which one, yeah, we need this one. So yeah, we have got this add to do dot action. So in here I'm going to call this to do. Now if we just going to call in here, so now what we get in the class, that we have changed this dispatch to a props, and the props name is add to do, and the thing that we're gonna send is this dot state dot to do. So I'm going to save it. Now it's time for seeing this in action. Now back to your React app and just seeing that it happens or not. Okay, just go to your console, because in here you're gonna see in here in action. That's why we have used this logger one. So like we're gonna use it. Okay, just type in here. As you can see in here that we got an action. So this is what we are seeing is not because of React Redux. This is because of we have used the middleware called logger. So it's logging out all the actions, all the payload that we have given. So in here you can see that we have called a payload payload that we have given in here, and the type add to do. So this is basically seeing which action that you have called, and in here you can see that we have added one this to do's. Now if you see again, we can call again and again, and it will be stored inside it. So we have cross, like we have do one thing, that we have made redux, we have made the action, we have made reducer, we have also made the store, and we have also send one action, we have dispatch one action. Now let's see how can we use this map state to props that we have used. So now you can see how we can use map state to props, that which component that we need map state to props. So in the next videos I'm going to create new folders such as to-dos list and to-dos, so that the to-dos will be in here. So that's all. Thanks. So let's see in the next video. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna render our to-dos list below the input field. So first of all, I'm going to create a new uh, JS file. Let's say to-dos list. So in here, basically to-dos list is basically a list of to-dos component. So in here, in app.js, I'm going to render it. So in here, I'm going to use to-dos list, which I haven't made right now, but we are gonna make it. So in here, I'm going to import React from React, and in here, I'm going to use const, maybe, yeah, that's what we need only. Maybe I'm going to use the functional component. We will see that if it is required to convert into a class component or not. So in here I'm going to return it some JSX code. So first of all, I'm going to just export default to do's list, right? Now in here I'm just going to save it, and in app.js it's going to be get imported, and we have successfully imported or not. Yeah, we have imported it. Now in here, basically we haven't rendered something, that's why it's giving an error. But if you render something, it will not give an error. So basically I'm going to give it right now to those list. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's it. Now in here, as you can see, that if I just open this console, and if I type in something, we got all the to-dos. We get the to-dos that we are typing in here. If we type in again, we got an array of to-dos. Yeah, this is the thing that we're gonna render below this input field. So now in our to-dos list, we again gonna use this connect, and by using connect, we're gonna connect this action and reducer JS file that we have used, so that whenever you use any action, it will change the reducer, and whenever we need some state or any store, we can get it from, which we are gonna use map state to props, that what I have discussed in previous video. So basically in here I have used this map state to props such that any state, the state it's for now this to-dos, it's going to convert it into props. What I have said, just going to deliver it here. So I have used this state. We got this state from to-dos. So this is the state, as you can see in here. This is the state. Now in state we have to-dos, so we need to-dos, right? So we get state dot to-dos, and yeah, that's it. We get the to-dos, and now what happens, that this state is converted into props for this component. So now we can basically get from props, but I'm going to restructuring this to-dos. So we can just type in to-dos in here, and in here I'm going to render it. So if I just type in here like this and use this div tag, I'm going to close it, and using the curly braces so such that we can type some JSX code. To-dos dot map, as you know, this is a, what you can say, it's a array, so it will be an array, and we're gonna give each component a key. So this is how we can see in here, and for now I'm going to just give him this to do. We get the name of it. Now if we just save it, so good, yeah, it's correct. Oh, we haven't closed it, right? Now it's good. Yeah, now in here if I just type in here something, you will see we got this text that we have typed in. And if I type in again, we got another one, we got another one, we got another one. So this is what we're gonna build it here. Yeah, you can see, but we need more functionality that it does. So that's why I'm going to create this to-dos list to do more than one thing, to only rendering things. So that's why I'm going to create one new file called to-dos in the next video. So yeah, basically we have done the thing that we need in here in this video. So let's see next video. Thanks. Hi guys, so let's start where we have left off. So we're gonna create a new component in here. In our components, I'm going to create a new file called to-dos, or just a todo.js. Now in here I'm going to use import react. Yeah, what's happening? Yeah, so in here import react from react. Now again I'm going to use this as a functional component, and in here what we need, we got a to do. We haven't get it, but we're gonna get it from to-dos list, and we're gonna return some JSX code. For now I'm going to just use it a div tag, and inside the div tag just going to say this to do, and I'm going to export it. So export default to do, and in here I'm going to save it. Yeah, I'm going to save it, and in here we are going to give this to do that we have made a component is props. Now I'm going to save it, As we see that we got the same result that we have seen previous. But why we have made this type of things changes? Because in here many things that we have to do, like that I have said in here in our actual project to do, that we have to use this X one to delete something, to edit some part. So that's why I have made a new component for this one. So let's get started with this part. Now in here, what we need in here, we're gonna use it as a flex direction row. So going to styling some part. So first of all, in here I'm going to styling and going to give a styling of display flex. I'm going to give flex direction to be row, column, so that it will be aligned as a column. And going to give, yeah, this is the only thing that we need. Yeah, so now introduce what we need. Introduce, we need the same thing, but we need display to be the flex and flex direction to be row, and justify content to be space between. Now this is what we need. Now in here I'm going to create a new div again, and inside this div I'm going to give it the props that we have made, and again I'm going to create a new div, and inside this div I'm going to give this X that you have seen. Now I'm just going to save it and just checking in here. Okay, we got something, but it's not look styling, but that's all. And in here what we need again, okay, so we can do one more thing, like we can give border in here, border to be 1 pixel solid, solid, and giving the same color. Okay, what's happened? uh okay, now, yeah, and giving some padding also, padding to be 5 pixel maybe. And now it's okay. Okay, good. Now that's it, or that's it what we need for now. And also whenever you enter this should be got all eliminated, right? So it will get all cleared out. So for this one, what we need in here, that whenever we this dot handle submit, this dot set state to be to do to be what, to do to be this. Now if we just save it and go to our code, and if we just type in, okay, happen. mm, it's not changing. Okay, okay, oh yeah, so we have to give in here value also. So if we just give it here value, this dot state dot to do, now if we just save it and if we just do it again, it will change. You can see that it will be changed. And one thing with we have to do, we have to delete all the particular keys that we are sending in here. So for this one, what we have to do in our to do, that whenever we click on this one, we have to fire some action. So we haven't made it. Okay, so in our to do dot action, I'm going to create a new and say going to create a new export const delete to do. I'm going to send the key, right? So that's the key through which we're gonna delete it. And the type the same is so that in the reducer you can check for which action that you wanna send. And this is the payload that you're gonna use, the key part. And in here our action. Okay, in our add to do dot reducer, we need the action part. So in here our case will be delete to do, and I'm going to return something, return dot state and to do's. And in here I'm going to filter out the data that we need. To stay to do's dot filter, as you know, that's what I'm going to use. And to do, and giving the I as a index. And in here I'm going to check for I is not equal to action dot payload. This is what we need. And now the second thing with what we need, we're gonna give some action. We're gonna create action, right? So therefore that part we need this connect keyword, and we have imported it. And in here the first part is to be null because we're not needing any state. We need to dispatch action, so that's why we need map dispatch to props. We can write any name that you want, but this is a conventional way to write some name. You want to type in any name that you want, there's no problem for that. So I'm going to use map dispatch to props and going to use dispatch. Now in here what we need delete to do, you can also give any name that you want in here, but after that the function that you're gonna call is to be the same. So what we need, we're gonna send the key, right? So we're gonna dispatch this delete to do, we get from delete to do dot action. So yeah, and now in here key, now the key that we want to get is here, so we have to send the key as a props too. So in our to-dos list I'm going to send this idx to be as a key. And if you got some warning in here, so because this is to be a to check the React that we are sending, no, we are not sending some duplicate, so this is a key equal to I. Now I'm just going to save it, and in here we got idx, we got delete to do as a prop, as an action to be a prop. Now I'm going to call it from here and going to call it delete to do and the idx. Just save it. Again, you have to write in something. Just type in here, and if I just click on this one, it will be deleted. Also going to give this one as a styling to be cursor to be pointer, so that it will be visible that what we have done. So yeah, so that's it. If I just type in here again and again, you can see if I just delete on it, yeah, you can see it is been deleted. So yeah, that's all. So in the next video we're gonna see how can we edit this part. And yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna see how can we edit some text. Like whenever we just click on this part, we can see that the same text will be reflected back to this input field, and we can edit that part. So go to your to-do.js. So in here, in our cursor dot, I'm going to just use cursor dot pointer in here. And now what we need, whenever we click on it, it will be reflected into this part. So yeah, so go to your add-to-action. I'm going to create a new action, and in here I am going to change it to edit to do and to be a key, because we are sending the key, we are sending the index actually. So type to be edit to do, and payload I'm going to give the key. Okay, now this is what we need. And our in here what we need, we're gonna use a new case that we are going to create. This is the edit to do case. Now in here I'm going to use return dot state. So not what we need the text, right? So, and this text to be needed from, like, we need this text many places. Okay, just yeah, the text that we need in here and also in here. So that's why we are using as it's a globally. Now in here the text that we need is state dot to do's, and state to do's, and the action dot payload that we are giving. No, that's all what we need. But in our input field, you have to change, like, the way that we are changing the text, handle change and handle submit. Handle submit is good, but handle change to be changed. That we don't need this state now. We need this text. We need this text that we have made in here. So there is no way around. So we are changing it. So go to your to-do.action. We are going to create a new action again. We are going to create export const add text, and the value that we are going to give it the same as event.target.value, and its type you can give add text, and payload to be value. Now go to your Iterators. Now in here the case that we need is add text, and we're gonna use return and state and the text that we're gonna use. So action dot payload, we have made this far. Now in here we're gonna dispatch new action called add text, and we are giving the value, and we're gonna dispatch add text, and in here the value. And also we need this map state to props, okay, so that we can get the value of the text. Map state to props state and the value that we get, so text, and in here state dot text. Yeah, that's all what we need. Now in here we don't need this part. We need we need not this part. Now what we need in here, this dot props dot add text e dot target dot value. That's what we need. We also not need this. We need this dot props dot text. We also not need this part because we are going to change it in the reducer part, and we also not need this part. We need this dot props text. Yeah, that's basically what we have to do. Now again, in here to do, we're gonna set to nothing, so that's why we need this one. So now if we just save it all the files, and just yeah, now if we just use it here, working the same way. If we delete some part, it's going to work in the same way. Now only one thing to do, that this part to be reflected into this and to be editable. Now go to your this edit to do. We have done this part. Now just use the action that we're gonna create in our todo.js. Yeah, now what we need this edit to do, and we are going to send the key also. So dispatch edit. Okay, we have used it. Yeah, edit to do and the key. And in here in the props, we get this edit to do, and whenever we click on this, it's going to dispatch this props, means dispatch this action. So edit to do this key. Now just save it. Okay, not a key, it's a index that we have passed in as a props. Now if we just save it, we can see that it's working. But as you can see that if we just save it, it's not editable at the same place. It's actually editing, means it's actually rendering again. It's actually pushing the text again and again. So in the next video, we're gonna see how can we tackle this problem. So yeah, that's all. Thanks. Okay guys, let's start where we have left off. So whenever we click on it, we have to save in the same place. So for doing this, we need to create a new store, new value. Let's say selected. Like whenever you select some part, then it's going to give some another, like it's called if else, you can say. Yeah. So in our in here, if you edit, like whenever you click on it, this selected will be changed to the value of this index. So we are using this action.payload. Why we are using it? That's because in our input field, we are going to use this selected one. Like in here, whenever we submit, we are going to check for this dot props dot selected. We haven't get from the map itself props, so we are going to use it. So selected state dot selected. So we got this dot props dot selected, but we are going to use if this dot props dot selected to be any value. So it's going to pop up another. It's going to fire another action. That's not what I'm going to use. So let's create a new action. Yeah. So in here, I'm going to give name export const edit add to do. like it's going to fire the editable part. So in here, what we need the action.payload. Okay, we need, yeah, we need only one part. We need this payload, means we need the text value. Yeah, so the value we need, and I'm going to use a type. Okay, edit, add, do, and the payload to be value. That's understandable. Now go to your reducer. In our reducer, in our we are going to create a new case. Now edit, add, to do. We are going to return state again, but now we are going to use this to do's again. State dot to do's dot map to do and I for the index part. And what we need is that if I is not equal to uh, what selected. Okay, so this is also we need from state.selected. Then we're gonna change to the same part, that is to do, or else we need action.payload that we are getting. So you can understand what I have written in here, that if I is not equal to state.selected, then we need the same to do that we have had. Now if it is equal to, like it's false, then we need the action.payload. Okay, that you understand. Now just going to save it, but we also need a select to be undefined because we don't need to be going else. But if we use select to be undefined in here, so state.selected is going to be get to be false, to be undefined. So what we need in our attribute action, we don't need only value, we need also the selected part. Okay, now in our attribute reducer, we are gonna need, okay, we have to give it like this. It's an object, yeah, it's an object. So just send it as an object, so just send in an object. So obj, what's in obj we don't know for now, but I assure you that we need action.payload dot value, and in here action dot payload dot selected. That's what we're gonna give it to it. And also going to change this selected to be undefined. Yeah, that's all what we need. Now go to your where input tools, input field. Now in here we need another dispatch. We need edit, add to do, and going to give an object and dispatch edit add to do object. We haven't imported it. Yeah, it's going to import. Yeah. Now in here, if this dot props are selected, or if this dot props dot selected equal to 0, because it's not going to check for this part. Yeah, that's because. Now let's see what we can do in here. I'm going to use this dot props dot edit add to do. Okay, edit add to do, and we are giving payload. So the first payload is value. Okay, so value to be same as this dot props dot text, and second one is the selected one. So this dot props dot selected. Now if we just going to save it now. Yeah, that's all what we need in here. Okay, let's see that it's working or not. Now if we just click on it and just going to check it, yeah, it's working. Oh yeah, it's working. Okay, some new things also we have to add, like it's going to clear out all the things in here. So in here what we can do, we can add we can add text to be okay. Yeah, this is what we need. Now if yeah, that's all what we need. Now just check it here, it's working or not. Okay, it's slating. Now if you just change it to something else, it's working now. Now one thing we can do more thing, that whenever you type in here and whenever you click on this and you just going to edit here, and you can see the same thing happening in here also. So for doing this, what we can do, go to your todo.js, and we're gonna use this text part. Okay, we haven't used map state to props in here, so I'm going to use map state to props again, and going to a const map state to props, and also going to use state. And yeah, in here we're gonna use the text that we're gonna get. So what we have, I have used to do okay, so I can use in here. So state dot text. Now also we need one more thing, we need the selected part. So in here selected to be state dot selected. Now in here state dot selected we have gotten. So selected we get the text. Now we are just going to give the hello operator part that we have used in here. So let's see how can we do this. So if selected is false, as you can say, then no, we cannot use like this. Okay, if selected is here, and if selected is equal to 0, and it's going to show, we can't use this part also. Okay, just use it selected. Okay, just use selected, then you can say it's a text, or else you do. Yeah, that's all what we need. Now let's just see in action. Now if you just type in here and just click on it, oh my, What's happened? This is not what we need. Okay, so what's the okay? Yeah. If selected is equal to the idx, right? So that's when it's gonna work. Yeah, you can see that it's going to work in here. Now if we just edit some part, as you can see the same thing happening in here. If we just use in here, it's going to happening in the same place. So yeah, we are halfway. Yeah, we are more than halfway, you can say. So all the things are done. The listen part also working. Now we just have to add delete all part and do some overflowing action in here, and the last part will be the persistence of data. That's all. Thanks. Hi guys, we are now at the end of this Reduce app. Now let's create a button so that we can delete all the to-dos app. So in here I'm going to use a div tag, and inside the div tag I'm going to create a button, and button to be given just a button. Yeah, just a button, and the button name is delete all. And just going to save it. Okay, now just going to give some styling too. So I have also used style.css. So in style.css, just going to give the button some styling. So the styling that you can give, background to be same as content box you can give. Okay, so we have to change the color of it, and the same favorite color of mine, going to give white but not full white. Now this is the color that I want to give. Okay, there's one problem happening. Yeah, that's what we need. Now one more thing that I have to do, that border to be none, border to be none. Now this is done, but we have to use something about this overflowing, means the list will goes on, so we have to do some about overflowing of it. So in our, you can say to-dos list, yeah, in our to-dos list I'm going to fix the size of it. I'm going to give the size of it 300 pixel maybe, and also going to overflow. Okay, so means it's more than enough. So overflow, I'm going to give overflow y to be give scroll or auto. Yeah, auto you can give, and overflow x to be hidden. Okay, but we have to small it. Yeah, okay, this looks good maybe. Yeah, okay, just type in here something. Yeah, this is more than enough. Okay, just look into it. Yeah, now it's overflowing, as you can see in here. Now we can just delete all, as you expect. Now what we need, one more thing that we need whenever we click on it, that's to be do some action, right? So go to your where go to your app.js. So giving some styling to be given margin top. First of all, give margin top to be 20 pixel, and cursor to be pointer. Now this is what we need in here. As you can see, we got the delete all. Now what we need again, I'm going to create a new action such that all the data will be deleted, all the list will be deleted. So export const delete all, as the name suggests. So we don't need anything, we don't need any parameter for this one. Just use delete all and just all. Yeah, that's it. That's what we need in here. Go to your Iterators.reducer, and the case that we need in here, delete all, and I'm going to return simply the state but without the state. That's, you can say, yeah, this is what we need in here. Now if we just save it and let's come on, yeah, in here if I just type in something, typing in, now if we just click on this delete all, oh wow, it's not working because I haven't added the action button, right? So just go to your this part and going to remove this part and going to convert this into ES6 functionality const app, and going to use arrow function. Now in here we need export default, just as the way that we need. So export default, we need this connect, and inside the connect we need, first of all, this null, because we don't need any state, we need action prop. Now in here I'm just going to use const map dispatch to props dispatch, and in here I'm going to fire an action. The action name is delete all, and yeah, so this is it, dispatching the action name is delete all. Now in here I'm just going to use the props. So in here we need this delete all, and going to use in here on click delete all. I'll just save it, and there is some problem in here. Okay, so it hasn't been imported disconnect. Okay, just import it. We have imported. Now if we just click on it delete all, okay, delete all is not a function. Why so? It should be a function. There is an error in here. Okay, okay, just type in here. Now if we just click on it, okay, so this is how we can use it. Like we haven't have a parameter in here, so we can use it like this. So just use it as a props. So now if we just click on it, it will be deleted. Oh, it will remain in here. Okay, so go to your add to do. Okay, go to your reducer, and if there is some text in here, just use it like this. Now I'm going to use it here, the local storage that I have talked about the persistence of the data. So how can we use it? Now first of all, we need in add to do, because whenever we add the list to be in here, and we also need at the delete to do, and also in edit add to do. So these three places we need, and also in the delete all also. So let's see how can we do this. Now in window, I'm going to use it here also. I'm going to use in here. So window, we can get from window dot local storage dot set item, and I'm going to use to do's do. Okay, I haven't talked about what this local storage means. So just go to your console. If you are in your console, just go to your console and just type in local storage. Local storage, you can see in here that I have got some storage in here, that this is the previous made storage that here you can see in here. So the same thing that we are using in here. So back to your code, in I have used this window this type of thing. So in here I'm going to use it, and what we're gonna use, we're gonna create a const reduce to, and just going to use it here. Now just save it, and it's an object, it's an array. So what we have to do, we have to convert into a JSON object, so it will be placed inside this window dot local storage. So whenever we got from local storage, we have to convert this JSON format into an object format. So back to our code, in here I'm going to save it as a to-do in here, and in here we can see to-do like this. So basically this how we can save our items in our windows.local storage. We will see in the next video all the local storage that we need. So first of all, we're gonna see in here, I'm going to just saving in here. This is all going to save. Now if I just refresh it back, okay, we haven't used the persistence one. Okay, we will see that later. Oh no, we will see it right now. Yeah. Okay, so in our add to do reducer, what we need like whenever we call app.js, whenever we mount this project into our browser, it will call this component did mount that we're going to use. Okay, so I'm going to use hooks that we haven't talked about, and it will be the next series of the React course, and I'm going to just give you a taste of it. So this useEffect is same as it it can be used as many life cycles of React. So in here I'm going to use this useEffect as a component did mount. So let's see how can we do this. So it's a useEffect, this is a side effect you can say, and it's going to call this function that anything that we're gonna write in here. Okay, and I'm going to give this dependency is to be an empty array, so that it will be called only one time. So basically this means that it will be called, it is dependent on an empty array. So this is a component mount. Now in here in our action, I'm going to create a new persist one, export const persist to do. We don't need any payload in here. Now type, you can give anything that you want. I'm going to give persist to do. To do is basically, you can say. Okay. Now just going to save it and go to your reducer part, and in here giving the type name, we got this, and now we're gonna use it here. So we're gonna return some to-dos in here. So dot state, and to-dos, we're gonna fill it up with something that we haven't got it from the window.local storage. So we can get it from window.local storage.get item, and the key that we're gonna provide. This is what we need, the key that we're gonna provide, and the set item is same as the key that we're gonna provide and the value that we're gonna provide. So the key in here is produce 2, and it's going to be parse, it's going to convert JSON into an object, and going to save is to-dos, and in here I'm going to use it to-dos, but it can be to-dos can be a null value. So for checking purpose, if to-dos is not null, we're gonna use this to-dos, or else we're gonna provide this empty array. This is what we have written in here. Okay, now just save it, go to your we don't know it in here, we go to your app.js, and in here I'm going to call a new to do, persist to do an action. I'm going to dispatch it, persist to do's. Now in here I'm going to call it we can use it here because this is act as a props, so we can basically use it like this. So persist to do's. Now that's it, that's what we need. Yeah, just save it. Yeah, we got this one. As you can see that if I just browse it again, if I just refresh it again, it will be stored in here. So we can see that we have done the first part, or initialization part, how can we initialize, and now in the next video it will be last, we're gonna use refactoring our code, so it's just that all the class component will be converted into functional component. Also there's one problem that whenever you delete some part of it, and if you just browse refresh it again, it will be reflected back again, so we have to tackle this problem also. So yeah, that's all, thanks. Hi guys, this is the last video of this to-dos app. So we're gonna see how can we uh, save or persist the data whenever you delete any list or not. So let's begin with delete to do. So in here what we need const to do 3, and I'm going to just copy it from here and use it here. And in here we are gonna use to do 3 in here. And also we don't have to write the same code again this part. Like, so what we can do, we can just create a new function in here, set persist, you can say. So given to it, you can give the to do 3 as a param. Now we haven't created it, so I'm just going to create in here. So just use count set to do and giving the to do and returning back, or just send, yeah, just use it here. So just copy this part and just paste in here. Now in here we don't need to do, we don't need. Okay, so to do's we can change this parameter to be to do's. Now that's it, that's what we need in here. Now in here, okay, set persist, what I have said, okay, set persist. So just change the name of it, set persist. Now yeah, that's all what we need in here. So this is done, this is done. Now edit to do, we don't need to have anything in here, we need in here. So const do 4. I'm just going to copy it from here and just going to paste in here, and also using the set persist and just given the to do 4 in here and also in here. This is done, and also the same thing you have to do in here. So in here set persist to be a null, empty array. Yeah, that's all what we need in here. So just check it here that it's working or not. Okay, just refresh it again. It's working. Okay, now let's check this one. Yeah, it's working. Now only one thing is to do, the edit part. So if we just use it like this, and if we just refresh it again, yeah, it's working. Yeah, whole thing's working. Now all the things has been done. Now one thing to be do is to refactor our code. Like we have used some code that we don't have to use it like this. So refactoring code is very needed in every branch of testing purpose. Also we need this one. So let's see where we need. Okay, we don't need this anything in here. Maybe in input field we need this. Yeah, so we're gonna convert this class component into, you can say, functional component. So how can we do this? So I'm just going to remove this const using const. We don't need this extend now, extend keyword. We just need this part, and we don't need this one, we only need return. And yeah, just remove this part. And also in here we don't need this keyword, because this only we used in the class component, and we are gonna convert this one to be a const, as we have learned this part in the previous video, that for the functional component we can write, if you're gonna write our own component, our own methods, you can write it like this. And we can also use some destructuring also that we have seen in the previous video. So what are the destructuring that we need in here? We can use add text, we can use text, we can use selected, and that's all what we need maybe. So just remove this part, we don't need this part, we don't need this part also, and we also not need this part. Just removing it, and we also not need this part. It's a whole bunch of things that we have to remove, right? So this, so it will make our code less, like if you know how to do this. So we also don't need this part. Oh, we have to add this dot add to do, right? So I'm going to add it here, just using it add to do. Now this is done. We don't need this part, we also don't need this part also. Yeah, now this is done, all things working good. Now there is one more thing that you can do, right? I haven't talked it about like right now, but I am going to I'm going to tell that if you are destructuring here also you can use. So basically state have this text and selected, right? So you can just destructure these things, text and selected. So we don't need any of it. We can just remove this part and use it like this. It looks much cleaner, right? It look good, and it will work the same way that you can see. Now in our app.js, if we see the same thing is happening, no, the same thing is not happening in here. Input field is means fully done. Now in to-dos list, the same thing you can do in here also. You can just destructure these parts and convert this into this, and we don't need this one also. Now in here, this is the only thing that we need to convert. In to-do.js, maybe many things to be done. No, in here also we don't need this. Okay, so in here also we can just destructure this text and selected and remove these parts also. So you can just find out which are the things that are not needed so that we can see that how the code can be reduced too much. Now in our action you can see there are many things that to be done. Like in here, there's nothing to be done, but in our add tutorial action you can also use it like this. No, we have made okay. So this is the whole part that we need. Oh my, where is the input field? I can't see input. Yeah, we have input field, right? Now this will work the same way that you have seen. If we just refresh it again, it will work the same way. If we delete it, it will work the same way. Yeah, that's all. Thanks. So in the next series of React, we're gonna see hooks. Very popular, very interesting. Let's see. Thanks. Hi guys, welcome to the course. So in here we're gonna do one hands-on on this Redux and also see how can we handle asynchronous process. So basically asynchronous means whenever you fetch some data from a server, so basically it's a asynchronous. And as we know that Redux is synchronous, so we have a way we have a way of a middleware, so we can use a middleware for asynchronous purpose. So first of all, we're gonna see in our this project, this Insta app that we have built previously in our React Router series. So I have just forked it, and I have given the link into the description, so you can just clone it into your into your re- command prompt and just use it, and just start coding now. So what we need, first of all, what are the things that we're gonna change in here in this project? First of all, we're gonna change this login functionality using Redux, and also we're gonna fetch data of feeds and suggestions that we can see in here. If we just log in here, you can see these are the suggestions and feeds are here. So we're gonna fetch these all things using Redux. So I'm going to log out from here and we're gonna start using it. Now what are we needing in here? So libraries that we need in here are Redux, first of all. So we can write Redux code in here. And also what we need React Redux, so that we have a breeze between React and Redux code. Now we have imported two libraries now, and we're gonna start building in here. So in here, first of all, we're gonna create a new directory called Redux. Inside Redux, we're gonna create two new folder called action. In here, we're gonna write actions, and we're gonna also create a new directory called reducer. In here we're gonna write reducer logic. In here we're gonna create a store.js file from where we're gonna create, or we have the all states that what we need in here we're gonna create in here. So let's start. What we gonna import in our store, we are not haven't create any actions, we haven't create reducer, but for in here we're gonna just write in what we need in here. We need create a store for creating the store. We need apply middleware for applying some middleware that we want. And we also need one new, you can say, combine reducer. So as the name suggests, that we can combine many reducers into one. So what it will do, it will combine all the reducer that we are gonna build and combine into one. We will see what we write in code. So we haven't created anything, so let's start by creating in here. So we're gonna change this login functionality, right? And what we have said in login, that whenever you click on login, we're just gonna give a boolean value into it. So just create a new action. So in here, I'm going to create a new file called login.action.js. And in our action.js, we're going to create export const login. We have a payload, and we're going to use the type that we're going to give. And I'm going to give the login as the name suggests. And the payload, so I'm going to just refactoring the code, right? We don't have to write like this payload again and again. So this is one way. This is the better way, you can say. So now in our reducer, I'm going to create a new file called login.reducer.js. And in here we're gonna create a new const init. In here I'm going to give is login to be first of all false. Now let's start building one reducer in here, and the name that I'm gonna give is login reducer, and we are giving an state, and the default state will be init, and also passing the action that we are sending in here. and it will be given in a switch case. And in the switch case we have given xSwitch.types, so that it will check for the type that you have give. And our first action is login. Basically it will be only login in here, of course. So in here return, what we're gonna return, we're gonna first spread the values inside the state and just keep the value of is login to be action dot payload that we're gonna send from the action part. Now it will be having a default default one is the return state. Now this is what we have built. Our login reducer has been built, our login action has been built. Now go to your store and we're gonna write how can we create a reducer, or how we can we're gonna use this combined reducer. So basically how we can use, we're gonna create a new root reducer, you can say. So it will have all the reducers information, you can say. So combined reducer, it will take an object, and inside this object I'm going to give the name is login, or just give login, and the reducer name that we have used. So in here we can see that I have imported this login reducer and assigned to this login. So we are passing one object in here. So what we're gonna use, whenever you create a new reducer, you're gonna create one new key value pairs of that login reducer and a key. Now what we need next is export const store, and we're gonna create store, and we're gonna just pass this root reducer in here. And basically this is what we need. We haven't used this apply middleware. For applying middleware we need uh because we are applying some middleware, right? So there are many middlewares that we can know. There is one Redux logger, there is another, actually there are two another that we are going to use for asynchronous purpose. So right now I'm going to just use this Redux logger in here, and you can use apply middleware, and you can just pass the logger in here. But I'm just going to give this middleware, assign this middleware, and passing to as a, okay, we haven't used it yet, as a array. So import logger from Redux logger. Now just type in here logger, and in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna just spread the middleware in here. So spreading the value inside this apply middleware. You can simply write in here logger 2, but if we're gonna use more logger, we're gonna use more middleware in here, so we can just use this middleware in here. We can assign into an array. So this is complete. I'm going to just save these files in here and go to my code. In our my code you can see in our index.js what we need provider, right? So if I just write provider, we get provider, yeah, we got provider, and we got provider from react-redux. So we're gonna just wrap this up with provider, and we're gonna send the store values inside this store. So we have passed it, we haven't imported it, so I'm going to import it right now. Let's import it. Okay, we're gonna see, simply write in here. So where do we got in this store? We got store from redux slash store.js, right? We have imported, right? Yeah. So this is what we need, and just save it. And now in our code, we're gonna see into action. So go to your pages.js. There is one problem in here. You can go to your login.reducer. Is there any problem here? Right, there is a problem. Oh, this is not the right syntax. This is the right syntax. Yeah. Now this is good. Now go to your login.js. So we have built our this login.js. We have built all the things. So in the next video, we're gonna see in action how can we use this state management in here in this our login page. So let's thank you. Hi guys, let's start where we have left off. So in here our in our login.js, we're gonna change our code. And first of all, what we need this connect keyword, and connect is a higher order component, you can say. So in here this connect, we haven't imported it, right? So I'm just going to use it here. Import connect from React Redux that we get, and we're gonna use it here. And in here connect has two argument. First argument is map state to props for getting the data from the store, which we don't need. We need map dispatch to props. What it will do, it will dispatch an event. Okay, so it will dispatch an event and it will change it to the props. So go in here, map dispatch to props. In here it got an argument called dispatch, which is basically a function which takes a parameter as a function. And I'm to give the login as a key, and which got a parameter is login, and I'm going to dispatch the event, and login is the name of the action that we have created in the login.action, and is login that we given in the parameter. Now in here what we need, we are going to change in here. We don't need this part, we need this dot props because we have changed this is dispatch to the props, as you can see in here. Now in here login, we are going to give this as a true boolean. Now in here I'm going to save it. Now back to your app.js, you can see that we got this state is log. This is basically the true and false data that we are gonna send. So we have data, right? We have data in the map state to props. So we are going to use connect keyword again in here. We cannot get connect, so I'm just going to import it here again. Import connect from react-redux. So in here, so what's basically is, because if you use map state to props in here, you can change this class component to the function component, right? And you can see if I just write in here code again, map state to props. Now in our map state to props, we get data, right? We get the state, and what I'm going to use, I'm going to use destructuring, because in our login.reducer, not in our store.js, we got this store, right? So in our store, as you can see in here, you can see that we got login, right? So this is the state, as you can see, this is the state. So by using this structuring in our app.js, we got login first of all, and inside that login we got this is login, right? Now what we can do, just use it is login. So I'm using more refactoring code, right? Yeah, yep. So I'm just going to remove this whole part that we don't need in here, because we're gonna write functional component as I have said. So just use const app, and use the ES6 syntax of the function, and I'm going to use this return one, right? And in returning, I'm just going to return in here, and we also don't need this pass. This is all the error, right? Syntax error. Now I'm just going to pass as a props. As you can see, we are passing is login. Now in here we need this is login one. Yeah, now we have passed this as a function, we just can remove in here. Now in our home we have this part, right? So go to your home. We don't need this because we are going to use dispatching an event using dispatch event, as you can see. So we also don't need this part, just remove it. And this is basically seeing like we have an event to call in our header. So go to your header.js, and yeah, as you can see in here, there's an event to be called. So yeah, same thing that we have done in our login, same thing that we're gonna do in here. Again, we cannot import, the intelligence is not better in here, so just use react-redux again and use the connect in here. And when we are using connect, you can get, so now the wrapping part is that we can wrap this whole withRouter part. Now first argument will be null because we don't need any information, we don't need any data. So I'm just going to use map dispatch to props. So map dispatch to props, and we need, okay, we need dispatch, right? So we are going to use dispatch, and in here I'm just going to use login as the name suggests. Now the argument that we're gonna pass is login, and again, as I have said, dispatch is an function. It's a function which takes a function as an argument. So the function that we're gonna use login action, and we're gonna pass is login. So yeah, that's it in this file. Now login we got in here, don't need this, is like this, we just have to use login and login to be false, right? So now the whole thing of the login functionality is done. So just check in the UI that it's working correctly or not. Yeah, it's working now. Just, yeah, now it's working. Now one thing that I'm just going to show in this video is that now in the next video we're gonna see how can we fetch data, right? So what are the libraries that we need in here? So this can be done using a library called Redux Thunk. So Redux Thunk is used for the asynchronous process that you're gonna use in your project. So I have used Redux Thunk, I have imported in here. So if you are using your npm, so use this npm redux npm I Redux Thunk. So through this you can download, install it. Now actually Redux Thunk is used as a middleware. As I have said that middleware is a very important part for a Redux. Middleware used for logging purposes, used for asynchronous purposes. So in here I'm going to import it. So we're gonna use import Thunk. You can check in the documentation of this Redux Thunk how it uses. But in the next video I'm going to truly show that how can we use in our code. So I'm going to use middleware as a passing in here. So that's how what we need. We have set up the Thunk in our project. So yeah, so definitely in the next video we're gonna see how can we do this. That's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna see how can we handle asynchronous handling state management. So in here, as we have used this middleware Redux Thunk into our store.js in here as a middleware. So we're gonna see in code how can we use this Thunk middleware in here. So basically the Thunk we are gonna use for handling asynchronous process like fetching data from another server. So in this project in our Insta app, we have this fetch.js which have this fetching the data from this link, and also in the suggestions we have this link for fetching users data. So actually asynchronous process, why it is called asynchronous process, because it will not happen at the same time point of time. So that's why it will take time to happen or get some response from a server. So for handling this type of process, this Thunk middleware comes. We can also try without using any other middleware, we can use ourselves, but actually the process is to handle using Thunk. So let's try this. So in our Redux, in action, we're gonna create a new file, and the name of the file will be fetch. You can give any name that you want. Now what happens that whenever you fetch something from a server, it may be actually success, we will get the data, but sometime we got like we will not get the data. So at that point of time we have to make cases for that part, like if you fail you will not get the data, and if you got success you will get the data. So first of all it will start fetching. So we're gonna create a fetching part first, like fetch start. Now in our fetch start, what we got only a type that you can say. We are not sending anything in here, so it's the starting point. You can say that our fits will start fetching. Now if we got success, like we got some data, so what happens that fetch fits success will be dispatched with the action. Now the data we will get is a payload, and we'll again have a type that we're gonna see in our reducer, right? So that's why we're gonna also create a type of it and use the payload name in here. Now if our data is not fetched, it means that we got fetch fits uh, failure. So if it's the case that we will not get the data, we will get an error, and the error will have a type of this, and it will go to the reducer. It will have some logic in there that we're gonna write in there. So this also have its type or fetch fits failure, and we will get the error in here. So I can write payload, and we got this error. Now this part's done, but how we're gonna dispatch the action in here. So actually when you're gonna click, or when you're gonna fetch any data, or you're gonna write in our fits.js the dispatch action in here, for that part you have to call any function that you want to call in here. So for now I am giving the name is fetch fits async, because it's an asynchronous process. So we're gonna write like this: Now in here what happens that it is a function, but what happens that it returns a function again that we have talked about, right? Like we have seen our in our where you can say in our login.js, we have seen this type of things like we got this dispatch as an argument in here which tags as a parameter of a function. Now what happens in here that this fetch fits async will return a function. You know, it returns a function which again will call the function. So it's basically very like very highway to tell what I'm telling here. So just search in the Stack Overflow, you will get the overview of this higher order function. You can type in the browser and you can search for it. Now in here we're gonna write all the logic that we're gonna see in here. Okay, so what happened that we got this dispatch. Now in here we're gonna dispatch this all fetch fetch start, and if you got success we're gonna fetch fetch success or failure if you didn't get the data. So first of all we're gonna dispatch with a start, right? We're gonna start our fetching, so that's why we're gonna write like this: fetch fetch start. Now again, I'm going to fetch like async await promise. Now for that you have to write here async, so such that we can use async await syntax in here. Now in here I'm just gonna copy this line of code because this is what we need in here. So I'm just going to copy it in here and just pasting in here. Now what happens that we got the data, right? In here you can see that okay, we have used in a fetch. Okay, okay, just use the fetch. Okay, yeah. Now what happens again, we got the data by using await response.json, right? We got the data. Now we got the data. Now it means that we have a success, we can dispatch this function, right? So for that purpose we can write in here dispatch fetch fits success. It's happening. Okay, the spelling is wrong in here, so just I'm going to correct it. Now if we just uh, pass the parameter that is data. Now if we didn't get the data, it means we got the failure, right? So for that purpose what we're gonna do, we're gonna run fetch fits failure and e dot message, the message that we're gonna pass. So this is all about the action that we're gonna build for the asynchronous process, right? Now this is the part of action, but we haven't talked about the reducer part, right? So in here I'm going to create a new file again, and the file name is fetch fits reducer, right? And in here what are the init state, means what are the state that we're gonna use here. The first state will be the data, and it will be first of all null. And we got also error, because if there is an error then the payload will be here. And also we got this loading, right? Because it will not load at the same time. At first it will be false because we haven't started dispatching these actions in here. So let's write in here and you will understand what I'm talking about in here. So export const fetch fits reducer, you can type in here, and the state that we're gonna use and the action that we're gonna use. And again, we're gonna use this switch case for switching the type that we're gonna see in here. Now in here, the type that we're gonna see is fetch case. All are in capital, right? So fetch, fits, start. Now first of all, what happens in here in our fetch, fits, start is that we're gonna start fetching the data. So it means like loading is to be true, right? Because we have started loading to be true. Now I am just going to use default case to be return state. Now in here, the cases, again there are two cases that have left. The second case we're gonna see is fetch, fit, success. Now what happens in success that we have to return and spread the state in here, and the loading is to be false, right? Because we have fetched the data, so we don't need loading to be true. And again, we got the data, right? Because if the success we got the payload. And yeah, that's it. And in here, our fetch fits failure, what we got is that, okay, just a sec. Yeah, now in here we're gonna return the state again, but the loading is to be also false because we have got some data from the server, whether it is success or failure, but we got the data. And we got at this time of time we got an error, so we're gonna dispatch the action of it, and we got the payload in here. So now this part is also done, reducer part is also done. Now in our store we have to use, so we have talked about combine reducer, right? That whenever you have to combine, means you have more than one reducer, you can use this function of react for redux. So what we need in here, we need fits, and we have to use fetch fits reducer. So this is done. Now only one thing is to do is to dispatch the action that we're gonna run in here. So again, we're gonna use this connect keyword in here. So in our connect, first argument will be will have a data. So first argument to be map state to props, and second argument is to be map dispatch to props such that we can dispatch some action. Now in here I'm going to write first of all map dispatch to props. So we're gonna dispatch some action in here, and we're gonna return an object in the key name that you wanna give, that you gave, like fetch fits, you can say. Now in here you're gonna give the URL, right? Not, we don't have to give the URL in here, so you can give, so that such that we don't have to write in here, but I have just given it here, so I don't have to write in here. So I am going to dispatch an action in here. So what we're gonna dispatch in here, so we're gonna dispatch this fetch fits async such that we are going to dispatch these three actions in here. So basically this is what I am doing, and in here first thing is done. Now again we're gonna get the data, so map state to props. We got the data from fits, and in the fits we got this data. I am not using the payload, the loading one and error one, but you can use if you want to. Now in here we got the data, right? We got the data. Now we don't need to do this state also. We need this async first of all. We also don't need this async of course. So we can remove this part also. And in here we're gonna just this dot props dot fetch fits. This is what we're gonna just call in here. And we also don't need this part. Okay, so we can just type in here fits is to data. So this will look good. And in here just we have to type in here the props. And now if we just save it, and if we just type in here, we will see in the action, we will see in the UI that we will get the data in here. You can see in here. And actually there is one more point that I am going to show, that we don't have to check in here that if it's we got the data or not. If it is null, then it will not render this file. And so I'm going to show in here. So I'm just going to remove it, and if we just save it here, and again I'm going to test it. And if I am, yeah, so we got the data. As you can see that we got the data, we don't have to check for fields that it is null or not. So this is how this thunk middleware used in our redux react code. Now one thing also to do, this is the suggestions part. And we are going to do the same thing. And so you can do your own, but I can also show in the next video. That's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna fetch this suggestions API such that you have a handle on this Redux Thunk. How can we code, and what's the boilerplate that you wanna write in your project. So let's begin with that. So in our Redux folder we have this action folder and reducer folder. So in here I'm going to create a new file called fetch suggestions, you can say, because we are fetching the suggestion here. So fetch suggestions dot action dot js. Now in here you're gonna start writing the export const, because we are gonna export first one, and the first one may be fetch suggestion, and it will get started, right? As you know that whenever you fetch something from a server, it will it can be that you will get some data, or maybe you will not get the data, the failure will happen. So initiation, for initiation we are going to typing this name, that fetch suggestion start, and we are gonna give the name, we're gonna give the type of it. You can give any name that you want. So in here the first one is done. Now we are going to do for the same for the success, like whenever you get the data, such that you're gonna create a new function for that. The name of it, you can give any name that you want. I'm going to give the name is fetch suggestion success. Now in here what we will get the data, right? So I'm going to just write in the name like payload, and from here we're gonna get the data, and which will get returned, and the type of it is the fetch suggestions. Okay, fetch suggestion the success. Now we will get the payload, right? Now we have got the payload. Now sometime what happens that you will not get the data, maybe some network error will happen. So such that you have to handle that part also. So for that part we are going to create a new function called fetch suggestion failure. Now in here what we will get an error. You can give the name as payload, but just for clarification I have given that name. Now in here fetch suggestion. Now in our fetch suggestions, the name should be failure in here, and also the payload name is a key in here, and the name is error. Now I have missed out one, this symbol. Okay, done. Now we have done all this suggestion, success and failure. Now what happens that whenever you dispatch action for fetching data from an API, so we're gonna write that logic in here such that these three functions we are gonna call in that function. So what do I mean by that? That I'm going to create a new function, export const fetch suggestion, and fetch suggestion async, you can say, because this is asynchronous process, right? So that's why I'm going to write by like this. So we are not going to pass any params in here, but what it will return a function. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just type in the higher order function such that you will get knowledge the code that I'm going to write. Now what happens that this fetch suggestion async is going to return a function which will take params as a this function. We have written this code in our map state to props, map dispatch to props, sorry, map dispatch to props, right? So that's the same we're gonna write in here. So first of all, we're gonna dispatch an action. The first action that we're gonna dispatch is fetch suggestion start, right? We have started, we have initiated the process for getting data from an API. Now what happens that it can be a try catch block, right? Because maybe we will get the data, maybe we will not get the data. So that's why if we will not get the data, we're going to dispatch an action called fetch suggestion. Now fetch suggestion will have this failure and the message will be e dot message. Now if we have got the data, so the same thing that we have to do, so what I can do, I am just going to copy the code for fetching data. So we will have the code in here in our suggestions.js. Now we have this code, right? So I'm just going to copy this file, copy this code. Now I'm just going to paste in here. So we have got the user, but we have used this async await, right? So in here you have to pass async so that we can use this async await code. Now we have got these users. Now just I'm going to dispatch the action for this. The action will be face suggestion success. Now in here I'm just going to pass users. So in this part we have talked about our action part, right? Now the other thing that we're going to talk about is reducer. The same thing that we have built in our fetch fits, we are going to write the same thing, but we are going to write our own, because the more you practice, more can you know that what we are doing in our code. Now for this part we are also gonna write the same thing, fetch session reducer.js. Now we have created, now in here the same thing, we are going to initiate a state in here. The first part should be false because we haven't started loading. We will get the data and it should be null first of all. Now again, if we haven't got the data, it means we have a failure, right? So the error should be having. Now I'm going to use export const because we are going to export this file, or sorry, for this function that we're going to write in here. So fetch suggestion, the name of it, fetch suggestion reducer, and we have these params that we can pass, state init action. This means that this default will be init state. Now in here we're gonna pass a switch case such that we can switch over the action type that we have. In our case, the following case that we have is fetch suggestion, and we will have a start. Now if this happens, we're gonna return an state which have a loading to be false, sorry, to be true, because we have started loading and it should be true. Now if we have a suggestion success, okay, it's not success, success. Now if we have this one, now we're gonna return a state with loading to be false and data to be action dot payload. Now maybe there's a case that we will not get the data, and if we not get the data it means we have an error, and so we are gonna dispatch this action failure, faces and failure. Now if it is this one, then we're gonna return a state. We will have a loading to be false because we will not get anything now, and the error to be nothing, to be action.payload. So this part's done, and the default case you can give return to the state that we have. So this part is also done. Now the one thing that remains is to give into the store. So in our store, the name that I'm going to give is the suggestions, right? Proper name it can, you can say. So suggestions fetch, so you have to give proper name that whenever another developer will see, they can know what's happening in here. So we have fetch suggestions, right? We haven't get, yeah, we got the fetch suggestions reducer. So we have this fetch suggestions reducer in here. Oh, what's happening here? Is there any wrong? Fetch suggestion is not defined. Okay, just maybe there is not wrong anything. Okay, just save it here. Now go to your suggestions.js. Now we are gonna remove these parts. We don't need these parts. Okay, so in here I'm going to remove it. Now first of all we are gonna start connecting here. We're gonna use this connect higher order function of React Redux, and we're gonna wrap it up with map state to props and map dispatch to props. Now in here I'm going to use map state to props. We are going to define it, and first of all what we will get the suggestions, and from the suggestions we will get the data. And what we have done in here in our suggestions part, we just remove this part, what's happening in here. Okay, so in here we're gonna pass these users and the data. So this part's done. Now we're gonna dispatch the actions such that we have to define this map dispatch to props. Now map dispatch to props will have a dispatch as an higher order function, and we're gonna use fetch suggestion and use the function in here and dispatching the function fetch fetch async. So this part done. Now in here we don't need state, we need props, and in here we don't need this part, we need, in here we are gonna use this dot props, this dot props dot fetch suggestion, and just this we're gonna call it. So this part's done. What's happening in here, that just go to your reducer. Maybe there is some syntax error, right? Oh yeah, there is a syntax error in here. So now it's cool. Yeah, now it's done. Now just checking in here. Okay, so we're gonna check it that we are correct. Okay, we got the data. That's fine. Yeah, so we have fetch data using Thunk middleware for these two. And in the next video we're gonna take to a next level using Redux Saga. So maybe you have heard Redux Saga, so just Google and just see what it is. And it's very interesting. You're gonna see how can we do for this part maybe. Yeah, so stay tuned for the next video. Hi guys, before you start learning Redux Saga, you have to have a knowledge about generator JavaScript function, because the Saga code that we're gonna write actually written in the generator JavaScript function. Now, for more information, you can go to the developer Mozilla MDN, and there you can search for generator. But I'm going to teach you about this generator function. Now in here, as you can see, the syntax wise, this is a function star and the function name. So in Mozilla MDN you can have two ways to create this function, but I'm going to create using one which is the like the best way. So the best way is function, then after star, and then after the function name. So I'm going to give the function name as Jane. Now if you're using this generator function, you have this keyword. Now what does this keyword does that just for right now, just use it, and I'm going to tell what it is. Now if we just write this part, now if, as we know that to get any information, so we're just gonna call this function, right? So if I just type in like this, and now if I just run this file or the space index, you can see that we got a generator, but it's an object. So basically we got an object from here. Now in here, for seeing these values, so basically this yield, what it does, that it will stop the code run. Yeah, it basically stop the code run from this second line of code to the to go to the third line of code. So that's what we are doing. So it will be stopped in this second line of code. Now for seeing the value inside it, we can use this next function, which is a object, which is a key in the object of Jan. Now if I just use this one, node index again, you can see that we got the value 1, and done is false. We will talk about this later. Now you get the value, so you can say that when you use value, you will get the value 1. Now but we haven't got this value 2 number, right? Number 2, it at the line number 3. So just for now, I'm just going to use a const, and name is g equal to Jen. Now in here you have a reference of it, so we can use like this g dot next. Now for getting the value at line number 3, you have to again use this. I'm just going to copy it and just paste in here. You have to call it again g dot next. So what it does, g dot next, that it will go to the second, after that line of code, second number of line of code. So then we got this value 2, and done to be false. Now again we don't know about this done to be false. So if I just again log it, so just out of curiosity, what is the value that we will get? So as you can see that we have got the value undefined, because we have nothing after third line of code. And as you can see, done is true. It means that all the line of code has been run and nothing to show. That means it's finished. Now you have seen this generator function. So yeah, this is what we're gonna see in our Redux Saga. But I'm going to tell more about this gen function, like how can we call another function from this generator. So what you can do, that you can use again yield star and give the name of the function name that you want to give. And here I'm going to pass this 10. Now if I just write again function generator function using function star gen 2, and again I'm going to yield it, yield I plus 10. So I'm giving different values in here. Now if I just save it here, and again I'm going to run it, and you can see that we got the value. So as you can see that we have run inside a function gen2, and we called this gen function, and we got the value. Now as I have said, Redux Saga and Thunk is used for asynchronous process for fetching data from a server, and for that we have seen that we have used async await uh, method. But actually what happens that we cannot use it in our generator function because it doesn't support. That's why. So for that we have another thing in Redux Saga, but you can use the then catch block that you might see that maybe I have implemented, and using that you can try. So yeah, in the next video we were gonna definitely start with Redux Saga and see how can we code it. Yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, this is the starting video of Redux Saga, and before that we have learned this generator function, and we have learned how can we code in. We have learned new syntax for generator function, and we're gonna write that code line of code in our Redux Saga library. Now you will ask, what is Redux Saga? So basically Redux Saga is used for asynchronous purpose like fetching a data from a server, for persisting your data in your browser cache, and it will also optimize your code. It's also used for this failure checking. Now in here we're gonna first of all install our Redux Saga into our repo. So in here in our code sandbox I'm going to use this Redux Saga, and if you're using your command prompt or the Visual Studio Code, just type in the command npm space redux hyphen saga, and it will be installed into your repo. Now let's just start with our store.js. Now in here, as I have said that Redux Saga is basically used for middleware, right? Like whenever you dispatch some action and it will go to the reducer, in between there is a middleware, like it will do some functionality, and it will perform, it will change your output and give it to the reducer. Now in here what it does, like we are going to import this create saga middleware from Redux Saga. Now we got this Redux Saga, right? We have gotten this Redux Saga, and I'm going to just reference it into this Saga const and use this create Saga middleware. It is a function which also takes some options, and for reference you can check into the docs. So in here I have installed this, sorry, I have referred this const saga. Now in here what you can do, you can initiate, like initiate here this saga. Now first of all, whenever you do this, it will be run through this store, and if you use before that saga dot run, it will not be used. Okay, so it will give an error, right? Here as you can see in here, it will give an error. Before running a Saga, you must mount the Saga middleware on the store using apply middleware. So it means that we have to use this after this. Now if you used, it will again give an error because you haven't provided any Saga in here. Okay, so better to comment out this code for now. We're gonna see what we can do in the next session maybe. Now in here I'm going to create a new repo called, sorry, new directory called sagas, because there may be a chance, or it will be like you have to create more than one saga. That's why. So why I'm saying saga, so saga is, okay, let's see what it is. So we are building one saga for fetch fits dot saga dot js. Okay, there's no problem with that. We have just created a file. Now in here we are going to create two generator function. You can create any, like any number of generator function, but there are two category of generator function we're gonna build for a saga. There is one called watcher function, that is watcher function in here, and also there is one called worker function. As the name suggests, that this watcher function, what it will do, it will watch for an action, or it will watch for an like a constant later. As you can see that we have this fetch start, fetch fetch start, so it will watch for that type. So that's what this watcher function does. And if it watches that watcher function, it will call another function. What do I mean by that? Just I'm going to write in code. So as the name suggests, I'm going to write as the name, like function star watch fetch uh, fetch fits. So I have just created a name, function name, as the name suggests. It will watch for a fetch fits. Now in here we are gonna use yield. As I have said, function for generator function we have yield. Now in here, after that yield, we got many type of side effects thing from Redux Saga, which helps to use this asynchronous process, and it will be in the effects folder. Now what we have in here, we have this type of tech, like tech every, tech and tech latest, tech leading, tech maybe. So in here two three things are maybe important: tech, tech every, and tech latest. And we're gonna use, or we gonna use only tech latest in here. And I'm going to also differentiate what these take, all this type of takes. Okay, so in here we're gonna use this take latest first of all. Now what it does, we have this take latest, and as you can see that we have to provide a pattern, right? So as I have said that it's gonna watch a type of const type. Yeah, so that's what we are gonna provide in here. It's gonna check for a pattern, right? So we have a pattern, fetch fetch start, right? Now in here after that we are gonna use this worker function. We're gonna provide a worker function. We haven't defined that worker function right now, but we're gonna use it. So as the name suggests, we're gonna write as it is, worker fetch fits. Now we have used this worker fetch fits. Now I'm going to create a function of worker fetch fits. Now in here we will have a, we will have parameters of this fetch fetch start, like we have this type, And if it has some payload, it will be there. You can provide like it will have a type in here, and it will also have a payload. If this function that we have made in our action.js, right, in here, as you can see, this has a type. So it will have a type and payload, but we don't need any type or payload for now. So I'm not going to write anything in here, but you have. Okay, now in here, we're gonna write for success and failure, right? We're gonna write for we're gonna fetch the data in here. So first of all, we're gonna use this try catch block, and E for error is if there is an error. Now in here, I'm going to use a new effect called put. Now I haven't thought about this declarative. I haven't thought about put, but I'm going to taught you what this all means. But let's see. Now in here, put, we have provided this put in here. Sorry, we have to provide using yield, right? Yield put and the function name. Okay, the action that you're gonna use. So the action, as name suggests, we're gonna use fetch. Oh, we haven't exported it, right? So go to your fetch fetch.action and just export all this function, right, so that we can import it into our Saga's file. So yeah, it's done. Now go to your Saga. Now if we get, okay, we don't get the import files. Now just going to use it like this. We are gonna get from dot slash, right, action slash fetch and we need two files in here. First one is fetch failure, and second one is fetch success. We got two files, and in here I'm going to provide fetch failure, and it need an error. As here, as you can see that it has a params, right? You can give the name, you can pass the params in here. So as I have said, that Saga helps to um, catch the error in here very efficiently. So you can see just like this, we can pass the error message. Now once again, we haven't like get the data, right? So we're gonna get the data. So first of all, we're gonna use our response, and again I'm going to use yield, and there is one more effect that we got from Redux Saga, and it is call. So as the name suggests, call is like a method that you're gonna call for any action, for any response that you wanna get. So first of all, in here, you're gonna provide the function name. Okay. So we have this Axios, right? We have installed this Axios in here, right? Axios. Okay, we have an install. So just install it. Okay, so I'm going to install Axios for now. Okay, we have installed it. Okay, yeah. Now in here, I'm going to use it. Axios. We got the Axios or not? Okay, just import it here. So import Axios from Axios. Now we got the Axios, right? Axios.get we need. And after that, you're gonna provide the params that you wanna pass. So we have a param, right? We have the URL as a param in here. So go to your components. Okay, you don't have to go to your components, you have to go in here. Okay, just copy this file, sorry, copy this URL, and in here you can just pass in here like it is. Now what happens as you have done this, if we got the data, we're gonna again use this yield put for dispatching the action. Of we if we got an error, we're gonna use we have this yield put fetch fits failure, right? So again we're gonna use this yield. Again you're gonna use, so as the name suggests, you have got the idea of about put. Yeah, it used for dispatching the action. In in what Redux Thunk we have used this dispatch, right? This dispatch to dispatch the action. In here we have put for dispatching the action. So in here we're gonna use fetch fetch success and the name, oh sorry, and the data in here. Just like this, we have made our watcher function and worker function. So now in the next video we're gonna see that we have built this watcher function and the worker function, but we haven't dispatched the action. So in the next video we're gonna dispatch the action and see what it does. That's all for now. Thanks. Hi guys, welcome to the video. So I have said in the previous video that we're gonna dispatch the action, but I haven't talked about this terminology like take latest, put, call in like very brief manner I have said. So let's I'm going to talk it out here. Now what the take latest or take every is that if you're gonna dispatch one action, there may be a time that at the same time you're gonna dispatch the same action again. Okay, like if you just click on this button, okay, and if there is some time that you're gonna click on again and again, so what's happening that you're gonna dispatch the action again and again. So in the meantime, what happens that when one action is going on and you have got the new you have dispatched a new action, okay, before finishing that previous action. So that what this take latest and take every and type of text that helps. So what happens in take every, right? So what happens in take every, that if you click on this again and again, it will it will dispatch that every action that you have passed, whether it is whether it is whether it is completed or not. It will dispatch again and again the same action. Now what this take latest does, that if you click many times, and it will only dispatch the latest dispatch action that you have done. It will revoke the previous action, and it will only used for the new action. So this is the benefit of this take latest, that if you have type again and again the same button, the take latest, what it will do, it will only check for the new action, it will check for the next action, it will it will block the previous action. Okay, so that is what take latest does. Now I have talked about the sport in the previous video, that this is basically what this dispatch the action, right, that you have defined into your fetch.action.js. Now I haven't talked about this call in very brief manner. I have talked. So this call is basically what it is, that in brief manner what I can say, that this call will take a method, okay, a method that you're gonna pass, any method that you can pass in here, okay, and after that it will take the parameters for the previous for this method. Okay, parameter can be anything. Okay, so parameter after this also can, it will, you can pass param 2, you can pass param 3. So but these all parameters will be of the same function. So this is what it means. So if you're using for very, like, you just want to get data, so basically this is the very good way, like it is very the best way you can say, because you just have to pass the function, and this function will have the parameter of this URL, and after that you will get the data. So this is what it is. Now in here we are going to use it. We are going to dispatch the function, but first of all we're going to use this as an export, because we need somewhere else this function, not in the dispatch, but we're going to see. We're going to create a new file in here first of all, and the new file name is root saga.js. So as the name suggests, you have this root reducer, right? And we are combining all the reducer into one place, right? Now in here what it does, we're gonna use again export function star root saga, and root saga will take a yield. Again we're gonna use this call. No, we're gonna call, but we're gonna need this all. So this all function, what it will take all the effects that we have built in here. Okay, so what do I mean by that? That all the watcher function that we have made. Okay, so all me this all what it will do, it will used for this, like it will what it is, create an effect description that instruct the middleware to run multiple effects in parallel and wait for all of them to complete. It's quite the corresponding API is a standard promise all. Okay, so you have understood it, right? So this is basically promise all, that it will wait for all the effects to be placed and then it will be done. Okay, so in here this watch that we have built, the watch fetch fits, that's what we're gonna use. And for the purpose we're gonna use like this call. Now if you have more than one watch function, you can just provide in here. Okay, so we need, because we also going to use for suggestion fetching, right? So we're gonna need also this. So for now this is good. Now in here we have done this part. Now we're gonna need this store.js. In our store.js we're gonna uncomment out this code, and we're gonna use this root saga in here, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. We have used it. Okay, we haven't dispatched the function, right? But we have done the most of the part. Only we need to dispatch the action. Now go to your where do you have to go? We have to go into the fetch.js. Now in our fetch.js, we're gonna again dispatch the action fetch fits by saga, and in here the watch function have the pattern of fetch fits start, right? You have seen, right? Now that's why we have used this fetch fits start in here. Now in here I'm just gonna use it here, fetch fits by saga. That's it. That's what we need. And let's just check that we got the UI. Perfect. Yeah, we got the UI. So it's gonna run using our, what we say, our saga. We have used saga for this part. And now in the next video we're gonna use the same for this suggestion, and we're gonna write this all code again by ourselves, so that we have a, like we have a handle on it, that we can write again this code in somewhere else. So yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, welcome to the last video of Redux Saga. So in here, we're gonna dispatch action for getting the data of this suggestions. Now in here we have get the data of these fates using Saga. Now we are going to do the same thing for these suggestions. Now first of all, what we need a file of it. So I'm just going to create a new file called face suggestion.saga.js. Now, as I have created this new file, there I'm going to explain the same thing that I have discussed previous. Now in here, what we need two type of function, that is worker function and second is watcher function. Now what are these functions that I have talked about in the previous videos? That this watcher function, what it does, that it will watch for the pattern that you have dispatched from the UI. So I'm going to give the name as watch fetch fetch suggestion. Now what it does, it will watches the pattern that you have dispatched from the UI side. Now in here export that we need, because we are going to export this watcher function. Now first of all, we need this yield keyword. Now here the effects that we got from our Redux Saga are, there are three that we need, that we use, that is take latest and put and call. Now I have elaborated what it is, so I'm just going to go in brief. Now in here take latest, what it will do, it will watches for a pattern that you have dispatched. Now the pattern that we have dispatched is fetch suggestion start. Now I don't know the name is correct or not, so I'm just going to use Control P and go to our fetch suggestion.action. And in here, as you can see, the type is the same. Now we can give here the worker function that we're gonna define. So the worker function that I'm going to create is worker fetch suggestion. Okay. Now I'm going to create this new worker fetch suggestion. Now this is also a generator function. Now all the work that you're gonna do is here. Now we have access to the parents that you have defined in this action, this faces and start action, but we haven't used any, so we don't need to do anything in here. Now I'm going to use try catch block for response or for error catching purpose. So as I have said that it is very efficient way of catching the error that you have in getting the data from the server. Now in here, for that what we need a put that we got from effects. Put is basically a dispatch kind of way that Redux Saga provides info from where you're gonna dispatch some action. Now which action we're gonna use is fetch suggestion failure. Now in here I'm going to use fetch suggestion failure and the message that we're going to provide. Now in here what we need a response, right? So we're gonna get response. Again we are going to use yield, because before that we are going to use a effect of this Redux Saga that is called. In here you're gonna give the method that you're gonna use, and I'm going to use this Axios method. Okay, Axios is basically a third-party library that I have used for fetching data. Now in here, after this second parameter, we are going to provide the URL. Now for the URL, you can get in from here, this action file. Now I'm just going to copy it and just going to paste in here. Now we got the data. For getting the data, what we need again a yield, because we're gonna use again one effect of this Redux Saga, that is put for dispatching the action, and we need faces and success and the response or data that I'm going to use for it. Now this is done. This is basically all done. Now go to your root saga.js, and in here what we need to provide the watcher function that you have exported from this fetch solution.saga. Now in here what I have provided is watch fetch solution. Yeah, this is what we need. I'm just going to, yeah, it's been saved. Now go to your solution.js. Now in here I'm going to create a new key value pair for using Saga fetching method. So fetch session by Saga. Now again we are going to dispatch the action. So in here, which dispatch action that you're gonna provide? So basically the action pattern that the watcher function will see. So it's basically the start that you have defined. Fetch session start is basically that you want to use in here. Now in here what we need by Saga, because we are going to use Saga in here. Now this is all done. Now let's see the result that we got or not. Okay, so yeah, we got the result, we got the suggestion, we got the fits. Now this is the way that Redux Saga works. Now let's see in the next video what we're gonna see next for the React course. That's all. Thanks. Hi guys, in this video we're gonna start learning hooks. So basically hooks is a function that lets you use React's feature without using classes. So you don't have to use class. Actually you cannot use hooks inside class. So yeah, so it's for using hooks you can use inside only a functional component. Now we're gonna see there are many types of hooks. Also you can create hooks on your own, and we're gonna see these things in our later video. So first of all, the restriction that we got, that you cannot use hooks inside a class. Now what these hooks provides, like what this reacts hooks provide. Now react hooks provide you with the state react, like you can use hooks for using the state, you can use hooks for the props, lifecycle methods. So these all are we're gonna cover in our later video. So in this first video of our hooks, we're gonna see the hooks that is use state. How can we use this use state for hooking to the react state. Now back to my code. Now in here I haven't created anything, so I have just created a folder called components. So inside this component folder I'm going to create a new file such that we're gonna see, or I'm going to demonstrate this use state hooks. Now again I'm going to create a file that is counter.js. Now in our counter.js, first of all I'm just going to use import react from react. Now from here on I'm not going to create any class component, because we are in a level that we can create only a functional component and we can write the code. Now in our counter functional component we are going to write, or we're going to return the JSX code in here. So first I'm going to use a div, and again closing div, again a div, and again a closing div. Now inside a closing div I'm going to create a new h1 tag, and again I'm going to close it. Now inside this increase by one, I'm just going to write a text called increase by one, such that whenever you click on this button you will see the amount to be increased or the number to be increased. Now what we need in here, I'm just going to import it, right? So for importing here I'm just going to use this export Default or default. What's happening? Yeah, export default counter. Now in here I'm just going to import it in our app.js. In here I'm just going to use counter. Yeah, uh we haven't imported it. Okay, we have imported it, right? Now in here I'm just going to give some styling in here. Oh, we don't need it, right? Yeah, we don't need it, any styling in here. So just I'm going to demonstrate, right? So just go to your counter.js. Now in here what we need, we're gonna use this use state hook. And as the name suggests, use state is a hook that is given by React. So basically any hook that is started by use is a hook. Okay, so inside this use state you're gonna provide the initial value. Now this initial value in here, first of all I'm just going to give any primitive value that you wanna give, like any number, string. Yeah, number and string. And in the later video we're gonna see that you can also provide an object, but we're gonna see in the next video. Okay, so in here what does this mean? Now if I just console it, just consoling it here, console.log array, I'm just going to save it and just open this console in here. Now inside this console, as you can see in here, that we got an array, right? So in first element we have the data, we have the initial value, or just call it data, right? And the second one is a function, that is a dispatch function, like as we have seen in our Redux, that it's gonna dispatch an action. So yeah, so I'm just going to destructure the data in here. So the first one is this count one. Or just given here a count. So just given here count. Now inside this count, mm, yeah, so inside this count, sorry, after that second element is a count, set count. Now this is a function, right? Now what we can do next is that for showing the data, what we can do in here, that we can use a string interpolation in here. So I'm just going to show the data in here, but just by using count one, count. Now what we can do, for like whenever you click on here, it's gonna dispatch an action, right? So in here I'm just gonna use this on click, and you can just give an you can make your own function and just call it, or just I'm going to call it here just for simplicity. I'm just using a set count and count plus one. Now this is done, and if I just click on it, as you can see here that the count is increasing. So what happened that whenever you click on this set count will be uh, dispatch between the two renders, right? The initial render and the final render, such that we got this data. Now again there is part that this is a one user state, this is a one state. Now what happens that when you want to create a new counter, right? Like you want to create a new counter for two, and so you cannot use the same thing right here. Like for this part you have to use count plus 2. Now if we just click it, you can see that the same thing happening in two places. We don't need this. So what we can do, we can create one more use state, right? So we can create a new use state in here and just give in a set count 2, and again use state 0 for here. Now in here you can just give a count to, and here set count to. Now in here, if I just click on it here, you can see the same thing is not happening here, because as you can see that the code, okay, oh, this is wrong. You have to give it like this. Yeah, now it is correct. Now if we just increase, as you can see that this is not dependent on this two component is independent of each other. So whenever this component will re-render, what happens that it will go through the 4 and 5 line of code. Okay, the number 4 line of code and 5 line of code, not yeah. So it will go up to down, and it will re-render the page again and again. So this is how this use state works for any primitive values like number and string. Now we're gonna see in our next video how can we do the same thing for a form, like whenever you use and a first name and last name, how can we do that? So yeah, so stay tuned for the next video. That's all, thanks. Hi guys, so in this video we're gonna see how can we use object as a state inside useState. Now for that part we are going to create a new file in here. So inside our components, I'm going to create a new file. Let's say its name is statehooks2.js. Now inside here, what we're gonna create an import React from React. And now in here, I'm just going to use state hooks 2. Sorry for the improper name. So now in here, I'm going to return a JSX syntax. So in here, I'm just going to export default this state hooks2 function. Now in here, I'm going to give a div. Now inside this div, we need an input tag. So first of all, we need the div tag again. And now in here, I'm going to give an span, giving first name slash span. Now also we need closing div inside here. And here I'm going to give an input tag. Input tag, if has an type text, and I'm going to give the name so that we can use this as a key inside handling the state. So in here I'm going to give f name. Just going to close it. And the same thing we need for the last name also. I'm just going to copy it here and just remove the not in here last name and l name. Now in here I'm just going to show the last div. I'm just gonna show the content inside this whole input tag. Now in our app.js, what I'm going to do is just comment out and just import this state hooks to.js. Now we have imported this state hooks. We got this first name and last name. Now yeah, let's see how can we use this use state in here. So in here what we need again, I'm just going to give full name in here, is a state in here, and we're gonna set the name, right? So setting the name is a function, and in our user state we're gonna provide an object that is fname lname. Now let's see what we got inside this full name, right? So just saving it here and just opening this console. Okay, yeah. So we got an object, right? We got an object, so we can get the value inside this full name, right? So I'm just going to extract this structure from here, the name that we now want, f name and l name, and use it here also. So full name. Now in here I'm just going to display it. So f name, l name. So there is a space. So for much clarity, I'm just going to give it like this. So we got this here. Okay, now what we need an on change method. Now this will handle the method, right? And we're gonna create this handle change, our own method. Just going to copy it and paste in here. Okay, so we haven't created this handle change method, right? So I'm just going to create a new handle change method, and we need this event listener in here, and just going to destructure again. The value that we got is name, that is the key, maybe f name or l name, and the value. Now from where we will get, that is event.target. Now this is done. Now we're gonna dispatch the function. Now set name. Now in here, as you can see, that you cannot use it like this, right? If you use it like this, what will happen, that if you change something, it will, like, yeah, let's see what happened when you do this. Now, yeah, so we got this undefined, right? We didn't get any data in lname. So what happens, that whenever you use this part, this new object will be created in here, and this lname key will be removed from that object. So what we can do, that we can use the previous object, that is the full name that we have initialized, and just replace the content inside the key that you want to replace. Now this is what we need. Now if I just maybe refresh it again. Yeah, so now let's see what happens. Okay, as you can see here, that both key is working perfectly. So this is how you can handle an object when you're gonna use this use state. Now in our next video, we're gonna see or learn the use effect hooks, and if you can search it and you can see what it is. So yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, so in this video we're gonna learn our second hook, that is use effect. And previously we have learned our first, that is the use state, that lets you hook to the react state. Now for exploring this use effect, I'm going to create a timer in here, and it's not a fancy timer, just a number that is being increased by one. So if you want to do anything else, you can just create your own formatter and just give the, yeah, give the value, and it will format like this. So I'm not going to build it, so I'm just going to counter plus one. So yeah, so I'm just going to just create the first of all UI. So I'm just going to use it here. I'm going to give timer here and just closing it. Now just exporting this file. So I'm just going to export it, export default timer. Now using in here our app.js, I'm going to use timer in here. So yeah, that's it. That's what we need. We got this timer. Now what this use effect is, so in our class component we have lifecycle methods, right? Such as like the one that we have used for data fetching. Okay, so basically the one which we are gonna use whenever the page renders. So yeah, after the page renders, what are the lifecycle methods that we're gonna use? That is component did mount, component will update, or component will unmount. So combining these three all lifecycle method comes under, or combining all these three will do the same trick that the use effect will do. Okay, so we're gonna see these three lifecycle methods into one use effect into action in here, not in this video, but we're gonna see in next one video more maybe. So let's begin with our use effect. So basically what this is, that use effect will be called after this component will be mounted on this page. So basically the component did mount, right? So what, but this is also occur when component will update. Okay, whenever the some props will change, then this use effect will also work. So how can we restrict the action of use effect? We will see in the later video. So first of all, one thing that is use effect will run anytime, each time, or every time whenever this effect, whenever any props will change. Okay, so in here what it needs, it need it need a effect, yeah, it need a function, callback function. So you can define a function in here. I'm going to give an arrow of a function such that I'm going to define in here as well. So what we need a set timeout, right? So inside this set timeout, if you don't know what this function does, just Google it and you can see what it is. So what it does like after, in here in the second argument, I'm just gonna give 1000, that is that this is a second, right? Sorry, this is millisecond. So 1000 millisecond is 1 second. So it will run this function, anything that you're gonna write in here in this function after 1 second. So yeah, so I'm just going to create a new state. Okay, so inside this state I'm going to use to update the value of the set second, right? So this means that whenever you update the set second, this use effect will run again, right? That's what I have said, that it will run for both component date mount and component will update. Now I'm just going to use state in here, just giving the value, the initial value, that is 0. Now in here I'm just going to wrap this up in curly braces such that I'm going to use string interpolation in here and giving the second value. As I have said, you can use the formatter if you want. Okay, so it's done. I don't know why it is not showing. I'm just going to refresh it so it will be shown in. Yeah, we got this UI. Now what we can do next is I'm going to update the value, right? So set second plus 1. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's what we need. Okay, so is there, yeah. So as you can see in here that it will be updated each time because two things happening here. Whenever the first time there is page mounted, component did mount will happen. So the same thing use effect will happen. And now again, if it is changing, the value of second is changing, so this timer will again re-render. So again this will use effect will run after render, and this is component will update. So now this is not what we want, right? We want to stop it, we want to start it, that we have a functionality in our hand, right? So for that purpose, I'm going to create a new state, that is start, such that it has a value of true or false that we're gonna need in here. And again, we're gonna use state, and the first value, okay, the initial value is false. So in here we need a button, right? So inside this button, I'm gonna give the text also by just using the ternary operator if else type of thing. So text button you can give in here. So if it is not started, okay, if it is not started, so the text will be start, or if it is started, so we need to stop it, right? So I'm just gonna give it here, give in here the text button also. Mm, yeah, text button. Now I'm going to give in here text button and also then horizontal line in here. Okay, so we got this, but we haven't used like it doesn't do anything, right? So just giving the value in here on click and changing the value whenever you click on it. But this thing is not uh, hook or attached with to this use effect, right? So let's see what we have to do next. So set start to be is start, okay, like it will toggle the value, and you can see in here start, stop. Okay, it's not changing, right? Oh, sorry. Set start, yeah. Now if we can see in here, uh something is changing. Okay, just refresh it again. Okay, now let's see. Yeah, it's working fine. Yeah, so now we have to see how can we use this is start in here. So as I have said in the previous video that there are restriction of using hooks, right? We can only use hooks inside a functional component at the top level, okay? So we cannot use a hook inside a function, like rather than the component, okay? We can use inside the if else block. So what we can do, that we can give the if else inside here, okay? So if it is started, that time we gonna run this code, okay? So as I'm going to give in here and refresh back in here, it is not started, it is false, so it is not started. If I just again start, so it is running in here, and if I just click on this stop, it will be stopped, and again we start, it will be started, and yeah, that's all. So this is how we can use this use effect. So we haven't talked about the things like data fetching. We will see in the next video. Yeah, so there is more to it. Let's see in the next video. That's all. Thanks. Hi guys. So in this video, we're gonna fetch some data from an API, and we're gonna see how can we do that in our use effect hook. So let's begin with that. I'm going to use import React from React, and using the const because we're gonna use the functional component in here. So I'm just going to wrapping up with this functional component as a return, and in here I'm not going to give anything right now, just a div, and just exporting it, export default, fetch to do, and just importing into our app.js For that we're gonna just use fetch to do in here. Now just saving it, it will give nothing right now. So let's begin with our use effect, because as I have said, use effect is used for the lifecycle methods of React, such as component will mount, component will update, or component will unmount. So let's fetch our data from an API, and the API is this, and we're gonna use this a promise that we got from this fetch. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna get a response, and this response we are going to change or convert into JSON, and then we will get some data, right? So we're gonna store in our state, and the state name is data, or just given the to do will be good. And now just set to do, and again using the useState hook, and for now just give it null. Now we will get data, right? And such that we're gonna use this set to do, such that we can set the data into our React fetch to do functional component. And in here it's an object, right? So we're gonna just spread out the data in here, and but by doing this we will get the to do, right? Now if we just go to our React dev tools, and okay, just a sec. Yeah, so we have get this web page to do in here, and as you can see in here, just look into our state in here, that we got this to do, right? So we're gonna just get this title, right? So in here I'm just gonna do to do title. Okay, so just checking in here, we got this. And what this is, that what that I have done is an optional chaining, that is for checking for naive operator. I'm going to give one video on this, maybe in some other videos, but this is a proper way of checking for any null values. And if there is no null values, it will just give the text in here that you can see in here. Now if we just now if we just go to, like if we just console in here, you will see a bizarre thing in here. So just going in here, okay, and as you can see in our console, that you can see that we are getting object again and again. Why we are getting this? Because right now this use effect is doing same as component did update, not as a component did mount. So we have to restrict this thing, right? Because as you can see in here, that we got a bunch of responses again and again. So for restricting it, we have another params that we can pass after this. And for right now, for stopping this, I'm just going to give an empty array. And so what do I mean by this? Okay, so what is this empty array, right? So basically, in a layman term, if you don't know anything, okay, so if you just give an empty an array in here, this use effect will run as a component mount. Okay, so it will run as a component mount. Now what is the significance of this second param is that, first of all, this will be an array, right? This will be an array, and whatever the props or state you're gonna pass in here, Okay, whatever the props and state that you're gonna pass in here is the dependency for running this effect. What do I mean by this? So for checking what I mean by that, I'm going to create one button here. So for that, I'm going to give a h1 tag in here and just closing it and creating a button in here and giving unmount. Okay, so actually this is a very significant part that I'm going to tell it right now. So in here I'm just going to create a new const and the name is unmount. It's not a big deal right now. So is unmount set unmount is useState. First of all, it will be a false. Okay, and now what I can do is that whenever I click on it, it will change the set unmount and it will just toggle it out. Okay, so it's all only going to toggle it out. Now what we can do next is, as you can see in here, if we just gonna pass in here is unmount. Okay, now just saying it. Okay, so you have got this value, right? You have got this to do, and if I just click on it again, you will see that this will again occur. This use effect will again fetch the data, and if I just click on again, it will fetch again. So you will not see, but what do I mean by this? That for a previous render and after render, it is checking the value of this is unmount. So right now, maybe it's false. Okay, when it's false, in here it will not render, but if I just click on this unmount, the value changes to true. And now what happens that the React will check for the items that is present in this array before render and after render and compare it. And if it is equal, it will not run this effect, or if it is not equal, it will run this effect. So that's what's happening in here. Okay, now there is one more thing that I'm going to tell, that is how can we uh, get functionality of component will unmount. So what this use effect does, that whenever you're gonna return something from use effect hook, it will be a function, and so you can name any function in here. I'm just gonna give an anonymous function, and if we just do this line of code, it will return this use effect after the component will unmount type of thing will happen in here. So how can you see this? So just set the to do in here to be null, and what I'm going to do, that I'm going to increase the fetching time to the 5 second, so it will fetch the data after 5 seconds, such that you can see what's happening in here. Okay, so in here I'm just gonna copy this and just paste in here. Okay, it will not look nice, but let's see what happens in here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we didn't get the data. Yeah, we got the data. So as you can see in here we got the data after 5 seconds, right? We got the data. Now this return function has not been run. Why? Because we haven't changed anything in here. If we change our props, what will happen that this whole component will unmount. Okay, so this line of code will run. Let's see what happens when I just click on this unmount. As you can see in here that our set to do is to be null, and in here we got the data again after 5 seconds, and we got this data. And if I just click on it again, you will see that it will be removed because data is null, and again we will get the data after 5 seconds. So in this video we have talked about component didn't mount and component will unmount, and how can we write for component will unmount. Okay, as we have seen that we can create use state multiple times, also we can do the same thing for use effect also. You can create multiple use effect. Why? Because sometimes what occurs that the same, because this line of code belongs to some part of the functionality, and we don't want to mix up with this some other type of functionality that we want to use. So the React hooks provides us to separate our code, separate our functionality so that it will not be mixed up with each other. So yeah, so this is the advantages of use effect hooks. We don't have to write the same code in different lifecycle methods. We don't have to write different functionality in the same uh, component lifecycle methods. We can separate out by using different use effect hooks. And yeah, so this is how we can end this video of our use effect. So in the next video we're gonna see a new hook. So let's see in the next video. Stay tuned. Hi guys, so far we have learned two hooks, that is use state and use effect. Now in this video we're gonna learn the third hook, that is use reducer. Now as the name suggests, use reducer. So basically we have learned this redux part, right? And in the redux we have seen this reducer part, right? And we're gonna see the same thing happening in this use reducer that is given by the React. Now let's begin with that. Now basically that we have learned this use state, and we are going to learn this use reducer. The both have the same work to store the state, but React give this use reducer as a way to solve some you can say solve some complex logic, and that's what we're gonna see. But you can use both if you want to. Okay, so let's begin with one practice example. We're gonna create this advanced counter, right? We have created this counter in our use state, and in here I'm just gonna create a advanced counter. So I'm just gonna export it in advanced counter name and just importing in here. Now will be imported in here. Now first of all we have to write some CSS code, right? So I'm just gonna create this div. Okay, and inside this div I'm gonna give one div, and in here I'm just gonna create h2 tag. Inside this curly braces we're gonna write some JavaScript expression, and basically we're gonna use this string interpolation, right? Now in here dollar sign we're gonna provide something, but we don't need right now. We're gonna provide the state, right? So we have written this. Now in here what we need, I'm just gonna close this div. Now we will get this counter, right? Now in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna create three buttons in here. First button will be a increment button such that the symbol is plus, and the second one is for minus such that we will decrement by 1 or any number that you want to, and the second one is for reset this whole counter. Now, yeah, it's happening. Yeah, now in here we're gonna create, or we're gonna use this new reducer, right? Now the new reducer that I have said, sorry, new hook that is use reducer. So it's basically the same thing that we have seen, a const, and it should have a state, and second one is a action, or action that we're gonna dispatch. And in here I'm gonna use this user reducer. Inside this we're gonna provide a reducer function that we're gonna define outside of our advanced counter, and second one is initial argument that you're gonna pass. So right now the initial argument you can give, it is count 1 is to 0, right? So just provide the init. Now we haven't defined this reducer, right? So let's see what this reducer means, right? We have seen our reducer in our Redux. The same thing we're gonna provide in here. So what we need a reducer. It's a function. First argument is a state. Okay. Now in here we have seen our in our Redux that we have to provide a default value, but actually we have sent this init. You're right, init state inside it. And the second one is action, right? The action that we're gonna provide. Actually, we haven't seen what this action is. So let's see after this. Now in here the same thing that we have done. Now in here you can use action, the same code that you have right in your Redux code, right? Action.type. Now it's checking for cases like increment 1. If it is, we're gonna dispatch, then what it's gonna do, it's gonna increase by 1, right? So we're gonna write this return statement and state and count 1 is 2 state dot count 1 plus 1. Now there is one default value, right? Now what happens at default value, we can give return state because we have a default value, this init. Now in here what we have to do once again, that we have to provide another case, that is sorry, decrement 1. And what it's gonna do, it's gonna return the state with count 1 state dot count 1 minus 1. Now I have let's see that there is some error in here. Actually this function name syntax is wrong. Now it's correct, as you can see here that it is correct now. Now what we have to do, this one is done, we haven't provided it for this reset, right? So let's do for that also. So reset, if we dispatch one action that is reset, what it's gonna do, it's gonna return the state, and we're gonna spread the init, this one, this init const, such that count 1 is colon to 0. Now what we have to do in here, that I have said that it's gonna provide the state, right? And the second one is that this dispatch function, right? We can provide any name that you want. but by convention I'm just gonna provide this state and dispatch. Now what we can do in here, we can, this is dollar sign and state count one. So as you can see here that we got this 0. Now what we can do, we can provide a dispatch action in here, that is on click, and this is a function. So if I just write in like this, that we're gonna dispatch one function. Now in here, as you can see that action dot type, so we have to provide one key, right? So inside this key we have to provide this increment one. You can do the same thing, like just not provide this type in this you can have to provide, because such that you have to just define, just change the logic such that it will be matched with this switch statement in here. Now in here this increment one is completed. Now in our here, what we can do, we're gonna provide another dispatch function. So inside this dispatch function we're gonna provide this type, that is decrement one. Now again, other, we're gonna provide this on click. Again we're gonna dispatch one function, that is type is reset. Now this is complete. Let's see in action that it is correct or not. So as you can see here that is, it is correct. Now if you just go to your React Dev Tools and just go in here, as you can see here that we got this reducer, we have this count one, and if you just increase in here, the value is also increasing, and if you just reset, it is also reset. So actually this is the overflow of using useReducer in here. But in the coming videos you're gonna see the more advantages of useReducer. So you can create many dispatch functions or action type, or you can also just provide the payload from here also. You can provide some payload that you want to use in your there, like if you just provide the payload to 5. Okay, if you just provide the payload to 5, what we can do next is just provide this count 1 to action.payload. So we just have created one new key, and that we're gonna get, and that we're gonna pass to this reset case and just give into here. Now what we can do in here, if we just reset, it will be reset to this value. Okay, so it will reset to this value and it will start from there, right? So this is the main thing. I'm gonna attach the use reducer documentation in the given file, even given video. So just stay tuned for the next hook. That's all. Thanks. Hi guys. So in this video we're gonna learn one new hook, and before learning our new hook I'm gonna remove some of the code in here, and I'm gonna convert our fetching method to async await. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just remove this set timeout that we have used in here. So for that I'm gonna just remove it here, from here, and that's all what we need in for this. Yeah, all what we need. Now it's doing good. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, that we're gonna use async, right? So for that purpose we're gonna use this async await. Now let's see, I'm gonna just type in here, and as you can see here that we got some error in here. And if I just hover in our async, as you can see here, effects callback are synchronous to prevent rest condition. Put the async function inside. So what it says, that useEffect is actually a synchronous, is actually synchronous. So what we are going to use, we are going to use async await inside our useEffect, or we're gonna convert, or we're gonna create a new function async and we're gonna call inside it and also define it inside this use effect. So let's do that. So I'm just gonna remove it, and the name of our function name is fetch data. Okay, simple name. Now in here I'm just gonna use this ESX syntax, and the name of our function is fetch data, and we are going to use async, right? So let's do this async, and now what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna paste in here inside our definition. Now let's see what we are going to do next. We are going to use this const response that we get using await. Now in here we don't need these parts. What we need is const data and await and response JSON. And we also need this part. We just need these parts. So yeah, that's it. That's what we need in here. Now if I just refresh it again, and you will see in here that we got this. Okay, that is fine, right? Now there is one more thing that I'm gonna say, that is that if we're gonna write all the code inside this use effect, it will be much of code in here, right? Like this is not these things. Like if we're gonna dispatch an action, we're gonna use Redux, we're gonna use some different libraries, so it's gonna get a bigger code inside this use effect. And if I just remove this code and just type in outside of our use effect, let's see what will happen. Okay, and we're gonna just see what next. Just I'm gonna show what will happen. So that's purpose I'm just gonna use it high in here. Now let's see. Okay, yeah, we got this one time high. If I just type in here, yeah, it's doing good, it's fine. But there is one caveat, that is this fetch data is actually a dependency, not this is unmount. We don't need this is unmount here actually. So we have to pass this fetch data as a dependency in here. So if I do that, as you can see here, that we got many times high. Actually this is wrong. We don't need this type of caveat, this type of things. So for that purpose, the use callback hook is introduced, and we're gonna see how can we do this. So for that purpose, I'm just gonna give it here the actually syntax, how can we write this. So I'm just gonna give it the same thing in here, const face data, and then you're gonna give this use callback, and this use callback will we are going to provide a function inside it, and the function logic that I'm gonna write is the same thing. I'm just gonna copy it from here and just paste in here. And also we can use async in here because this is a simple function, right? This is a simple function, you can write this. Now we have imported this use callback. Now what is this? There is also there is something wrong in here. As you can see here, that it also need another thing, that is dependencies, that we have used inside this our use effect, right? And this use effect, we are going to provide the dependency such that if there is anything changes in here, it will look into this dependency. If it is different from the future render and before render, such that this function will be run. Okay, so actually there is something also wrong, that the use callback is not defined, because yeah, this is not this is not been imported in here. So let's import it. Right, now this is good. Now let's see what will happen. Now if I just type in here, it doesn't work, right? It will not work because we haven't provided this unmount in here, right? But I'm just gonna say change our code a little bit, such that it will look good. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna change our mount to is mount, and this is going to be set mount, such that you will see that when this mount and unmounting will happen in here. Okay, and I'm gonna do one thing more, that is, whenever the id will change, this id will change. It will not be static, it will be dynamic. That whenever this id will change, this fetch data will be occurred. Now for doing this, we again need one new state, that is id, and we are going to set the id, right? So we are going to use this use state, and the default value is 1, or initial value is 1. Now we don't need this. What we need is a string interpolation, because this is going to be a dynamic string, right? Now in here, I'm just going to provide this id in here. Now this is what we need in here. Now in here, the dependency is id. Whenever the id will change, this function will be called. And also what I'm gonna use, set mount to be true, because we have mounted, right? So this will be called. And again, if we are not mounted, so it will be a false. And also we are going to change text in here, right? Because this is not the right, this is actually static, that's why. So what I'm gonna use, we're gonna just use this text, and what is mount. Okay, is mount. Then what I'm gonna say, we are mount, and or else unmount. Actually it should be camel case, so I'm just gonna give camel case. Now this is correct. Now I'm just gonna remove this on click. We don't need this on click, we are not going to do it with anything. Now we are just going to change it with text. Now just give it here text, and also it will be disabled whenever you unmount it. So dot not is mount. Now yeah, that's it, what we need in here. Now also we are going to change this id, right? So for that, I'm just going to use this input tag, and input tag will have a type called number, and the value is equal to this id. And we are going to use this on change. We'll have an event listener, such that we are going to change this set id to event dot target dot value. Now let's see that if I'm correct or not. Okay, so oh yeah, we haven't closed it, right? Yeah, now let's see. Okay, it's working fine, there's no error in here. Now if I just use it here, as you can see here, it's working fine. Okay, as you can see here, you can see that the same thing is happening in here. So yeah, so this is the use callback that is very beneficial when you want to optimize your code. Now in the next video, we're gonna see one more optimized hook. Basically the name is useMemo, and we're gonna see the useMemo also, with that how previously we use memo, for optimizing our code. Yeah. So in this video, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys. In this video, we're gonna see a new hook, that is useMemo. And in previous video, we have learned this use callback function or use callback hook, and using with this use callback attached with use effect. Now in here, why should we learn use memo? Or before that, there is memo given by the React also, and we're gonna see the same thing. Okay, first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just in our counter.js file, in here, this code is very much similar to this code, right? Just simple changes is this one. Okay, and we're gonna just create a common component for this to div that we have created in here, and let's say the name of this is const compute, because we're gonna see that okay, let's just go with this. The name of this component is compute. Okay, now in here, what we need count, and we need set count. Okay, this is what we need. And inside this, I'm just gonna also give it children, because this one, this part is common to both, right? Now what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna grab this one and just cut it and return it here. Okay, yeah. Now just using return function, going to use it here. Now we need this children part, right? So for this, I'm just gonna remove this part and just give color children. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just give it here the compute that we have written, and inside this one we are sending the children, that is increase by one. Okay, now it's nothing to worry about right now. We're gonna see what we can do next. Now in here, we're gonna just provide the count in here. The count is count one in here. Okay, the count is count. Okay, so the count, and set count is set count. This is what we need in here. Oh, I'm just giving this it in the wrong way. Yeah, now I'm just gonna give it in here. Now I'm just gonna, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna copy it and just paste in here, and just changing the increase by 2, and also the changing is to be made in here. It, that's what we need. We got everything. Okay, just give it here like this. Yeah, now it's done. As you can see here, we got a common component compute, and we can just use it like this. Now let's see what is the problem in here. Okay, so just console log again high. Now as you can see here, we got 2 times render high, this compute. Now if we just click on this, click me, as you can see here that we got render again 2 times, and we are getting compute for this part also and this part also. So this is the caveat in here. We are not changing anything in this compute component, in this component, but it is also rendering, right? So to stop that, this React has given a memo. Memo is basically memoized, like store the values, okay, stored anything, and if there is some changes in the input, the output will be changed also. This is the basically the memoized functionality. Okay, now how can we do that using React memo? Not using hook, only React memo. Now the syntax is very simple. Just use react dot memo. Okay, you can also just grab it here from memo in here, or I'm just going to use it like this, react dot memo, and just wrap this up like this. Simple. That's it. This is what this react memo does. Like as you can see here that there is nothing rendering, there is no rendering for this part, right? As you can see here, there is only one rendering because there is some value changes in here. There is set new function is being called. That's why this part is rendering, and only one times. Now I'm gonna, this is the first part we have seen right now using react memo. But how can we do the same thing using hook use memo? So I'm just gonna remove it, or yeah, just remove it. So this is the hooks that we are learning, right? So what we're gonna do next is in const. In the const, we're gonna provide the memo hook. Just the name convention, okay? Memo hook, no name convention, just giving the name, okay? So the memo hook one, use memo, okay? In here, this is a function. Inside this function, we are going to just copy it. Just copy this part and return it here. Okay, it's not, this not looks good. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna create, just keep it here. Okay, yeah, just keep it here and give the dependencies in here that is depend on. Depending one is count and set count. Just remove this part because we don't need this. We need memo hook one, just like this. We're gonna just use this memo hook one like this. Now we need also const memo hook 2 because there is another one, that's why. Memo hook 2, use memo, and again the same thing. I'm just gonna grab it and paste in here and give the dependencies in here, that is count 2 and set count 2. Yeah, so in here there's the same thing, memo hook 2. So the name is incorrect, right? So just give the name correct, memo hook 2. Yeah, now let's see in action. Okay, as you can see here, if I just click on here only one time and again one time, so yeah, this is how we can use memo. But if you can just use the optimizing part without using use memo, this is also fine, that is also fine. You don't have to use memo like this. Okay, You can also use the same thing, react memo, if it is simpler than this use memo. There's no problem with that. And yeah, so this is it. So we have learned to optimize the hook, that is use callback and use memo. And in the next video we're gonna see the new hooks. So let's see. Hi guys, in previous video we have learned hooks. So in here we're gonna start learning some new concepts called and context or higher order components. Now in here, what is ref? So basically ref is a way, or it provides a way to access a DOM or a React component that is being rendered inside any component, right? So we're gonna see what is ref. Now why we need ref basically, right? So in normal flow, what happens that you can pass a props to your child component and can re-render your child component, right? Now what happens that maybe at some cases you don't have to pass a prop, right? You don't have to pass a prop. There's no way you can pass a prop. So this ref comes into picture such that it can access a DOM node such as this div. This is a DOM node. Or maybe it can access a React component such as app component and change its functionality as you want to. Now let's begin with that. We're gonna first look into a class component, and we're gonna move to this class component to this functional component and see how can we achieve the same thing but using some other tools. Now let's see. First we are going to use a class component. So I'm going to convert this class component or class app and going to use extends keyword and using this react.components so that we can use like lifecycle methods, state, props, right? Now in here I'm going to use this constructor and also using this super keyword such that we have anything that there has been in the react components class. Now in here what we are going to do, we are going to create one this keyword using this keyword, and we're going to create an instance or a property for this app. Let's say its name is focus input. Okay, now in here why we have created this, right? So basically this create ref, oh sorry, this ref that we are gonna see have this create ref tool such that we can create a ref and assign its value to this instance of this app component. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use this render keyword, render method, and render method inside it I'm going to use this return. And first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm just going to use this div and also going to use this div, like closing it. Now I'm going to use a input component that I haven't created, so let's create with that. So I have created these components. Now in here I'm going to create a new file and its name is input.js. Now I'm just going to close it. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use import react from react and also going to use class input extends react dot component, and in here I'm going to use a constructor again and going to use this props. As I have said that this ref can access the DOM and a React component, so I'm going to first see for this DOM node, that's why. So in here what I'm going to use, I'm going to use again this super keyword such that we can use this keyword in here. Now I'm going to use this dot input ref, and again I'm going to use this react dot create ref. So basically, in for like initial state, its actual value is null. Okay, and when it unmounted, or yeah, unmounted, then again its value going to change to null. Now in here I'm going to render. So in a normal flow, what you will see that if I create one div, and again I'm going to use an input tag and just closing it like this, and just going to use a button and just say it is a click me, and just closing it. And also you have to export this file, right? So just exporting this file, export default input, and we are going to use it. Oh sorry, I haven't used this return, right? So let's use it, and just copying and pasting it here. Yeah, it looks good. Now what I'm going to use, we have imported it, right? So let's see that we can import it here. Yeah, we have imported it, and in here you will see that we got this. Is there some error in here? Yeah, we got this input. Now what happens that if you just refresh it again, you will see that the focus is not here, and if you just type in something, you will not get into the here, like anything that you want to type, you will not get in here. So first of all, what you have to do is first click on it here, and then you can type it, right? So this is a rare, like this is the case in where you can use this ref, right? So what we can do in here, one thing you can do, or there are many ways to do it, of course. So if you use this handle click, okay, if you use this handle click, what you can do, okay, you cannot use this handle click, you have to use this dot handle click because you are using this class. Now in here you can use this handle click function, and what you can do next is input ref, but where you want to use this ref, right? So you have a props in here that's called ref, and inside this ref you can pass this dot input ref. Now what you can do in here, how can you access this node, right? How can you access this input tag? So what you can do, you can just type in current, and now you can use any DOM element properties that this input tag has. Okay, now if you just click on this click me, you will see that we got this a focus, right? Now this is a one way. Okay, so this is the way that you can use to focus on an input element. There are many things that you can do in here also, like you can use this select keyword. So what happens when you use this select keyword, what happens, the focus will not work. But if you use this and you again just use click me, you will get all the values that has been inserted in here as a select, and just you can copy and paste it very easily. Now what I'm going to see next, that you have used this handle change, right, on change method, right, for this input tag. You can also use it using this ref. So how can we use it? So what we can do, that just type in here value, okay, and you can just console it. Okay, just console it here and you will see the value in here. Okay, so for this I'm just going to open this console in here first of all. Okay, so now let's type in hi, hello. Now just click on click me. You will see that we got this hi hello value. We haven't used anything, we haven't used on change method, we haven't created any state, just we have used this ref keyword, ref concept in here, and you got this value. So looking into it, you can learn that you can use this ref as a way to access a DOM node. Okay, you have just clearly seen that you can use this ref for accessing a DOM node using this current and any value, or sorry, any DOM attributes that this input tag or any tag has, you can use it. So yeah, so first thing that we have learned in here, how can we use this ref for a DOM node. In the next lesson we're gonna see how can we use this ref for a component such as this input tag, sorry, such as this input component. So yeah, let's say in the next video. Hi guys, so in previous video we have seen how can we use ref for class components, and when we how can we access a DOM node such as div input and many others, and also how can we use ref for a component, react component that we have created like input. So in here in this video we're gonna see how can we use ref for the functional component purposes. So let's begin with that. So for that I have created this input wrapper class, or sorry, input wrapper component, and in here as you can see in here, just I have reused this input.js file, input file. So let's in here what we're gonna do, we're gonna do the same thing, but we have created this as a functional component, and we're gonna see how can we achieve the same thing that app.js achieve. So first of all I'm going to use const creating a input ref, and I'm going to use react dot, and the hooks that we can use for this is use ref, the same thing as a create ref, and you have to provide in here as a null initialize value. And next what we can do, just pass in here the ref one, ref as a props, and just pass in input ref. And you can do the same thing for the DOM also, but let's see for this first. So in here as you can see that we have passed this input ref in here, and what I'm going to use, I'm going to use sorry, we can use react.useEffect. So what I want to do is I want to focus on the second input also. So how can we achieve that? For achieving it, what is the input in here, what we can use, we can use this handle click, right? We can use this handle click, or just purpose like what we got in here. We can just first of all we can console in here and see what we get inside this input ref dot current. Yeah, so let's see. So what we get again the same thing that we get from a class component create ref, and I'm going to use this handle click, or maybe it will not work in here, but let's see it is working or not. So yeah, as you can see here we got this handle click again, or in the second one we got the focus in here. So at the time we only got focus at one time, at one point of time, right? So by doing this, as you can see in here, that as the app progress, like app.js render, and it will goes to this input wrapper. So in here, this react.useEffect, such as a component mount, will run first. That's why the focus will not come in the first input, but come in the second input. So we got the focus in here. Now, one thing to remember, that the parent component, if it's a function, then you can pass the ref in a DOM node, such as input one, okay, or a class component, such as input one. You cannot pass this ref into a functional component as a child. If it is a child component, yes, it is a child component input. But if it is a functional component, you cannot just pass ref inside it. So for demonstrating this part of thing, what I'm going to use, I'm going to create a input 2. Okay, I'm going to create an input 2 component, but the structure of this input 2 will be different. It will be a functional component first of all. So let's see, input2.js. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy all the content of this file inside this input2.js. Just that I'm just going to convert this into a functional component and removing these parts that we don't need it. And again, we don't need these parts because we are going to use a functional component. So again, we are going to use a const input ref, not this use ref, because it's a hook. And in here, we don't need this. What we need in here, we need const. And again, I have to remove all the this keyword that is present in this file. So let's begin with that, and removing this render method that we don't need in here, and just this, right, and removing this again, this keyword that we don't need in here. Yeah, okay. So there is one this const handle click. Okay, we don't need this because we haven't used it in here. Now go to your input wrapper and set this input wrapper. You have to import this input too, right? So just importing this file in here. Okay, we got this. Okay, giving some space inside this input2.js. So just giving an styling, inline styling inside it, like position relative, and top. From the top, I'm going to give 20 pixel maybe. Right, now go to your input. Yeah, so in here, as you can see in here, we got this input to file, and we got this handle click too. Okay, so as I have said that this can work inside it for a DOM. So let's see in here, if I just type in here and just use this click me, we got the value. Just by using useref, we have used useref and access the value in the input DOM. Now, as I have said, we haven't used for a functional component, as I haven't passed it in here. So I'm just going to pass in here this ref. Okay, we got this ref, and I'm just going to pass this input ref. Okay, and I'm just going to remove this ref. We don't need this right now. Okay, so just removing this. Yeah. So let's see what the warning we may get, or a error we may get. So the handle cannot read property of handle. Okay, so we have to remove this part also, right, for now. Okay, let's see now what we get. So functional component cannot give ref. Attempt to access this ref will fail. And did you mean react.forward ref? Okay, okay. So we have to use in this child component a means called forward ref, right? So the same thing that we have used, like forward ref, we are going to wrap this function inside it, and we get inside this forward ref two argument. The first one is props. If anything, you are going to pass from this input wrapper in here, and second one is ref. That's the part that you have passed in here using this input ref. Okay, so in here, as you can see here, this ref is like outside of these props. Okay, now in here we don't need these things, because eventually this ref will be given to a given passed to a DOM element, right? So the same thing we have to do. We're just going to pass in here the ref in here. That's what we need in here, and that's what we need in here. And again, we don't need these parts, and that's it. That's what we need in here. But what's the point of this all, right? So just console it here. Let's see what we may get. So console log input ref dot current. Okay, so we got this, eventually we got this input tag, right? And it is right, because as we have passed this ref inside this input, so basically what we need, that we can just access any of the DOM properties that this input tag has, so such as this focus. And if you do this, you will get a focus in here. Okay, so this is the lesson that we get from here, from this lesson, that we have created a parent component called input wrapper. Inside this, we have created this input, which is a class component, and we have passed input ref, and we have used the methods inside this input component. But if we have used input 2, which is a functional component, and have passed this input ref as a ref for this input 2, you cannot get, or you cannot pass this ref inside this input 2 functional component. So for doing this, what we need another thing, that is forward ref, such that it forward the ref which is inside the inside the parent component and passing to a child component. And in here you have these two parameters, that is props and ref. And props is different in here, props is different from the ref. And just passing the ref in here input tag, you can access the input DOM using the current properties and do anything with it that input does. So yeah, so we have learned or understand this ref concept in here, and stay tuned for the next video. In the next video, we are going to learn context. Yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, so in this video we're gonna start learning context. So in here in our structure folder, as you can see that I have created one class learn context, and inside it I have rendered one child component called button wrapper, and inside this button wrapper I have two another child component, that is button and button2, and it simply is rendering a functional component button2 and another one is class component. So why I have done this, we will see later. So right now we are talking about this context, right? So basically context is same thing as a props, but what happens that for using props you are going to send the props from here, that will be sent to this button, and such that we can access that props in here. But this is called like a drilling, like this button wrapper doesn't need any props in here, but you have to provide if you are using this props method, right? Now there is one way that you can do, that is context, that we're going to learn. And why we should use context is that in what most of the cases what happens that the same data is to be used in various you can say level of a React component tree. Maybe yeah, maybe in various places you have to use. So that's why we are going to look into it in here. So there are APIs, context APIs that we need to use. So first of all, that I'm going to do something in here is basically you can use for class component also and functional component also, but I'm just demonstrating it with class component. Okay, the first of all we need is to create the context, right? Like create a you can say store or initial values, you can say. Yeah, initial value you can say. Now in here, first of all, what I'm going to demonstrate is that basically we are going to achieve a theme rendering. That means whenever you click on a button, it will change your background of this screen. Okay, now first of all we are going to start with like simple, such that we can know all the APIs that we need to understand for using context. Now let's start with that. First of all, what we need, we are going to create our own provider, our own React component in here. So that's why we are going to give name as a capital, first letter is capital in here. So in here we what we need is React, and we have this create context in here. So right now it's need any default value that you want to give. Actually default value we needed in here, like suppose that if it is a child component, this button wrapper is a child component, and before that it doesn't have anything to provide something. Okay, so it will take the value from here. So right now I'm just going to give a man like hard coded value that is light. Now next what I'm going to do is creating a provider. Okay, so how can we do that? So after using this theme context in a JSX syntax, there is three things that we get is consumer, provider, and display name. So what we need is this provider. So it's the same thing that we have learned in our Redux, right? A provider, right? So that's what we are using in here. That is, this is a wrapper that provides, or yeah, provides another child component the value that we want to give. So it has a props called value, and inside this value I'm just going to give a name, or just a hardcoded name that is dark. Now that's it, that's what we need in here. So basically what we want to achieve in here is that we want to get this dark value in this button2.js, in this button.js without using props. Okay, we can use props, but we are learning actually of course context, so we're gonna see it how can we do that. So first we will go to this class component. So for achieving it, what we have, there are two methods in class. So first one is this static, and we got this context type in here. Okay, and it will be assigned by this theme context that we have written in here. So actually we haven't imported it from this learn context, and it will give a warning in here if you just export in here and just import in here button.js. So what I'm going to create in here, in our learn context, I'm just going to create a new file called context file. Okay, context file.js. Now in here you may have many context, so you can create your own file in here. So go to your learn context, and I'm just going to just copy paste it here, and go to your context file, export it, and also we have to import this import react from react. Now what we have to do, I'm just going to close it. Now you go to the learn context.js, and we have to again import it, right? So let's import it. Yeah, so we are using this provider. Now go to your context file.js. No, sorry, go to your button.js, and now you just import it. You got this value. Now let's console, and what we are going to console is this dot. We have seen that we have these things like props, context, state. So let's just use this dot context. Now just open your console in here. Yeah, so we got this dark, right? So we haven't used anything, just we have created a context in here. Oh, okay, we have created in here context file, and we have just provided the theme context of provider in here and giving some values, and we have just consumed the data. We have consumed the data in our button class using this. Okay, now another thing we are going to see in our button2.js, that how can we achieve the same thing that we have achieved in button.js, but actually it works differently in here. So what we need in here is, we need again the same thing, that is theme context, but in here we need this consumer. Oh, sorry, what we need in is here in consumer, and just wrap it up. Okay, just wrapping it up. Now again what we need in here, we have to give this curly braces in here, and inside this curly braces we can give any argument that you want to give, like value. You can give any argument that you want. Now in here you just have to give this button and just render it here like this, and just removing it that we don't need it. Yeah, as you can see here we got this dark. Okay, so in this video what we have learned, we have learned providers, create context, consumer for this functional component. In our class component we have learned this context type, which is being assigned with this theme context, and using this dot context, and that's how we have learned all the APIs for context concept. Now in the next video we're gonna see more, how can we like how can we change the background of it using context API. Oh sorry, just context concept. Yeah, that's all. Thanks. Hi guys, so in this video we're gonna see how can we use theme context fully for changing our screen to dark mode or light mode. Now first of all what I'm going to create, a template, you can say a const themes template such that it will have all the properties that we need in here. So let's see, for light, what we need for light, I'm just going to give the background. Okay, so I'm just going to give the background as hashtag fa. Okay, I don't know what this color is, so let's see what it is. Now in here I'm just going to give this brown. Now for dark, I'm just going to give the background to black and color to white, or yeah, yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay, now that's what we need in here. Now in here what I'm going to create a state in here. Okay, I'm just going to create a state in here, nothing more. So first of all, there's a state, and inside this theme properties I'm just going to give this themes dot light. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to provide the state in here. Okay, so simply this dot state, nothing more. Now there is some error that I can see in here. Okay, yeah, I got the error what I have. So it's in here. Actually the value is wrong in here, actually, that we got a object, right? So it doesn't give. Yeah, that's it. Now go to your learn context in here. So what we're trying to achieve in here, I'm just going to style it here. Okay, so just styling, that what we need in here. So in here I'm just going to give this dot state dot theme. That is perfect, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, do the color change, that I cannot get what it is. Yeah, right, now I can see what it is. Yeah, so just now these values we want to see in our button and also in our button 2. And as you can see in our console, that we got this theme object in here, right? And if you just open it, you can see background color. Now what I'm going to do in here is just getting the data in here, of course. So just styling is dot context dot theme. That's what we need in here. So one value is done. So the same thing you can do for this style value dot theme. But this is not what we want to get. Of course we want to achieve the toggling part, right? So for achieving that, what we need, like, we have to dispatch some action from here, right? When we dispatch some action, okay, when we dispatch some action, it will change the values, or it will change this themes dot dark. Now first of all, in here I'm just going to took a baby step, like I'm just going to create a one button in here, and the button that I'm going to create is button, and giving it change style. But we are going to modify it in the later point of time, but for now let's see it here. And when you click on this on click, will handle the theme. Okay, so for now I'm just going to give this the handle theme, because we have created a class component in here, that's why. Now what we can do, just open this handle theme. Okay, now next what we can do is just create the theme, of course. Const theme, if this dot state dot theme is equal to themes dot dark, sorry, themes dot light, we can just change this to themes dot dark, else we can simply use themes dot light. Okay, that's what we need in here. Now next, what we can do, just setting the state, of course, this dot set and theme. That's what we need in here. Now let's test it. Now yeah, let's see. Yeah, we got this toggling form, that's what we need in here. But there is one more thing that I'm going to show, is that we can actually we didn't need to like just pass the data, we can actually pass the function inside this value actually. So it's like when you click on this button.js or button2.js, you can actually trigger the action for changing the background. Now to achieve this, what we can do, I'm just going to change this context file, because right now it's not this only this. Actually, this is more like an object, right? So the first thing that I'm going to provide is actually theme, which is, first of all, it is light, and second of all, that is a function that we are going to create in here, and let's say the name of it is toggle theme. So I'm just going to give a default just empty function in here. Okay, now what we need in here, just go to your learn context.js and just remove this handle theme in here and just give it to the top, and in here you can just again with the same name, toggle theme base dot handle theme. That's what we need in here actually. So I'm just going to comment out this line. Now go to your button.js. Now we have this dot context dot theme. So actually I'm going to destructure these things. So the first of all theme, and second of all toggle theme, and from where we get this dot context actually. Okay, sorry, I have to achieve this part inside this here. So in here we need this theme, and inside this on click we can give toggle theme. Let's see that we got it or not. This is the click. Okay, this is the right one. Yeah, so we can do the same thing. Now go to your button2.js. Now actually this value is an object, right? So we can do the same thing in here, but I'm going to this structure in here all actually. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove this theme and toggle theme, so we can see what inside it, and we are going to remove this theme and on click toggle. Now let's see that we got it or not. We got it. Yeah, as you can see that we can toggle it using both the button. Now in the next video I'm going to implement, of course, that how can we create multiple provider or multiple context, and how can we consume it in our function actually, because in class it doesn't support actually the multiple consumer. So how can we achieve in this theme context, or actually in this function button too. And yeah, I'm going to also introduce a new hook, that is use context. Yeah, so stay tuned for the next video. Hi guys, so in this video we're gonna learn how can we handle multiple context. Now go to your context file.js. As I have created one new create context by using create context user context. The name is John Doe as a default value for now. Now in here, as you can see that in our learn context.js we have provided one provider in here. So I'm just going to provide a new provider after that, that is user context dot provider. Now what happens that the consumer component, whenever they consume the data from the parent, it will look for the nearest provider that has the same name, and it will get the data from there. So it will get data from this user context or provider, not the default one. Now just going to wrap it up with this slash user context dot provider. Now as you can see in here, we have this context provider both times, but these two are different, right? So to distinguish between both, you can do one more thing that theme context has, that is this display name. So you can just change the name of it just by using this theme. As you can see that the name has been changed, and the same thing you can do for this user context dot display name, of course. And the changing the name is user. As you can see, the name has been changed. Now go to your button2.js. So as I have said that you cannot use this multiple handle multiple context for the class component, so you have to use for this in the functional component, of course. Now I have copied it, and you're gonna see the tedious part first of all. So first tedious part and then the easiest part. So in here we have to provide two or one more consumer, that is user context. So the writing way of this is very, it's very bad, so let's bear with it. Now what going to go next is this, that after this we are going to provide again this user context dot consumer. Okay, so again you have to provide this, not here, of course. This is wrong. As I have said, this is tedious, so this can be wrong by me also. So after this user context dot consumer, this is a JS syntax, of course. Now after this you have to provide these curly braces. Inside it you have to provide this user. Again you have to return some JS syntax. Now you can provide in here this span user slash span, and just closing it by this. Now again there is wrong, this is wrong. So what's the wrong is that you cannot do it like this. You have to provide, or you have to give all the JSX syntax at one position. And I also haven't closed it, of course. So as I can see, if you just give it like this, there is an error also. So you have to provide it in one place. So by doing this, you will see that, yeah, this is how we can do this. So as you can see, this is a tedious part. So now we are going to move on to the easiest part. How can we do this? So I'm just going to copying it, the same thing, but right now we are going to use hooks. Actually, the name of the hook is use context, and what it does, by using use context, you can just simply get the data actually. And simply getting the data means I'm just going to comment out, of course, this code also. Now what you can do, you need user, right? So just use react dot use context and give the name of the context that you want to use, that is user context. And I'm going to destructure in here the properties that I need, like toggle theme, from where, from react dot use context, and the name of the context is theme context. And again, as I have said, we don't need this part, we just need the JSX syntax. We don't need these parts, just removing these parts also. And now just closing this tag. Now as you can see, we got the theme, we got the toggle theme. As you can see, this is working. And just giving the name in here, span user slash span. Yeah, that's it. That's what we need. As you can see, it's working good. Now in here you have understood the context and its APIs. So be careful whenever you want to use it. And yeah, so let's see in the next video what we have. That's all. Thanks.